That's some bad news for you, man.
That's right, folks. Welcome to the motherfucking News Underground. We can get started in just a couple minutes. Welcome back, Leon, all the way from the UK. Ideology was their downfall. At its core, their failure was their ideology. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Man, fuck the Nazis, bitch! Finally took the 5 seconds to add another sound effect to my soundboard. Holy shit. Alright, big props to your boy 3DMG with the song that I actually, because I'm white, I'm not allowed to say it, and that's okay. When it comes to the N-word, I agree with the free speech people that say that, you know, you shouldn't have special rules for language. But as a white guy, I'm perfectly okay showing respect to black people by not using that word, you know? They don't like it. It doesn't look right. It's like verbal blackface, you know? This doesn't look right. Doesn't sound right. All right, here we go. Oh. You guys you like it? What's the matter? Do I look sexier with a beard? Too fucking bad. I had a job interview. Too fucking bad. Yeah. Oh, we're doing a show? Sorry. Folks, welcome to the News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism, aka the Harbinger. If you've stumbled upon this stream, you just so happen to have found the realest motherfucking news channel on Twitch. Without a doubt, without equivocation. Maybe not the smartest. Maybe not the smartest, but the realest motherfucking news channel on Twitch. Okay? Job interview can have a beard. I didn't like where it was going. And it was a good choice, because the other guy was shaved too. The beard was nice. The beard's coming back. Don't you worry. I did do a haircut. Guys, you want to see something? You want to see something shocking? I got a haircut and no, he butchered me. I don't know what to do with this, dude. I don't know what to do with this. He butchered me. Okay. I got a haircut, shaving a haircut. He butchered me. Is that why you put the hat on? Yeah, but I also like wearing hats. Hats are fun. Guys don't get to accessorize as much as women, right? So we should embrace that a little bit more than we do. All right, folks, we have a absolute chock-a-block stream. I actually don't have any time to be wasting, but wife isn't here, the baby isn't here. So it's going to be 8 to 9 hour long stream. It's going to be a massive news marathon. Like I said, this is the channel that keeps it the realest. No one on Twitch does more news than the News Underground. And we go into every topic we try to. Today we're covering world news, aka Canada and China. UK news, and let's actually go ahead and start with the UK news just because your boy Leon is here, and I know Leon doesn't have all day. And I always love to hear Leon's opinions on the current situation. So we're going to actually start with UK news. We're going to jump into the world news, like I said, Canada and China. Jump into El Salvador news. El Salvador has been in the news quite a bit lately because of their success in, doing a massive dragnet and arresting tens of thousands of people. Tens of thousands, very likely. I would say more than 50% are stone cold guilty, which is a pretty high. Usually dragnets, it's like 20-30% are actually guilty and the rest are innocent. But who really knows? And that's the problem. And we're going to get into those arguments as to why this is a dangerous, slippery slope. It's tempting to give this power to authoritarians, but it is a two-way street. So we're going to get into that. U.S. news, and then there was so much evil right-wing news. We're bringing back the Fash update. We got to get rid of Ron. Oh, Ronnie boy. Oh, you irrelevant son of a bitch. Oh, so we're going to get back into our Fash news. What's up with the fascists? Covered head to toe in gang and hand tats. Guilty. Yeah, but that's not the case with everybody. And getting a tattoo and actually committing a murder or a heinous crime is, two very different things, Davey. Would you really be okay with a dragnet that went across America looking at tattoos as evidence to arrest Americans? Would you really be okay with that level of flippant justice, authoritarian justice, right? Strip naked, worm. I want to see every inch of your body to see if you got a tattoo I don't like. Or you'd be okay with that, Davey, in the United States? No, because Americans are better. They're not El Salvadorians. But I think the lefties might be surprised by what I have to say about El Salvador as well, because the results speak for them fucking selves, don't they? And once again, if the left doesn't have some kind of real response, real kind of push, kind of, like I said, response to the framing of, you see authoritarianism work. See, right-wing politics really ultimately does work when it comes to the most important things. we do need a reply to that. Right? We can't go, well, authoritarian works sometimes, but we got to say, well, I mean, we need to look at, solutions that are working and say, okay, well, maybe there's a way we could do this in a way that has transparency, that does have checks and balances, that does, protect people's civil rights. Like there's a system for you to actually be filtered out if you were caught in the dragnet and all this stuff. It's very sloppy. It's just like every other authoritarian, right? Just arrest a bunch of people. Very sloppy. Where's the process to make sure you're arresting actual criminals once you have them? Where's the investigation? Oh, none of that. He's got a tattoo. 30 years. It's so messy, so sloppy. Anyway, U.S. right-wing news, Gaza, and then, of course, Ukraine. And each one of these sections is going to be at least 2 hours long, and longer if I don't shut the fuck up. So let's get into it. We're going to start off with a really fun one. Your boy, Johnny Pie. Your boy, Johnny Pie, with another motherfucking classic. Love this guy. There we go. Love this guy. Why doesn't Portugal have to do massive dragnet sweeps when they're popular this way? Because the regular drugs way better solution. There, the problem with the gang violence in El Salvador and in Mexico is that it's become so entrenched in government that it's impossible to implement those kind of real solutions before you're smoked or you're assassinated. So, like I said, I think the left is ignoring what is, is clearly was a crisis in El Salvador. I think the murder rate was the highest in the world. And drastic measures did need to be taken, but I think there could be a left-wing version of this with clear deadlines, like I said, checks and balances and transparency, along with implementing real reforms that would fix the systemic issues that created the crime and inequality in the first place. Right? Because I don't think if the left doesn't have a robust response to this, and then it's basically left as, well, the only real solution is the right wing solution, which is just naked authoritarianism. I think that's the left dropping the ball, because I do think the left wing is capable of crafting a solution, a policy that is as effective as that for that emergency situation, but also, like I said, protecting human rights, protecting liberty, and creating checks and balances, and a lot of yada yada yada. Anyway, your boy Johnny, we're gonna get to El Salvador. I know it's a hot topic, right? We're gonna get into it. We got a couple videos. But let's start with the UK. Let's take our medicine before we get to the fun topics. With all the murder and death, let's just talk about the terrible Brexit and UK economy and the shitter entering fucking recession. Great job, guy. I mean, the Tories know the economy. That's why you go with the Tories, right? It's because they understand money. They understand jobs. Okay? That's why you put them in charge. So 14 years of this, and, objectively, Britain has never looked worse in decades. You'd have to go back getting closer to the 40s to see Britain in a similar economic situation. So let's get into it.
However, as recession hits the UK, the Prime Minister says his economic plan has started to deliver. Deliver what? A shit in the post? An eviction notice? A terminal cancer diagnosis? What exactly is it you're delivering, Mr. Sunak? What you appear to be delivering is a recession. What you're delivering is a record 2.1 million people regularly using food banks, with the number of children in food poverty doubling in the last year. 7.6 million patients on NHS waiting lists. This is not a record to be proud of. It's a source of national shame. What are you delivering, Mr. Sunak? Dead flowers, gone off milk, an aborted fetus? What you're delivering, Mr. Sunak, is profit. Whilst 7 million households choose to go without heating, British Gas sees a tenfold leap in profits, from 72 million to 751 million. 751 million pounds, which is just a tiny bit more than the Prime Minister and his wife's net worth. Welcome to the last
Might be
14
true.
years with an economy run by a series of multi-millionaire grifters, one of which was a known tax dodger, one of which blew a £30 billion hole in the economy, and if the rumours are to be believed, the present multi-millionaire Chancellor is about to deliver further cuts to public services in favour of tax cuts. I mean, when in the last 14 years have you not been cutting public services?
Exactly.
There's nothing left to cut. Social care, health care, child care, elderly care, any care.
Not according to
about
Mog.
anything whatsoever, unless it's profit. All you care about is profit,
That's right.
business.
That's right.
And I mean big business, not
Yeah.
small business. Last year, the UK had the most small business insolvencies since the 2008 crash. The 2008 crash that Rishi Sunak helped cause and profited from greatly. Look it up. Yeah, there's nothing left to cut. The rail system doesn't work. It's fucked. Oh, no, it isn't. Look at these profits. The water and sewage system in this country doesn't work. No one voted for Brexit so they could take their daily morning dump, safe in the knowledge it'll be floating in the English Channel by tea time. Yeah, but look at these profits. What are you delivering on?
Yeah.
Education,
No, if you're a
making
rich guy,
conscious
you're sitting
choice
pretty.
not to invest in education to the point where schools are crumbling whilst massively racking up the private cost of further education and at the same time giving private schools tax breaks when most of your education policy revolves around attempting to stop teachers' rights to strike.
That's
You're
right.
not delivering on education. What are you delivering on? Help for the most needy? When you outsource the benefits office and the benefits helpline to a private company whose main motivation is profit, when the private sector decides who deserves help and who doesn't, the government is essentially saying it can't do its job, that it's given up on delivering.
That's right.
We are constantly being told by multi-millionaires
Yes.
that there isn't enough money.
That's
That
right.
if you can't live off 40p a day, you're not trying hard enough.
Yeah.
That
And it's your fault.
homelessness and destitution is a lifestyle choice. There isn't any money. Although they're perfectly happy spending 1.5 billion on a barge full of listeria and 400 million on Rwanda just for shits and giggles and a favourable headline in the Daily Telegraph. 400 million. But apparently, when it comes to child poverty, there isn't any money. We all need to
Yeah.
tighten our belts. The
Yeah.
only thing you are delivering is record profits. But hey, when all your chums and donors and family are millionaires and billionaires, I guess it makes sense to keep them happy. Because apparently taxing billionaires is actually worse for the economy.
Oops,
and if you
whoops.
don't believe
Oh my
me,
God.
just ask a billionaire. They all agree. The
Yep.
party of fiscal responsibility makes me want to puke. Well, more bad news for the Prime Minister. The two by-election
And that's your
results.
boy. That's your boy Johnny Pie right there. Absolute hero of the British people. Totally agree. Once again, God, he's been on fire since Trump was inaugurated. Since like Trump was elected. You know, that Trump video went viral of him having that reaction. Oh man, he has just been absolutely on fire. So, Leon, hopefully you're still here. You might enjoy this. We got some Tory voters explain why they abandoned their party. So, we had some, what was it? What do they call it? Mid-level or mid-year elections? Sorry, mid-year elections. You know, by-elections. Maybe is that what you guys are calling them? But not a full-blown. Not it's some just a smattering of seats. We're up for grabs, and of course the Tories, I get to use my new, there we go. Yep, Tories got flushed. They got absolutely rinsed. They got yeeted on, and a big, and as expected, because the polling was showing it, like thousands of fucking news articles and videos were made about, this, the next election are going to be really nasty for the Tories. Midterm elections, maybe. Whatever they call them, right? Same thing. Not everything's on the line, but, some seats are on the line. So anyway, Tories got rinsed. Let's hear what some lifelong Tory voters, most likely, had to say about why they chose to either not participate or, or vote Labor. Oh, no, the goddamn communists. No, because, yeah, that's what I think when I look at Keir Starmer. He's a communist. I mean, I'm so tired of the right wing hyperbolic, Anyway.
Hi guys, the vote in Wellingborough saw a massive...
Oh, by the way, big props to Maximilian Robespierre over here. Make sure you like and subscribe, folks. Get on that channel. Hit that thumbs up. Great content creator, especially if you want to follow UK news. Absolutely. Definitely would consider him an underground content news creator. Definitely check him out. Maximilian Robespierre on YouTube. Make sure you check that shit out, y'all.
...swing to Labour, one that hasn't been witnessed since 1945. And if it had been applied to the general, well, the Tories would end up with just 8 seats. But as we know, by-elections can't be used as a measure for the general. But we can get an idea about how people would vote if we listen to their motivations and concerns this week. Byline TV did a great job asking people who had voted Conservative in the past, but either didn't vote or cast their ballot against the Tories this time.
Yeah.
And what they had to say should worry Rishi Sunak and his party.
Did you vote?
And I'm really curious if we're going to see something similar with Trump, where people just don't show up. All right, let's get to it.
And what they had to say should worry Rishi Sunak and his party.
Did you vote Conservative in the last?
I did.
And what made
No
you
kidding.
go off then?
Well, the way the country is being run now. Unelected Prime Minister, PPE scandal with Baroness Moan, the way she... Well, it's all been brushed under the carpet. You don't hear nothing about it now.
I've always voted Conservative in the past. And this is the first time I've not voted Conservative. They keep bringing out these good things, but they never follow them through.
I did, yes. I voted for Boris, unfortunately. It happened. Never vote for Tories again.
I'm quite pleased I lost, actually.
Jesus, the
I don't
volume.
believe
Sorry.
none of what they stand for, because I say one thing and do another. All little liars, I'm afraid.
And have you voted?
Yeah, and look, to the conservatives in America, see, it's not so hard. It's not so hard to look at your friends and family and say, yeah, I'm not doing that again. It's like stubbing your toe. Suck it up, take the L, rub it down, ice it up, and admit, yeah, I fucking stubbed my toe, dude. It hurts. Don't do that again. Don't stub your toe, fellow toe stubbers.
Voted Conservative ever in the past?
I have, yeah.
It's not that
And
hard.
About 10 years ago. At that time, they seemed quite a good party, but now it's just pure crap. Sorry. Good old
It's pure
Boris. He
crap.
was the one made us locked down, and what was he doing? Partying, yeah, lovely.
Lovely.
Little liars, love.
Yo, she's like, yeah, she dropped the fucking mic, dude. Dude, it's like your mom, right? Your mom, like you're in the room, you're 30 years old playing video games. She's like, yeah, well, you're a loser and a virgin. You're not going to get laid doing this shit. Then she just walks out, dude.
He was the one made us locked down, and what was he doing? Partying, yeah, lovely.
Get out of here, dude. Dropping the mic.
They're not going to make anything happen in this country, and they don't deserve to be there.
I've always voted Tory. I've never voted anything else but blue.
And why is that? What's the main reason for that?
Passed down from a family.
That's right wing in the UK, blue.
Time this town switch, right? And why do you think it did?
Because of the Tory cock up in the main Westminster party.
Look at this town.
It's very interesting. A lot of these people aren't talking about Brexit. They've either internalized that Brexit was okay or kind of not a big deal and things are normal. Because it's like, well, things haven't radically changed for me. I still got my house and my retirement and all that. I'm still taken care of. Things didn't really change that radically for me. Of course, the Tory voters who are business owners are like, yeah, no, this was the worst mistake of my life.
It used to be high. It used to be big markets. Look at it now. They haven't got a clue.
Yeah.
They all promise you everything, and as soon as they get into power, you get nothing.
And how have you voted Conservative in the past?
Yes.
But this time you decided
Didn't vote Conservative, no. People are too apathetic, I think, can't be bothered to go and vote.
One of the strongest countries in the world.
Yeah.
And now
Sitting down.
we're alarmed. You give up in the end. You think, why am I voting for these people?
That's it.
They're not doing nothing to be positive. I might just sit back and let what goes on go with the flow.
Yeah. Just give up. Right. Great boomer attitude, man. Come on, man. All right. look, millennials need to kick it up in our old age. We need to prove that this stereotype is not true. Okay, that when you turn into an old person, you turn into a loser. Okay, no, you don't go with the flow. You accept that you made a mistake, which is you're halfway there, and then you go, okay, how can I make it better? How can I fix this mistake? You don't take a dump in your living room and just leave it there. Well, that was a mistake. Hey, you got a dump in your living room. It stinks in here. Yeah, well, that was a long time ago. Mistakes were made, but we're moving on. Do you want to fix this? You want to clean this up? Nah, that's too much work.
I don't want to vote anymore.
I don't want to vote
Wonderful
anymore.
reporting there from Byline TV. Now,
yeah, so anyway, once again, great report from Maximilian Robespierre, and thank you for this clip. I wish I had more time to show it, and you should make time to watch the whole video and hear his commentary, because it's absolutely amazing. Make sure you like and subscribe. And there's that link in the chat, folks, for you to do that. Make sure you help him out. Maximilian Robespierre. We actually have 2 of them coming up where he talks about an LBC clip
hi guys,
here.
we've heard many stories over the years.
And he's just pointing out, look, there are ramifications to these cuts. All right, this stuff doesn't. You don't just cut services for 14 years and then everything still functions like it used to. That's not how it works. And they've failed. Ultimately, really, they've failed to make the argument that replacing these things with private systems or just cutting them all together because they were unnecessary is wrong. And like, of course, we all knew it was. If you were on the left, of course, you knew that was bullshit. It's like, okay, yeah, there's a big difference between finding waste and, trying to cut costs there and just cutting the whole goddamn service or replacing it with an inadequate for-profit replacement. We all knew it was a nonsense, and now we're seeing the real world effects. And here we have another right-wing Tory getting an eyeful of what the Tories think is proper governorship. Proper, how to maintain a great nation. I mean, goddamn, what they've done to Britain, it's unbelievable. I don't like any party, my brother in Christ. You're the one who doesn't vote. Yeah, best thing for me to do is just to stop participating and give up. And like, what do you want, a pat on the back? Fucking coward. Get back in there. Right? Oh, well, if I vote for the other guys, then I have to totally admit I was wrong my entire life and blah, blah, blah. No, come on. It's politics. It's not that big a deal. This whole thing that's, it's my identity. It's my, it's part of me. No, man. No, dude. Be 100% selfish. Okay, that's all I ask of voters. Look at what side wants to help you more and vote for them. Okay, no one's gonna be like, oh, that guy, he was a traitor to the Tory party. Puh, puh. Who does that? Yeah, I like Bob, but then he stopped voting Tory. I mean, I guess some people are like that. Welcome back, N-Typer. In a way, I feel for these people. Both parties are completely unresponsive to the will of voters. Yes, N-Typer. Yeah, I mean, the bar is so low. The Tories have sunk the bar so low. Keir Starmer over here, like, I would call him Nixonian, in the U.S. Very conservative. Currently weeding out real lefties from his party. We got Andrew Marr, I think was his name, from was it the New Statesman, desperately trying to make the argument that the reason why he seems like he's right wing and milquetoast and like he's trying to get trying to appeal to the center is because he's really focused on winning the election, and as soon as he wins the election, we're going to see a heel turn. Like, that's the best we got? Is that he's a liar? is that he's some chameleon? Yeah, oh, that's funny, Dariarts. That's funny. Welcome back, Strategy. Is a massive centrist. But he's very eloquent, I gotta say, and I really do like, He's very good at what he does. I'll say that. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know about this. Keir Starmer is going to be a secret radical take that he had. Like, I love what he had to say, but it's like, I don't know. The more I see, I don't know. Anyway, real quick, let's show evidence here of, like I said, what Tory government looks like. What happens when you cut these services and replace them with inadequate replacements or just cut them altogether. There's real world consequences here, folks. Not a fucking game.
Of people who have changed their minds on Brexit, some because their businesses had been impacted, others because they realised that they would not be richer following the lies of Farage, Mogg and Johnson when they promised sunlit
It's where
uplands.
I keep my
some may
pizza
have thought that their
pockets.
vote would deliver a bloody nose to the Tories, only to see May, Johnson, Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak in charge. However, there have been some Brexit journeys that have required voters to confront perhaps the reason why they voted to leave. The reality of immigration, for example, and not the one sold by the likes of the Daily Mail, the Sun or the Express. Here a caller named Emma explains to James O'Brien why her Brexit voting uncle changed his mind.
My Brexit voting uncle unfortunately got leukemia before Christmas, and so spent a lot of time. And when I went to visit him, he said it's really opened his eyes to immigration and the NHS. And he's done a 180.
Really?
He wants to get the Tories out after the election. He said he had so much fun chatting to them all about the nationalities and how they celebrate Christmas traditionally, and it was
so just literally clocking, because I mean,
he literally just had to spend a couple hours with these people. Like, wait a minute, they're human beings.
Quite if you're dealing with doctors and nurses from a patient's point of view, it becomes clear.
Didn't tell me they're human
quite quickly if people are from overseas, and it's so just curiosity and human interest broke down barriers that had been put up by years of presumably political and media brainwashing.
Absolutely. I mean, we've had many discussions with different politically.
But where you failed, these doctors and nurses succeeded.
And young doctors and nurses as well. They're all, when I went to visiting, they're all younger foreign nurses and doctors, and it really enjoyed spending time and chatting with them.
I only asked that question as an afterthought, but what a fascinating insight. And how is he? Is his leukemia under control? Is he...
Oh, yeah, absolutely brilliant. Honestly, he was literally diagnosed on the Tuesday morning, and he was receiving treatment Tuesday afternoon.
Hey, that's great.
In hospital.
And big props to the doctors and staff that are able to provide that care even in this environment.
Listen, NHS has got a whole heap of problems at the moment, largely as a consequence of very deliberate political
Leon, I guess I should have a video
of
the results on that.
The minute we lose.
Give me a good UK news segment. Nice 5-minute news segment on the by-election results. I should have something about that.
It's our sense of gratitude towards the people who are keeping it afloat wherever they come from, because of course 2/3 will be British-born, but a third aren't. I can see. I mean, I don't know what the alternative would be for Emma's uncle. Be Colin's mate.
Yeah, so there you go. And once again, sorry to interrupt Maximilian Robespierre because his commentary really is something else. But I wanted to just, I wanted to show that LBC clip. But thanks again to Maximilian Robespierre, and thank you so much for, all that you do. Please like and subscribe to Maximilian Robespierre, folks. Why do Americans hate Russians, huh? We hate you? Did we hate you before you invaded or after? TLDR News. Oh, I have that one queued up. Is this the Farage one here?
This video was brought to you by Net.
Is it the Farage one? Because that's the one I think from you that I have queued up. Let's see here. Oh, it's a different one.
What's really going on? Rather,
Tories lose 2 more by-elections. All right, let's go ahead and do this one instead then. My God. Do you just timestamp this accidentally? I should probably start at the beginning. Yeah, let's start at the beginning on that one. Yeah, because this video is basically, so Nigel Farage is doing, a separate conservative group, Reform UK, Very similar to what we see in the United States. It's interesting how powerful, the right wing mentality can be. How quickly they can, they can circle around new ideas and new techniques. But at the same time, they also fall victim to stuff like this, where the extremist elements of their party rip them apart. Mess up the timestamp. Okay, no problem. Are we satisfied with our government? Huh? Homie, just stop invading Ukraine and we'll stop kicking your ass. Even now with Ukraine completely starved, your military is barely able to move forward in Avdiivka. Just like with Bakhmut. You had to put every ounce of your pathetic strength just to take a small region. You think you can stand up to NATO? You think you stand up to the full force of the United States military? Dude, I don't know if you could stand up to the goddamn Taliban. The Russian military is a joke. The death count is very clear. It's like 1 to 3. 1 Ukrainian for every 3 dead Russians. You know how nuts those numbers are? Just stop invading and we'll stop kicking your ass, dude.
Hi guys, everything is worse under the Tories, but some...
My God, I have a lot of Maximilian Robespierre. I'm very sorry, but these are really great news clips from the UK here. So let's let them set it up, and we'll play this one. Once again, big thank you to Maximilian Robespierre. Love your content, love your channel. Please like and subscribe, folks. If you're into UK news, great guy.
Some things arguably matter more than others. The NHS used to be the gold standard, something that was the envy of the world, and it has sunk to a level where it's facing open criticism
He's just asking
and
questions.
has for some time.
Misha's just asking questions.
Underfunding
guys.
and the use of the private sector have decimated the health service, where more people are waiting and they're waiting longer. And there's no ambiguity as to who is responsible. The Conservatives took over in 2010, and since then, with the exception of 2012 or 2013, things have got dramatically worse.
I put a killer Joe Politics interview with the financial guy that made a lot of money betting on the inequality of the economy, and fascinating guy, great interview. Make sure you check that out in the Discord, folks. In the Discord, Chem Goblin, help a boy out with that. Yo, check out the Discord. Well, wrong button. That is the wrong. Make sure you check out that Discord, boy. Oh, okay. Wrong. Just click the link. Get in there.
The picture is very stark. Let's go back to 2011, the first full year of the Conservative-led coalition. We'll compare 5 of the key NHS performance measures on this graph. Now, when something goes below the dotted line here, it means things are better than 20...
Yo, I'd rather have comedian Zelensky pounding his dick on a piano any day of the year over Putin. Up like Putin fucking Skeletor up in his motherfucking... Doom Mountain, dude, untouchable, refuses, everything scripted, everything, I mean, you kidding me? What are you even defending? Putin and Kim Jong-un, or is it Il? I can never keep that track. They're the closest we have to like real life supervillains, dude. There's nothing to defend with Putin. There's nothing to defend with the current Russian government. It's fascinating that people even try. Because 5 minutes of research is like, oh yeah, I can't get behind this. This is bananas. All right, let's get to it. No more interruptions from the Russian shills. But he's like a supervillain up in his goddamn Doom Mountain over here, assassinating and poisoning people. And, we got shills in the chat not even getting paid, being like, oh, this is the right way to run a government. Yeah, okay. Enjoy your palladium poisoning or whatever the fuck you gave Navalny there.
Year of the Conservative-led coalition. We'll compare 5 of the key NHS performance measures on this graph. Now, when something goes below the dotted line here, it means things are better than 2011. Anything above is worse.
I'd rather have Biden in a hospital bed than Trump, still eating hamburgers, living off of adrenochrome and fucking evil.
Twice as bad, 3 times, 5 times as bad, and so on. Now, one of our measures, people still on the elective care waiting list after 18 weeks, did see some improvement in the early 2010s. It went below the line. But by 2016, look, those improvements were wiped out,
asking questions,
with a number of patients nearly 50% higher than 2011. What about other metrics? By 2016, The number of people waiting longer than a fortnight to see a cancer specialist has more than doubled since 2011. Patients waiting 4 hours in A&E, 3.5 times higher. And people waiting 4 hours on a trolley for an emergency hospital bed, up, there you can see, 5-fold.
Can't hold stuff with it yet.
And by the end of the decade, take a look at this, things were even worse. And then COVID struck. In 2020, some of these areas actually showed signs of improvement, but that was because people stayed away from the NHS, thinking they were protecting it, even though health bosses wanted people to seek treatment. And here's what happened next. By 2023, 18-week waits for care were nearly 13 times worse. 4-hour A&E waits were 10 times worse than 2011. Cancer waits, a slight improvement you'll see in the last year, but still nearly 14 times worse than 2011.
Is that true?
4-hour trolley waits, nearly 16 times worse. Now, NHS England points out that a big driver in all this is the increased demand on the health service. Patient numbers are up.
People
They
are
need
getting
more
older.
care when they arrive, and there aren't enough beds
the boomers
in
are
care
hitting that
homes
critical
to discharge people.
So I think I read somewhere that the boomers are hitting that critical age, apex where they are, it's like they're reaching the point where they're the maximum amount of burden on the social welfare state, because a lot of them are hitting 70, 80, 60, 70, 80, and they're having more advanced health problems. And look, I'm a lefty. I want those people to be taken care of. And it's so ironic that a good majority of those people that are hitting that apex proudly voted to have these services cut. And it's, The problem is, though, where's the mandate for Keir? Where's the mandate? Okay. So you're telling me the best bet we have for Keir Starmer is that he might be a hidden, progressive, maybe. That was worse than Obama's hope. At least Obama lied to us. Obama lied to us so well. God, it was so sweet, those lies. Felt so good. Keir Starmer, when he lies to you, it's like, yeah, okay, man. It's like the kind of lie you'd hear like in the apocalypse, like, oh, yeah, when we get to that house, dude, it's going to be filled with canned food and fresh clothes and running water. And you're like, yeah, okay, bro. Sure. You believe it. You believe it because you want to believe it. And you're so desperate. You're so starving. You don't care. You're like, okay, the fantasy is better than nothing. I'm just trying to say, Keir Starmer, he's not really convincing me, but.
And all of these factors come together in one final revealing measure. Let's look at 12-hour waits on a trolley for a hospital bed, practically unheard of in the early 2010s. There were some months when literally no one in England's NHS waited that long. But in 2023, it was happening to 35,000 people a month on average. That's over 3,000 times worse than in 2011.
3,000 times worse than in 2011, after the first year of the Tory Liberal Democrat government coalition. The Tories are literally killing...
Oh, thank you, strategy. So you're legitimate? You could just buy that shit? You don't have to extract it from scared children? You could just literally buy that shit? There's no difference? Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lordy. Those poor workers at that pizza place, dude.
People are waiting so much longer.
Okay, I'm sorry. We don't have time for Maximilian's comments. They're so good. I really wish I did have time for them, honestly, because they're so good. Make sure you check it out, folks. Once again, one last time, I'm going to put that link in the chat. Like and subscribe to your boy Maximilian Robespierre. Absolutely cool dude.
This video.
So let's go ahead and take a look. That is the big news in the UK are these by-elections. So let's go ahead. I don't think we're going to watch this whole 10 minutes of TLDR, but let's get maybe the first 5 minutes here, just a rundown of this big story. The as predicted, the polls were saying it's not looking good for the Tories, and really and honestly, the messaging coming from the Tories is really dumb. Which is just, we got Jacob Rees-Mogg saying, well, it was actually a victory for the right wing. It should have been an even bigger defeat. That's what Jacob Rees-Mogg said. He's like, well, if you looked at where the polling actually was, and where the votes actually went, it should have been a much bigger defeat for us. So actually, you know, it shows that the right wing is still in control. So it's pretty goddamn pathetic here. The messaging coming out of the right wing party, which is, you know, hey, we're just starting to turn things around, you know, and like, wait, turn things around from the policies that you implemented just a few years ago, basically. No, turning things around from left-wing mistakes made a decade ago. Okay, Daddy-o.
It's brought to you by Nebula. On Thursday, the UK held 2 by-elections in the constituencies of Wellingborough and Kingswood.
It's a documentary website, I think, Nebula. Hey, give me a sponsor, Nebula. I'll hawk your stuff. It's, you know, I do well with sponsors. Sponsors love me.
Which both resulted in 2 historic Labour victories. This is yet more terrible news for Sunak, and comes just a couple of days
Maybe
after
if I didn't
the
look like a
ONS
sweaty
announced
reptile.
the UK was formally in recession, meaning he's missed another of his so-called 5 priorities. So in this video, we're going to have a look into the background of both of these elections, what happened in them, and what this means for Sunak and the Tories.
Ground news. I don't even think I have an email properly set up to contact me.
And ringing the bell to stay in the loop and be notified
making
when
some
we
big
release
changes.
new videos.
I'm actually we're gonna be doing, I think, an upkeep stream tomorrow. I will be working on setting up a few major changes to the stream. So look forward to that. We got to change the channel name and all that.
Let's start by having a look at how these by-elections even came about.
How do you propose we make a change when we know that media and big corp decide all that elections and policy beforehand? Look, we need to, my 3-step program, it really is that simple. You inform yourself about the problem. You say, okay, look, this is pretty evident, corruption. You get involved with whatever. So if corruption is your thing, then maybe find a politician that you like, right? That is, you know, being effective. If that politician isn't there, then, you know, maybe, you know, it's, the problem is with, and then of 3 is of course putting in the work. But look, the problem is that you just have to inform yourself, figure out where you want to attack, and then make yourself useful. You know, you're not going to be able to change everything. And waiting around for that thing to change itself isn't going to work. Obviously, you're not Superman. No one's Superman. So there's no like, you know, complete 5 missions and then you've succeeded. There's no path that is laid out. You have to take that on yourself, you know, and that's what I'm trying to tell every individual that cares about this, is that you have to learn how to make yourself useful. Either learn how to make yourself a follower, you know, working hard for, you know, something much larger than you, or if you so dare, if you are bold enough, take the lead, forge your own project, right? Become the politician, create the union. You know, that's really difficult because those are life-changing moves. But hey, if your life is in the way, and I'm in that situation right now where I can't make a life-changing move right now or else I would hurt my family. So I do what I can. And that's what this stream is. Me doing what I can. So, but ultimately the lesson is you have to make yourself useful. You've completed step 1. You just need to complete step 2 and step 3. Step 2 is find yourself a progressive political organization, a union in your area. There's a million of them. There's a million political organizations in your area that need your help. And then step 3, put in the work. We all must become our own Ubermensch for this to succeed, right? There's no one uniform solution. You got to make it work for yourself, but you have to put in the work. That's the big thing, is that you just got to put the fucking phone down for 5 milliseconds and get something done. And I don't deny 100%. It is super difficult to do that. All right, let's get back to it.
In the first place. The Wellingborough by-election took place as a result of a sexual misconduct investigation into former Tory MP Peter Bone.
Oh.
Bone had represented the constituency since...
No, you're fucking with me. Peter Bone with the sexual allegations. Not my buddy Bone. Oh, this shit writes itself. So we're not going to joke about that, huh? Motherfucker's named Peter Bone, sexual allegations. Look at him too, dude. He looks like a skeleton. He looks like he plays the trumpet late at night, marching down the sidewalk.
Investigation into former Tory MP Peter Bone. Bone had represented the constituency since 2005 and had done so with sizable majorities.
He's the lame one. That's why he's alone.
Things began to unravel for him, though, last year.
Doesn't play
when
it right.
The independent expert panel concluded that Bone should be suspended from the House of Commons for varied acts of bullying and one act of sexual misconduct.
Not
the
my
panel
buddy
recommended
Bone.
that Bone be suspended for 6 weeks, which triggered a recall petition. The petition garnered 10,505 signatures, which equates to 13.2% of his constituents, meaning that a by-election had to take place. The other by-election, Kingswood, is taking place.
So that's where checks and balances comes in, because that's a problem in the United States where we have a bunch of laws on the books, but they're not being enforced by corrupt judges and corrupt politicians that, and yada, yada, yada. So you're right. Having enough policy isn't good enough. So that's where the 3 steps come in once again. You need to be, if you're working for that politician, if you're supporting that politician, you need to be saying, hey, I care about this. Where's your policy on this? Where's the pressure on this? And if you're not seeing that from a politician, right, what's the next step? And it's like, well, I don't have time for that. And I understand that. So then you got to direct your energy somewhere else. It's like, well, what I want doesn't exist. I don't have time to create it. So I got to put my energy somewhere else. But the important thing is that you're doing something, right? If only 20% of lefties in America got up and did something, doesn't matter, whatever it is, abortion rights, labor stuff, right? Commie stuff, anarchist stuff. But you just literally made that part of your lifestyle. Where'd the beard go? I went to Chernobyl. And what can you do? I turn into a lizard man with slick, wet skin.
Very different reasons.
My buddy
Chris Skidmore,
Bone.
a Conservative MP, first elected in
Skidmore.
2010, announced on the 5th of January this year
I love
that
his
he'd be
name.
standing down as an MP. In his
Bone and
resignation letter,
Skidmore.
he claimed that there is now no economy without a green economy, and that he had
They're
resigned
running a
in
train?
protest at the government's decision to prioritise and politicise new oil and gas licenses
You own
above a
Facebook now?
sensible
That's-
investment
that's
plan
right.
for the future. Now, it was known that Skidmore was planning to leave Parliament, but it was expected that he would do this at the next election. His decision to stand down and cause a by-election was, at least in part, designed to do damage to the government.
Oh, Tory infighting. How dare you, Skidmore? Not my boy Rishi. Let me guess. He's a Boris boy. Him and Bone down for the more Boris. Yeah, baby. I wish I could sexually assault multiple women throughout my career and get away with it, says Chris.
With Labour still ahead in the polls,
How many
it's expected
illegitimate
that they're going to
babies
not
did
only
Boris
win the
have?
general election this year, but secure
2?
themselves a pretty large majority.
3?
However, in these 2 constituencies, theoretically, they shouldn't really have stood a chance. In Wellingborough, for example, Peter Bone won a majority of 18,450 votes in 2019. To turn it, Labour needed a huge 18-point swing. Labour, in fact, achieved a huge 28.5% swing. The constituency itself is your typical Tory seat, too. With 62.4% of constituents voting Leave in 2016, a higher level of people in employment, and less ethnic diversity. It's worth mentioning, though, that there is some evidence that there's more deprivation in Wellingborough than other constituencies. It's a similar story in Kingswood, although Labour appeared to have stood a bit more of a chance in this constituency. Kingswood went Tory back in 2010, having previously been held by Labour since 1992.
Colours have thrown me off.
It voted Leave, but only with a margin of 58%.
Such a friendly colour, blue.
The level of deprivation is only slightly lower than other seats, and the level of household income only slightly higher. However, despite the constituency profile suggesting that the Tories had a chance of retaining the seats, in the end, they lost both. In Wellingborough, Labour's candidate Jen Kitchen received 13,844
Shut up with these fucking
votes,
names!
which accounts for about 45% of the vote share. This is a huge increase of 19.5% since the 2019 general election.
What are these
and gives Labour
names?
a 6,436 vote majority. More impressively, though, as we mentioned earlier, this represents a gargantuan swing of 28.5%.
Well, that's huge.
The second highest ever recorded in a by-election in
That's a lot of people
history.
admitting that they were
Conversely,
wrong.
the picture from the Tory side here looks pretty devastating.
Pretty
Their
hard to
vote
do
share
that.
declined by a whopping 37.6% since 20.
Jesus Christ could come down on earth and maybe not sway an election by 28%. Okay, that's pretty huge.
2019. Now, some Tories, such as the chairman of the party, Richard Holden, have tried to argue that this can be explained away by circumstances around the by-election itself. After all, it's taking place following a sexual assault allegation and bullying allegations surrounding Peter Bone.
Yeah.
And it's worth noting here, there were rumours that the Tory candidate was actually Peter Bone's girlfriend. Another argument used by Tories is that the election had a very low turnout and that their voters simply stayed at home.
No.
And again, there's an element of truth to this. Turnout was only 38.1%, about 26%
What did you
lower
expect?
than in the 2019 general election. However, the idea that those that stayed at home are going to change their minds and vote Tory in the general election feels like wishful thinking.
Dude.
Now, the other thing to note here is the impressive vote share achieved by Reform UK. Reform's national polling has been
God.
slowly ticking up in recent weeks, now being about
That's what
level
we
with the
need, more
Liberal
right-wing
Democrats.
reform.
It's about 10%.
Yeah.
In Wellingborough, this polling
More than
broadly
Lib
tracked.
Dem? God, that's embarrassing. You know, it's just so embarrassing for the left. I mean, what is it? What is our problem? You know? What is so hard about, like, you know, finding 5 key pillar issues, you know? Middle class, you know, making the middle class more powerful, you know, or like, you know, raising wages, lowering the cost of homes, you know, college education for every man, woman, and child if they want it. What is so hard about, like, these pillar, you know, these pillar issues, having the policies ready to go, having that manifesto ready to go, and then hammering that shit home? I just don't get it. Lib Dems suck. They're center, most disingenuous party. Yeah, it's just, where are we? That doesn't surprise me. So they don't want the Dems to be more liberal. They want it to be more right-wing and centrist. And then here we have, you know, and why would you want that when what you really want is right-wing extremism? So here we have Reform UK beating them. It's just pathetic. You know, what the Clintonian strategy of running to the right hasn't been successful for, what, 2 decades now? Longer? It's not working out for neoliberals, this run to the right strategy. And they just keep doing it because, why? Because they're donors. That's why. That's, all right. Let's finish this up just a little bit more. This is interesting.
Democrats at about 10%. In Wellingborough, this polling broadly tracked, with Reform's Ben Habib achieving 12% of the vote share.
Wow,
this
nice.
is the largest Reform vote share
Leon.
on record, which certainly adds to their growing momentum. So, all in all, Wellingborough was a good night for Labour and Reform, and a pretty devastating one for the Tories. But what about Kingswood? Well, the story's very similar. While Labour's swing isn't quite as impressive as Wellingborough, at only 16.4%, the Labour majority is slightly larger, at 8,675 votes. Again, this seat reaffirms that Labour are doing very well in the polls, and that Keir Starmer is very well on track to become the next Prime Minister. Kingswood also demonstrates, conversely, that the Conservatives are in deep trouble. The Tory vote share declined by 21.3%, and they're being pushed on the right by Reform UK, who achieved...
But the real conversation is, okay, they know this. Why don't they change? And the reason they don't change is because they're beholden to the you know, corporate moneyed oligarchy, you know, those elements that have that party captured. And their job is to sell us this shit sandwich with a big smile on their face. That's why it seems so bizarre, you know, so surreal. Like, don't they know? Don't they know what the... Yes, they know. Yes, they know. Their job is to sell us on a bill of goods that, you know, like I said, isn't real. So big props to TLDR. They do a great job, you know, covering the news as quickly as possible. Not quick enough for me, though. We got to keep moving. But yeah, there's our UK segment. Thank you once again, Leon, for your contributions. We're going to try to zoom through our Canada segment as quickly as possible. I'll try not to take an hour up. But some interesting news out of Canada. We got to cover that. So I wanted to, saw this story on Reddit right here about how Vancouver police officers are putting the pro-Israel / Punisher logo patch on their uniform. But Reddit, this is going to be the theme throughout the day. Thank you for the follow, Kissing Gonzo. Would you get banned or something? Thank you for that follow. But the theme throughout today's stream is going to be Reddit censorship. I like 3 or 4 of my links that I saved from Reddit are like this, where the mods come. It's blowing up in the comments. People having a great conversation about the issue, and the mods come in. There it is. And I'm so sick and tired of this. Like if I was doing a Reddit replacement, or if I was making some laws and regulations for these social media companies, I would say the moderator has to put a fucking sentence in here. The person who hits delete has to put a sentence in here about, I am doing this for this reason. Community only. So, I mean, it's just, community safety, unrelated. I'm so sick of it. And we're going to see a lot of this today. So I'm trying to, everyone's having, an interesting discussion about this. And isn't this great? The Toronto Star over here talking about Vancouver police officers directed to remove the patch with Star David from uniform. Where's the picture? Where's the picture, Toronto Star? What's the matter? Welcome back, Al Rakabi. What's the matter, you cowards? Can't show it? Well, here's what it looks like. This is on the uniform of an Israeli IDF soldier. But yeah, we had cops, Vancouver police, strutting around, wearing this patch right on front. He had his name, like little Velcro. He had his name tag kind of covering the Punisher logo, and it was just the Israeli logo. But someone took a picture with their cell phone, and that's what they posted here. Like this cell phone picture of this guy's uniform. And they're like, I recognize that. There's a Punisher logo underneath there. Thankfully, the Vancouver police were directed him to remove the patch, that he was, violating the rules, which is, hey, props to the Vancouver police. At the same time, Toronto Star here completely dropping the ball. Cowardly Toronto Star refusing to show the picture. And then censorious Reddit. Like what? That isn't precedent if you live in British Columbia, that our police are emulating the extreme militarism of the right-wing police of the United States? That's not a concern in British Columbia Reddit? Fuck you. Fuck you to the moderators of who decided this. Everyone's having a real good conversation about how this is wrong. Keep politics out of our police force. That seems obvious. I agree with that 100%. I'm not saying these guys have to be robotic automatons who have no politics outside in their personal life. I'm saying, though, if you're wearing that badge, because when you're wearing that badge, you have the special right to hurt people, to use violence. You need to be a professional, not a political tool, especially for a goddamn ethnic cleansing campaign. And for the love of God, someone give these idiots a fucking comic book. Holy shit! If the Punisher existed and somehow was inside the Gaza Strip, who do you think the Punisher would be blowing away? You know what he would be doing? He'd be fucking up Hamas and rescuing hostages and then also shooting back at the IDF that are like attempting to bomb the buildings that he's in, right? Like he would be killing probably everybody. He certainly wouldn't be the buddies of the IDF, the Punisher. Pick up a comic book, I beg you. There's a great Punisher series, like super realistic. It's like War Stories or something like that. It was for like Marvel Extreme. Marvel did a whole like super graphic versions of some of their characters. Was it Warzone? I think it was Punisher Warzone, maybe. But the best part of that was the Punisher series where he went against the mob. Anyway, throw one of these idiots a fucking comic book, please. The Punisher would not be down for this shit. He would not be down for this shit, dude. So here we see some variants. Thoughts on the Liberal Party right now? Seems they're tanking hard right now. What, in the UK? I don't know. I don't know about tanking. I think Keir Starmer is playing a very cynical political game, and he seems to be winning that game. Oh, in Canada? Yes. 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 But we're going to get to that in a second. Thank you for trying to steer me back into the topic here. But so this is not the Punisher one. The news media was inaccurately saying this is a Punisher logo. This is not a Punisher logo. Well, no, okay. They say skull and Israeli Star David. Yeah, okay, so that's accurate. But anyway, we see some variants here. These are the good guys, right? When you see skull and bones and shit, that means they're the good guys. Nothing says I'm a good guy like this. Nothing says I'm here to eliminate Hamas and then give you back the Gaza Strip like this logo. So anyway, thank you to the Vancouver police for doing your job and enforcing that. And fuck you once again to the moderators. And once again, we're going to see a couple examples of this. So, but just fuck you to the moderators on Reddit. I'm absolutely sick of this website and the goddamn little mini tyrants that run these fucking subreddits. I want some transparency. Get off your fat ass and type a fucking sentence into the fucking field before you can delete that says why you're doing this. God damn it. All right, so moving on to our next Canadian story here. We got a few of them. Don't worry, we're blitzing through them. Can't seen One Piece. I've seen the first 100 episodes of One Piece, and I ran out of stamina. I can't do it. But no, this is great. So Pierre Poilievre is, right now, his party, the Conservatives, are right now winning in the polls. If there was an election right now, it looks like Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives might win that election. And, it's time for a change, time to get, Justin Trudeau out of here. I don't necessarily disagree, but of course I would prefer to see that change come from the NDP party. More news on that in a little bit about how they are finally starting to visually challenge the Liberal Party. But of course, conservative solutions to Canadian problems: privatize. Crap, cramp, granny. Thank you for that follow. Crap, cramp, granny. Thank you for that follow. Yeah, so this guy, and he's like, oh, I got all the solutions. All these problems, all Justin Trudeau's fault. And sometimes he's right. Sometimes he's taking legitimate data. A lot of the time he's being hyperbolic and blowing things way out of proportion and, being genuinely dishonest and disingenuous like a conservative would be. But when you really just ignore all that, ignore all the mudslinging and the smarmy, I know better, we're going to do everything better. Every bad thing Justin Trudeau is doing, the Conservatives can do better. Throw all that away. And what do you have with their actual policy proposals? It's a steaming pile of duty. It's add profit motives to a bunch of things that don't need profit motives. Add a bunch of middlemen. Get rid of historically successful and important lifeline the Canadian people have depended on for decades, aka our medical healthcare system. Start making reforms on that. Got to make big cuts. Well, anyway, he usually gets a free pass from the media when he's spouting his bullshit. Look what happens when he gets a little pushback. Oh, reforms. Just, everything's going to get better, guys. Don't you love it? Reform. But no, watch what happens when he receives just a little bit of scrutiny. Kissing Gonzo, 100% correct. 100% correct. Let's see some of that white collar crime, Let's see a drug bust on Wall Street sidewalks, right? Little frisk and pat and frisk, right? Some coked out Wall Street guys like coming down the sidewalk, right? It's fucking padded up by the cops. Anyway. Watch this. Watch what happens when the conservative Pierre Poilievre receives just a little bit of pushback from critical media. Watch what he starts accusing liberal media of oh, you're fake news and you just hate us and you're biased and all that shit. It's just so pathetic. The same fucking story, folks. We can't fall for this. Really, what's scary? Young people my age and younger, are looking at this guy like he's some kind of, he's going to really make our lives better somehow. Look past the bullshit, I beg you.
And ensure that your work actually pays. Trudeau's priority is corruption. That's how $60 million were wasted on a Arrive scam. As conservatives, our priorities.
So during COVID, there was an application called Arrive Can that basically you had to complete this huge checklist and give it a bunch of personal data and vaccination data so that you could fly. So my wife and I had to do this several times. We had to use the app. It wasn't perfect, but it worked pretty much the way it should. The problem is that it was really strict. If you landed and you did not have your Arrive Can stuff ready to go, there was a good chance your ass was going to get kicked right back onto another plane, kicked the fuck out of there. If you couldn't get, because there were people like desperately trying to like get their information in there, So it's not like it was like Nazi style, But like if you couldn't get your shit together for one reason or another, and you could not finish the approval process of the Arrive Can during COVID, which like I said, proved your vaccination status and all that. You were not allowed to enter the country. So neoliberals, of course, it's bunch of money wasted. Justin, I'm not forgiving Justin Trudeau here. But $8 million, $12 million to make this cell phone app to do this. And, I don't know, that kind of makes a little bit of sense. It's going to cost several $1 million, not just to make the app and make it stable, but also the back end, because, we're talking hundreds of thousands of people, potentially millions of people having to use this app. Oh yeah, Leon, NDP. On paper, NDP is like the way to go on paper. Yeah. We got ourselves a convoy, huh? You talking about me, Mrs. Granny? Yeah, am I conning? Make sure you check out my merch store, all right? Buy my shit. Become my parasocial slave and buy my fucking crap immediately. Do it, Granny. Oh, Pat King. Oh, yeah. I don't know who you're talking about, actually. Anyway, as you can see, so this is the usual bullshit we get from the Conservative Party.
These are cutting taxes and building housing.
So that's what they say. The Conservative Party is going to cut taxes. We're going to build houses. Except when you look at their policies, we're going to give a bunch of tax breaks to, big billion-dollar, company, real estate companies that are going to, turn you all into renters and do nothing about the skyrocketing price of a house. They're not going to do shit about that. Look into what they're actually proposing.
Fixing the budget and stopping crime.
Stopping crime. And that crime is a big issue in Canada that is not being addressed.
Those are the common sense priorities of the Conservative Party.
I should sell some of those. That'd be great. Does Stream Elements let me put my logo on some condoms? I would do that in a heartbeat.
And that's what we will bring home.
After 8 years, Justin Trudeau.
Right. So that's the usual paddlum that we get from Pierre there. So this is what happens when he receives just the slightest bit of pushback from a journalist.
Over $100 million in regulatory relief to the mainstream media.
We don't want to give any tax dollars to the mainstream media. Our belief is that the mainstream media and all.
Decision then, your party's decision to grant regulatory relief?
So I'll answer your question. The media that is bought and paid for, where are you from, by the way? Which outlet are you in?
There it is. Got to make sure. Oh yeah, which outlet are you with? So that I never answer another question from you ever again. You dared to push back against me in the slightest way. I'm going to make sure to add you to my list. Right. This is the reality of access journalism, right? Oh yeah. Who's you? Yeah. Okay. I'll never answer you again.
Which outlet? Which outlet?
Canadian Press.
Ah, okay, Canadian Press.
There we go.
You're talking about tax dollars for media.
There we go.
Isn't CBC your biggest? Isn't no? I can answer.
Yeah. So I'm gonna answer your question, but let me make sure I completely discredit you as an outlet, as any and just completely destroy any credibility you have. But I'm definitely going to answer your question.
You want to answer?
The party want to grant $100 million in regulatory relief to the mainstream media.
When would you like me to respond?
That's the quality of conservative that we have here in Canada. I mean, just dripping, dude.
Okay, good. Okay, great. So of course you are a tax-funded media outlet and spreading Justin Trudeau's message.
Why did you?
And so you're interrupting me again. You're interrupting me again. I am answering the question.
Do you regret granting
You were interrupting me while I'm smearing you.
$100 million in regulatory relief to the mainstream media, including
Your question is
Bell?
false. So if you can allow me to correct your falsehoods,
Fake news.
then we can answer the question.
Your question is false. I only want to answer the questions that I like.
Directly. So, false. Canadian conservatives do not believe in giving tax dollars to media outlets. That's Justin Trudeau. That's Justin Trudeau. That's Justin Trudeau. Okay, if you
there are loads of Canadians that absolutely understand the value of a publicly funded news and information outlet. What a canard, what a lie, dude. There's all kinds of Canadians that absolutely love publicly funded media.
If you don't want me to answer the question, I'll move on to someone else. You're a tax-funded mouthpiece to the PMO. That's the reality. So
question answered. You committed.
I'm trying to. I'm trying to, but you're heckling.
But every
Are
word
you
that comes
going
out
to
of
let
his
me
mouth
answer
is
the
a
question,
smear.
or are you just going to heckle on behalf of Justin Trudeau? Which is it?
I would love the answer.
Great. So our party does not support tax dollars for media outlets, because that's when we end up with biased media like you, who come here and articulate the PMO talking points rather than delivering real news to the Canadian people. Justin Trudeau gave Bell Media and other media tax dollars supposedly to protect media jobs. And then what happened? They all got laid off. So that the supposed justification for giving Bell all this money was that it was going to save media jobs. Well, they all got fired. So I guess that wasn't the real reason for giving tax dollars to the media. The real reason was for him to buy support from the media, which is what he actually did. So we believe that media should be driven by readership, viewership, and listenership, and that's what allows it to represent the Canadian people rather than taking marching orders from the PMO.
There you go. So that's what conservatives under a little bit of pressure looks like here in Canada. This is just 50 seconds. Here's a little one here.
La vérificatrice générale ne mentionne nulle part dans son rapport qu'il y a eu de la corruption.
No, the Auditor General does not say anywhere in her report that there was corruption. She does not use the word corruption, but you have used that word. I'll give you an example.
Mais ça, la vérificatrice générale ne va pas jusqu'à dire que c'est de la
So Pierre does this really, really well. Like I said, he'll blow things way out of proportion. He'll take transparency reports released by the Justin Trudeau administration and come out and say, oh, it's evidence, from this bit of evidence that, this is clearly the most corrupt administration in history. Like I said, blowing things way out of proportion. He does this quite a bit.
General did not go so far as to say it was corruption. Well, first of all,
yeah, okay.
First of all, they said it would cost $80,000, but it cost $60 million, 750 times more. 75% of contractors have provided. There's no evidence that they actually did any work. So when you pay money to people for nothing, is that not corruption? Well, if there was actual corruption, why didn't the Auditor General say so?
Oh, well, because Justin Trudeau picked him, just because everyone's biased. Everyone's on Justin Trudeau's side. Next up, he was asked how he's going to have his government do their own IT work when he's planning on cuts. So this is a funny question. So just like the Conservatives want to, everything's going to get better. They say that they're going to do these cuts. And I guess the implication is that that money is going to somehow get put back into your pocket. But that's not what happens. That's not what happened. All of a sudden your taxes are going to go down, or no, your taxes are either going to stay the same or even go up, because now it's got to pay for all kinds of new stuff. Okay. Cutting shit doesn't work. Cutting shit doesn't work when it comes to just making things better. Reform, like a real legitimate transparency and reform. Okay, this is wasteful. We don't need to spend money on this. We don't need to spend money on that. Save money upgrading this. Yeah, Jennifer, I'm not taking people seriously that say Justin Trudeau is a communist. That's literally absurd. Okay, so stop, making yourself look foolish if you want to be taken seriously.
Service should be able to do more of its own IT work, and if that's the case,
so I guess that's what he said, is that politicians are going to have to do more of their own IT work. Honey, oh honey, really? I'm in IT, okay? I can tell you, slick motherfucking penis impersonators like Pierre over here don't know the first thing about how to fix their goddamn computer, okay? And because what would result in them trying to find a third party IT, private IT company. Oh, look at that Conservative Party member has an investment in that company. That's what they want. The classic conservative technique of make government worse and then point to it and say, you see, government's worse. You see, government's gotten even worse after they've made it worse. And then what's their solution? Make it worse, right? But of course they say, oh, well, you see, it's such a waste of money. No one's really it's not really helping anybody, with the implication that money is somehow going to go back into your pocket. And why does he do it? Why? Because he's got rich friends. Justin Trudeau's got a lot of rich friends too. It's a big rot.
Service should be able to do more of its own IT work, and if that's the case, when you're Prime Minister, how will you make that happen, given that you're looking at cuts?
What a joke.
The answer is yes, and we'll make it happen because we're going to cut back on the outside consultants. So these two things are not in opposition. They are in concurrence. We want to cut back on outside consultants.
Oh, because you're going to hire more IT guys. You're going to hire more government. So you're going to hire more government people. Oh, no. We're cut. We're not going to hire anybody. So we're fucked. So, if your computer breaks, you're fucked.
Because public servants do the work more accountably, and they do it more affordably.
All right. I mean, if that's what he's saying, yeah, we're gonna cut expensive contractors and replace them with government workers. All right, whatever.
We know that because public servants don't cost $1,090 a day. They cost significantly less than that. So we're going to save money by reversing Trudeau's doubling of outside consulting fees. Thank you.
Sure. I mean, and like I said, that's a real stat. I don't like to hear that. That's inefficient. When a company is hiring a shitload of contractors and they're doing it, and it's more expensive than just hiring a real engineer and, real employees, that tells you that they are failing. They're failing to hire properly. They're failing to plan properly, and they're making up for that. And they're taking a hit out of their profits to do that. It shows it's bad business. And yeah, no, the neoliberals, absolutely need to step it up. They do, and it's not just a messaging problem, Justin. Last little clip here from Pierre. No. Okay, no, 2 more clips. These are good.
Kind of work. So wouldn't you need to train them, and wouldn't that cost money,
Like
sir?
Phoenix.
That didn't go so well.
Yeah, there were contractors involved in Phoenix as well.
Sir, I'd like to understand what you will do when you are Prime Minister, sir. The Auditor General found that the civil service didn't have these skills.
Why is it the public service doesn't have these skills? It's insane. We've increased the size of the public service by...
Fuck, dude, I'll work for the Canadian government doing IT. That'd be a lot of fun. It'd be nothing but official, boring ass Windows laptops. Every solution would be I'd be formatting your laptop. That'd be the easiest fucking IT job in the world, dude. Oh, that'd be fun. I should look into this.
50%
pay is going to
under
be
Justin
terrible.
Trudeau. And none of those 100,000 extra people have the skills to design an app that a couple of IT workers separately and as a joke designed in a single weekend.
So this is a lie. He's saying, some idiots on the internet made a fucking mock-up, made an app mock-up of ArriveCan, and we're like, oh, see, look, they made the whole thing. Bitch, they didn't build the whole infrastructure. They didn't build the whole back end to it. They built a fucking interface and a single form, couple buttons, couple interactive buttons, move some logos around. He's all like, what, we can't hire some, so this is what he's talking about, these public consultants that he wants to fire? Yeah, dumbass, you can't get your IT guy to fucking build an app, an ArriveCan app, feeding, a database app feeding hundreds of thousands of users. Are you fucking crazy? Wow, this guy knows fucking nothing. He knows nothing about what he's talking about, dude. This is raw ignorance.
How is it possible that a couple of guys got a stack of pizza boxes and a case of beer
Holy
and
shit,
as
they
a
didn't.
joke redesigned the ArriveCan app from scratch in a weekend?
Honey.
And yet the 100,000 public servants Trudeau hired cannot do the very same thing. That points to the fact that he is an incompetent prime minister who is...
Yeah. Look, I'm not saying it wasn't as efficient as it could have been. It does sound like there was a lot of money wasted. At the same time, what ArriveCan did, you're going to need a big team. And they did it quickly, too. That shit came out months. Like the lockdown was happening. We needed a solution. Traveling restrictions were being lifted. We needed to check vaccines and make sure we weren't spreading the virus. This is all pre-vaccine, by the way, jackasses that want to be doubtful. Oh, yeah, you see, my liberties. Bitch, I could have died. Anyone could have died. I'm ordering pizza, and I'm spraying it with disinfectant. I don't know what's going on. Right? And, ArriveCan, you're going to need a big team for that. You're going to have to spend a lot of money for that. All right, 5th and final question.
Auditor General on the issue of the police investigation. She says in the report that the parts that are already under internal investigation, either by the CBSA or the RCMP, she didn't want to interfere in that, so she didn't go down that road. Are you concerned that that's missing from today's report?
I am, yes, very much so. And that might be one of the reasons why the Auditor General didn't use the same language as I did, is because certain parts of the scandal are not covered in this audit. We need the police to get to the bottom of it. I know that there are certain parts of this that are already under police investigation.
I want to see it too. Yeah,
and
sure.
We want the truth to come out, and we want the police's findings to be complete and public, so that Canadians know about all the corruption and mismanagement in the Trudeau government.
So when that report is released and there's no wrongdoing, who do you think is not going to be talking about that? Who's going to? Oh yeah, that doesn't really help my politics. There probably wasn't anything illegal. It was all, console. It's not illegal for the government to waste money. Okay. It's not even that scandalous. But there you go. That's the end of my Pierre Poilievre coverage. But hey, we got Leon over here looking up the NDP. This is actually refreshing. to see the NDP, who is in a partnership, not an official coalition, not an official parliamentary. They're not official. It's not official. It's complicated. Okay. But basically, the NDP, if they wanted to, could trigger an early election. I think if they did a total vote of no confidence. But anyway, the big criticism with NDP for the last couple of years has been, hey, when are you going to stand up to this corruption of the, Justin Trudeau government? Grocery prices out of control, oil prices out of control. What's the response from Justin Trudeau over here? Oh, we're actually doing a great job. You just don't know it. Things are actually really great right now. You just don't know it. Housing prices through the goddamn roof. And it's not fair to say it's all the Liberals' fault. It's not fair to say that, but it's fair to say that the Liberals have done a piss poor job of, telling people why that is, but also implementing solutions that are doable, that could ease some of that pain, right? Where is the punishment on Loblaws and all the other corporate grocery oligarchs? Where's the punishment for victimizing the Canadian people during a time of high inflation? They decide now's the time to crank it up even higher. Where's the watchdog group going after shrinkflation? That's theft. It's theft. They're stealing from us. Okay? Stealing from you. Where's the watchdog group on that? And of course, oil company. No one even talks about the oil companies because it's just assumed that the oil companies can do whatever the hell they want because of the connections to the Justin Trudeau government. So the NDP doesn't even bring up oil. They just focus on housing and grocery. But thank God, NDP finally throwing some heat towards the Liberals. Let's hear what Jagmeet has to say.
You said last week that just because the deal is broken doesn't mean you're going to let the government fall. You might still support them. So then you would be in the position of getting even less from the government. Because the deal's broken.
So he's in a tough position though, because if triggering an early election, the Conservatives could win, and then NDP looks like a piece of shit. No one's going to be happy with the NDP. So it's this game they have to play of staying real, keeping it real with their constituency, because people like me, they want to see a real contrast to the Liberals. They want to see the NDP take that risk, right? Hold them to account. Do what the right wing does, and hold their party to account, hold them basically hostage to say, look, we're going to leverage our power and we'll burn this whole motherfucker down if you don't give us what we want. That's what NDP supporters want to see. And it's this game that they have to play, because once they pull that trigger, there really isn't any going back, right? There's no, you're now in an adversarial relationship with the Liberals. And now instead of fighting conservatives, you're now fighting the conservative neoliberal party, the very corporatist conservative neoliberal party, and the hardcore conservatives. And it's this game that he has to play. So it's very difficult at the same time. So what I'm trying to say is that it takes a little bit of bravery for this party organization to come out and say, okay, we're gonna be more critical. We're gonna say we're gonna leverage our power. So it does take a little bit of bravery to do that. Okay, folks.
The government. Because the deal's broken, you're not getting pharmacare, but then even though you're not getting pharmacare, you're still supporting the government. I just don't understand how that works. How does this not lead to an election if you don't have a deal by March 1st?
Right. They drop pharmacare.
There's lots of alternatives, and I'm not going to get into the details here, but I can tell you, generally speaking, there's lots of things that the Liberals look to us based on what we've negotiated. And those things will no longer be on the table. We will no longer support passage of bills. We will no longer speed up the passage of bills.
That's huge.
We're not like the Conservatives and preemptively going to determine how we're voting on a budget that we've not seen. So we're not going to say that today. We'll look at the budget. We'll make an assessment if it's something we'll support or not. But what happens if they break the agreement? Then there is no agreement in place. Then we are not entitled. We are not in any way required to continue to provide any support if they break their side of the agreement.
But does it not undermine your ability to threaten this government by saying, hey, we're not really going to threaten you to call an election or to go for an election?
Everything's on the table. If the agreement's not in place,
everything's on the table.
We're saying that none of our votes should be taken for granted. The agreement will be broken. If they break the agreement, they walk away from the agreement, there is nothing that they can expect from us then. We will negotiate. We'll negotiate every vote at a time. We're not like the Conservatives to presuppose and say we're going to vote against everything. We will make our determination based on each vote that comes before us.
That's right.
But with the agreement, we had in
But I wanna
place
hear-
a certain understanding that there would be votes would go a certain way. That will no longer happen.
So boom, right? I mean, that ending, that last 5 seconds is actually the most important part right there. One more time.
We had in place a certain understanding that there would be votes would go a certain way. That will no longer happen.
So right there, he's saying there was an agreement, we were, that votes were going to go a certain way. That has been breached because the Liberals dropped pharmacare from, I guess there was some bill or something, and, they're no longer wanting to do that. That was a big part of what the NDP wanted. They wanted dental care and pharmacare to be added to our universal health care program, right? So with dental, we got just kids. Not every adult gets it, so there's still a lot of private dental stuff happening. So that's, that was a compromise. But now the Liberals want to drop this all together. And the NDP, who, to answer Seismic's question here, the NDP is a more left liberal party to the left of the Liberals. NDP share of government. Let's see here. Anyway, I'm diverging here, but basically the NDP is to the left of the Liberals. They are the third most popular party in Canada right now. With that said, the Conservatives right now are defeating the Liberals in the polls, and NDP really hasn't changed much. And that's a big problem because people are going, I don't like Trudeau. I don't like the left government. I'm going to try conservative. And what they should be doing is I want a real lefty. I want, because they're going, well, I'm going to try conservatism instead of going, well, this isn't even real leftism. And I want to try real leftism. Right. And that's, closer to what the NDP wants to achieve. Funny that this is in Canada sub, which is literally like our Trumpism. It's like our MAGA of Canada Reddit. All right. Last one, I promise. Last Canadian news bit. And this is a more interesting one. I won't have to talk over it too much. It's tragic and devastating, actually. It has to do with climate change. But some researchers, who measure the snow and how much snow is, on the mountains and what's happening there. They're raising the alarm. What they're seeing is extremely low snow. So this is going to mean a very dry, season up ahead. There's going to be less snow melt. And that is going to result in likely more fires. And of course, Vancouver and Canada, we just had historically one of the worst wildfire seasons. And that was happening across Canada. I don't think it was just in the BC, British Columbia area, but maybe it was. I can't quite remember. But historically bad wildfire season, and it looks like it's, next season is going to be maybe even just as bad or maybe even worse.
Me as I get a first-hand look at the lack of snow on BC's mountains. We normally tell stories about drought by looking at maps and graphics, so I was really excited to hop in a chopper and check it out myself. Video
fake
producer
news,
Dylan
buddy. Come
Hodgin
on.
is behind the camera. These are the North Shore Mountains.
Well,
There's not much snow. That's gross, tough
George
to
Soros.
ski, and whatever cover there is here is patchy. This is a big deal. Snow provides drinking water in the summer and protects against forest fires. These guys are the snow experts, Peter Marshall and Quentin Chu. They work with Metro Vancouver Water Services. Time to land. First stop, Palisade Lake. It spills into reservoirs that provide drinking water to Vancouver.
Come to Canada.
To get to
It's
the weather
gorgeous.
station, we gotta climb. Check out this scale. It has sensors to weigh snow. Pretty sure that's 0 kilos.
Oh man! So this is a sensor meant to measure snow. This is supposed to be covered in snow and giving us readings. Yikes, dog! Yikes! This was put in a place strategically where there should be a lot of snow. Okay, so it's not like they built this in a place where there shouldn't be snow.
Chu measures what little snow there is. Normally, there would be 2 meters here. Not even close. Up we go again.
Hey, Lindsay.
You want to say something for TikTok?
Flying higher now, and look what we find.
Cuts her off, doesn't say anything.
Snow. Still, the measurements Marshall and Shu take show this is about a third of what would normally be here. One more stop, and wow, this is Disappointment Lake.
Put some
The
snow
view
on
is
it.
anything but disappointing. The team finds the same thing here, not enough snow. It's similar right across the province, and so households could be looking at water restrictions in the summer. Now, there are still a couple of months left in winter, and more snow could fall, but it's unlikely to reach normal levels.
It's like fun.
As beautiful as my trip to the mountains was, it's a bit scary. A warning that we could be in for a dangerously dry summer.
Yeah, we absolutely are going to be in for a dangerously dry summer. And, you know, real quick, my worry about climate change is that because, you know, we're going to be spending a lot of money trying to fix this, and the changes it doesn't happen overnight. The momentum from the damage is already pushing forward. So there's going to be like a decade's worth of, you know, sacrifice or more that we're going to have to make, where things are actually going to be getting worse and worse. And everyone's going to be like, oh, well, you know, I got paper straws and, you know, they got to pay more taxes and yada, yada, nothing's getting better. And the right wingers are going to take advantage of that. You know, the oligarchy that, you know, benefits from polluting is going to take advantage of that to say, hey, none of this is working. Just embrace nihilism. You know, let us fuck the planet because it's going to be like this anyway. Anyway, all right. So that is the end of our Canada news. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Okay. Shut up. Canada news is interesting too, guys. Like the only Canada news anyone has in the United States is what they get off South Park, for God's sakes. Moving on to a little bit of just one story out of China here, which is rather frightening indeed. But I hear on Reddit, some of the comments section, you know, people are saying, okay, is this it? Is this World War III? And people are pointing out, well, this has happened in the past. So what happened? Unfortunately, 2 Chinese fishermen drowned after chase with Taiwan's Coast Guard, which alleges trespassing. So, you know, tragic story. Unfortunately, these 2 individuals drowned, but it looks like they were trespassing in Taiwanese waters, maybe fishing. They were, you know, getting chased down by the Taiwanese Coast Guard. Looks like something tragic happened here. Let's read up. Let's get some tunage. 2 Chinese fishermen have drowned while being chased by Taiwan's Coast Guard off the coast of Taiwan's Kinmen Archipelago. The Coast Guard said on Wednesday while accusing them of trespassing. The deaths are unusual despite the level of Chinese activity in the waters near Kinmen, which is closer to China than it is to Taiwan's main island. China claims all of Taiwan as part of its territory, you know, and this is, you know, honestly, this won't go away until there's like a major economic disaster in China or something, where this is like, because I think they feel emboldened, they feel strong and powerful enough to challenge these international borders. I mean, how long can that economy last on lies? It's a total lie. It's a complete lie, that Chinese economy. Anyway, China's Taiwan Affairs Office strongly condemned the deaths and called for an investigation, saying, quote, such a malicious event during the Spring Festival seriously hurts the feelings of compatriots on both sides of the Taiwan Strait. Both Taiwan and Taiwan are celebrating the Lunar New Year holiday. Is it the year of the rat? What year is it? The statement accused the ruling Democratic Progressive Party in Taiwan of using, quote, all sorts of excuses to forcibly inspect Chinese fishing vessels and using violent and dangerous methods towards Chinese fishermen. Yeah, well, they wouldn't be doing that if you weren't intentionally trespassing in their territory. It's almost like a form of settler colonialism, you know? Like, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Huh? This is ours. We can do this. Then you push back on them. You push back. What are the other 2 tabs? Pornography. An unnamed Chinese vessel has been sailing about 1 nautical mile off the coast of an inlet of Kinmen Island. Taiwan's Coast Guard administration said in a statement the Chinese vessel attempted to flee but capsized. Yeah, so they were leaving in a panic, and you know, hit some rough water and tipped over. 4 fishermen fell into the water and 2 survived and are in good shape, while resuscitation efforts for the other 2 failed. It's quite tragic. The vice captain of the Coast Guard in Kinmen, Chen Jane-Wen, told a local TV channel. The Coast Guard said the case has been reported to the Kinmen prosecutor's office and the fishermen's families were being contacted via official channels. Yada yada. Everyone's sad. Contact the other side of the Coast Guard, promptly let them know. Anyway, the real story is, is China going to use this as premeditation to escalate into something larger? I think right now, no, that's not the case. China is probably going to want a better, excuse. Like, this isn't even the Gulf of Tonkin. This isn't probably good enough to do it. But, so we got this guy here. Oh dear, could this be how it starts? No, there have been accidents involving fighter jets between China and the U.S., which led to nothing. The war will only start when China thinks they have the necessary pretext, and that means to win the war. And the means to win the war. And they don't really have either. They don't really have a good pretext, and they honestly... Like, the Chinese military, I'm sure, is a fierce military and can kick a whole lot of butt. But it's not battle-hardened. There's no, China needs to get entangled in a foreign war, really, to see how their army, to see how their training, to see how their technology actually functions. It's all theoretical, They think they are the, Jackie Chan badasses of the world, right? Oh, you better watch out. There's a big difference between talking shit in a simulator and simulating war and being on the front lines. Hell, if China really wanted to test their mettle, they should help out Ukraine. Wouldn't that be something? China just says, fuck it, starts helping out Ukraine. Fuck this shit. We're done. Putin would be betrayed. Scandal. Scandal. All right, folks, here's a juicy one. We're moving on to El Salvador. El Space Salvador, right? I don't know. Probably. Who cares? I care. So... The theme of my coverage for today with El Salvador is be careful what you wish for. Because look, there was an emergency in El Salvador. The crime was legitimate and it was completely out of control. That was undeniable. It was a full-blown emergency. And drastic measures needed to be taken. But all the usual hallmarks are there, right? He implemented this policy as an emergency, and the emergency has been extended, right? Seemingly indefinitely. Every month it's extended with all these emergency powers, right? Where he gets to, cede, you basically don't have human rights, right? You temporarily disable your human rights. You could be scooped up by the government, thrown into a cell for... You looked at me crossways, for literally any reason. Of course, there's lots of innocent people, lots of young people. Apparently some of these, in some of these cells, we are seeing 15-year-old teenagers mixing with 30-year-olds. And yeah, right now, thank goodness, the people of El Salvador, the innocent people of El Salvador, are enjoying some peace on the streets. The real question is at what cost? And really, what does the left have to say about this? Is the left response, well, this, is there no way for lefties to do something like this, but with more checks and balances, with more transparency? The left needs a proper response for this, not just like, oh, this is so bad. What about the human rights? And let's just focus on the removal of liberty, but let's not focus as much on the nuts and bolts results. It worked. Murder rate has dropped 80% or more. It worked. So I honestly do believe that the left needs to say, yeah, no, because they want to avoid looking like Stalin. They want to avoid looking like Mao. And I totally understand that. But when there's an emergency situation like this, what is the left's response for gang violence that has gotten completely out of control. The brutality of these gangs is there's things that I literally, if I described to you, I'd be banned off Twitch. The things that they did to human beings, the things that these cartels did to children. You know, some of these people in here are exactly where they belong, in a cage. Okay. With that said, a young impressionable 13-year-old kid with a stupid little gang tattoo that he put on his body, does he deserve to be thrown into that cage with that monster? No. Okay, what's the process of getting him out? My tattoo is stupid. It's a clown. See, I'm part of the clowns now. See? But no, like, what's the process for getting him out? All right, is that kid's case, is that 13-year-old's case being investigated? Okay, what did you actually do? What are you actually? We run Clown Town. What crime did you actually commit, 13-year-old? And that's not happening. It's the usual authoritarian dictator shit, guys. He's not doing it any differently. He's not doing it any better. This is just the early part of it. Right? This is just the early part of authoritarianism. Oh, well, they're going after the people we don't like. Everything's great. Everything's great when he goes after the people that I don't like with impunity. No checks and balances. Everything's fine. 6 months later, I'm not liking this as much anymore now that my rights are being impugned. Impugned? But let's get into it. That's the theme of today's coverage for El Salvador, which is careful what you wish for, right wing.
A late-night visit in the heart of El Salvador.
Impunged?
Telemundo cameras are given rare access to Latin America's largest prison. Inside this mega prison, you'll find some of El Salvador's most dangerous gang members.
Looks like a nice guy, doesn't he?
At this mega prison, you'll find some of it.
Looks like a real I can't wait to get out there and pay my taxes kind of guy, huh? And the left, if all the left is doing is going, well, what about his human rights? What about his liberty? It's like, yo, we need checks and balances. And that means, like, if you get out there and you immediately start gangbanging and, like, you're immediately out on the street, immediately cavorting, the government should have a right to, like, bring you back in and say, well, okay, we gave you a chance. And you didn't go try to find a job at the grocery store. You immediately went back to the corner, started hanging out with the same guys and started slanging and banging again. So what's the left response for that kind of recidivism, right? It's like, well, his human rights need to be respected. Well, what about the human rights of the people that he is victimizing? And the left needs a response to that. Because that's a real dynamic. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about socialism when homie's knocking down my door, fill in the blank. Welcome back, comrade, I think. Pretty sure you're still on my shit list.
El Salvador's most dangerous gang members.
Damn, dude. I'm so sorry. I don't know what I did to this guy, but fuck, dude, that stare is burning into my soul.
Packed into massive cells.
My God. I mean, look at, come on, we're not going to zoom
some
in.
Of El Salvador's
that was the perfect
most
zoom
dangerous gang members packed.
That B-roll was doing a zoom right on homeboy right here. Had it up, head to toe, right on the fucking face.
Into massive cells.
He can hear you.
Towers of bunk beds and what looks like bird cages.
Buenas noches, señor presidente.
It's a source of pride for
But he's torturing these people. He is torturing these people. Like they're eating slop, like, bread and water almost, and the sleeping conditions are incredibly uncomfortable. No, there's no rape, dude. There's 24. If it's a panopticon keyboard face mash, it's a panopticon. There's no privacy. There's no violence. No one's hurting each other right now because it is like full blown authoritarianism. There is no private alone time.
It looks like bird cages.
You see, the reason why you're using those cages, you put them all in there, right? You just got guards on every side.
It's a source of pride for President Nayib Bukele that almost 2 years ago declared a war on crime. A detention center the size of...
It's like, well, that's great because we're talking about monsters, right? All of them are monsters. No. Right? You want to put a 13-year-old, 14-year-old, 15-year-old kid, got a stupid tattoo in his body. He deserves to be tortured in a goddamn, torture center.
7 football stadiums with capacity to hold 40,000 prisoners, the largest of its kind in Latin America. Known as...
Well, because, and if you're going to go after him for guilt by association, okay, well, what's the paper trail on that? How long did he spend with these people? Like, what were his associations? Where's the investigation? None of that is happening. None of that is happening.
The Center for Terrorism Confinement, it opened its doors in 2023 after the government...
And look at these tats, man. Look at these fucking tats. A lot of these guys are not innocent, okay? But, I mean, goddamn, help us all for the poor, innocent sons of bitches that get caught up in this shit. What is the system to get them out of there? There isn't one. You're just fucked.
Declared a state of emergency. The move limiting civil rights and allowing massive arrest of tens of thousands of gang members.
Right. And look, what are you going to do? Are they just going to be indefinitely imprisoned? Or are you going to give them an opportunity to laser off these tattoos? And, what's the reform? How are you going to, when do these people get to come out of there? Oh, never. We're going to lock them up, throw away the key. These are people in their 20s. You know how expensive that is? Oh, well, I guess, yeah, you're right. We should just kill them all. No, not when your dragnet is pulling up a bunch of innocent people. So are you going to give these, monsters, that's what the state needs to provide that. No, part of your release is you're going to get this shit lasered off you, dude. The gang shit. You can keep the bald eagle, okay, and Dora the Explorer, okay? You can keep that. But all the gang shit's got to go, or you're that's part of your release, right? And if you replace that with more gang shit, you put a gang tattoo over this, you're right back in there, right? At the very least, that will prevent gangs from using tattoos. It won't stop the gangs though. The only thing that stops the gangs is fixing the class economic issues. And last time I checked, dictators don't fucking care about that shit. It's fine. You can be poor. You can be a pauper. It's great.
The director says the detainees have to sleep on hard surfaces to avoid giving them mattresses that could be used to hide objects. Their diet consists of simple meals that repeat every day.
Frijol, arroz,
beans, rice,
un huevo duro en la
hard
mañana.
egg in the morning.
El menú del desayuno se repite en la cena. El almuerzo lo único que cambia.
Beans and rice. So it's beans and rice. The El Salvador version of rice and bread and water.
Un poquito de pasta y arroz.
The pasta and rice.
It's all part of the president's tough stance on crime that some say solidified his re-election over the weekend. Bukele claiming a landslide victory with more than 2/3 of the votes processed.
Landslide
the president winning 83% of those votes.
Look, and I get it. I don't think that's fake. I think that's 100% legitimate, right? I mean, the people of El Salvador were drowning. Were absolutely drowning in crime and gang violence. It was horrific. Literally things I can't describe to you were happening in El Salvador.
The government says the measures are working and the homicide rate has now dropped to 2.4%. This after just years ago.
Exacerbated by American imperialism. I don't know about caused. That kind of gives a break to human beings and their inherent ability to corrupt.
El Salvador was considered the most dangerous country in Central America.
Yeah, because these aren't Americans. These are El Salvadorians, right, that are committing these crimes against their own people.
But the massive arrests have come with criticism.
Uncle Sam
Under the
didn't do
current
that.
law, children as young as 12 can now be charged as adults. Also, mass trials can be held. And international watch groups
Trials.
say innocent people are being caught in the raids.
You bet they
Many
are.
sounding the alarm last year, calling for transparency.
We don't know if those who are being detained have committed a crime or are just there because they were tattooed and were in the wrong place at the wrong time.
And for those who end up here,
that's the
the
attitude,
director says
comrade.
there is no separation even between rival gangs,
Jesus.
all sleeping in the same large cells with no rights to visitation.
So that's fucking crazy, dude. Talk about awkward. Talk about awkward. These guys have made oaths to the death against each other, and they are forced in the same cell together. You know, they have apparently tattoos right on their face, like, I have this allegiance, I have this allegiance. And they're like right there, awkwardly. I mean, what is it? How do you even, you know, like the first couple of days, no one's talking to each other. But, you know, like, come on, man, what do you do? You're in there for months.
All sleeping in the same large cells with no rights to visitation. The dark side to the radical change that brought peace to the streets of a nation.
Guad Venegas joins us tonight from Miami. Guad, incredible.
Okay, we got more with El Salvador. We don't need the interview here.
This video reveals how
Strategy member was nice enough to put this in the chat. What we are seeing right now is, of course, propaganda on social media and on the internet all over the place about, hey, this is great. What a great instant solution to fix all the crime problems you have. Like, wow, look at this, all the murder rates down. Wow, we should emulate this. This is definitely the right way for a government to operate, with total impunity, just get to do whatever the hell you want, scoop you up off the sidewalk, black bag your ass, throw your ass in a cell. All of a sudden, now you're walking around in your fucking boxers surrounded by murderers. No trial, or you get a group trial with a bunch of other murderers. Yeah, I'm guilty, whatever. You took 5 seconds to figure it out. And, you know, we're seeing a lot of opportunists. We're seeing a lot of pro-empire propaganda saying, hey, this is the golden ticket to peace and serenity, is just let a strongman fucking black bag anybody that they don't like. That just makes your life peaceful. Just, you know, make sure you follow them rules, you son of a bitch, or you're going to be black bagged right along with them, yeah? What you gonna do about it? What? Vote your way out of it? I don't think so, bucko. You think Mr. Bukalele there is gonna be Mr. Utopian? Yeah, the good dictator. I'm seeing a lot of this kind of good dictator bullshit on the internet right now with the right wing. I got examples. Yep, you know I got examples. We're gonna get to that soon. Let's watch this video here, though. I think this is pro authoritarian propaganda, basically, is what we're looking at, which is bizarre because, like, he's not even promoting like any kind of like one single authoritarian. I mean, maybe Bukalele, right? But he's basically just promoting authoritarianism in general as a solution, which is frightening.
This video reveals how one of the world's most dangerous countries transformed into a paradise in less than 2 years. It's
paradise. See what I mean? There is a shit ton of poverty that exists in El Salvador right now. Okay, it's not by any means been fixed, quote unquote fixed. This is a great first step, though.
It's all thanks to this man. The country in question is El Salvador, which at one point in history had the highest murder rate in the entire world.
Let me know if I should ban Kem
the country, and regular people were getting killed just walking down the streets. However, that would all change after
the violence. Look up stories. Look up the stories. The violence, unbelievable in El Salvador. It really was like the live leak videos, the shit that you would see. The kind of gang violence, the gunfights that you would see, the kidnappings.
After one fateful day in March of 2022 when gangs murdered 62 people in a single day as a show of power. However, the president, Nayib Bukele, wasn't scared. Instead, that very month, he formulated a plan which would end up transforming El Salvador to what it is today. That plan included suspending some of their citizens' rights and giving the police the unilateral power to arrest anyone that they suspected of being in a gang. Over the next 2 years, more than 75,000 people were arrested off the streets and put into this huge maximum security prison. The murder rate plummeted down 90. This video revealed.
Okay. So you see what I mean? Like, just totally uncritical. Look how great this is. We implemented an incredibly harsh and anti-liberty police state, and life got so much better. It is a misreading of the situation. It is a misreading of the situation. It is, because like what we are seeing is a dictator taking advantage of a situation. I hope I'm wrong about this character. This guy, maybe he really means it, and he's going to lift up he's going to give back all these special powers, and, you know, and he's going to allow a democracy to flourish, and he's going to let people vote. I have my doubts, though. I have my doubts. You think a flourishing democracy is gonna come from a guy who has had such success being a total full-blown authoritarian? What did he say, comrade? I got a 13-minute documentary we're gonna watch here that gets into some of these stories from people that are being victimized by this empire, or this burgeoning empire, this new, dictatorship. And, do you think Uncle Sam will be totally down for this? I bet you he's already receiving envoys in private and stuff from government officials, and there's probably already lots of talk to legitimize him. And ooh, we can start really exploiting El Salvador now, guys. Oh, great. All right. The West over here licking their chops. He said that Ukraine banned photographing cemeteries because it exposed the location of Ukrainian troops. Banned photographing. I'm not even joking. Are you talking about the guy who said something in Russian earlier? Whatever. I don't give a shit. So yeah, here we go. This is a full documentary. Kind of explaining from both sides, showing, the success of this, the people that are relieved for the first time in years, they can enjoy their house. They can, because they're living like right there in the city, they got the city street right next to them. So they're living outside, and they don't have to worry about, getting mugged or getting shot at, or, God knows what the hell's going on. So, seeing that part, and then also seeing the people that are like, yeah, my daughter, wasn't really associated with these people, but she got caught up in this, and then she got disappeared by the government, and there's no recourse. There's no one to call. There's no transparency. There's no checks and balances. There's no real investigation about, okay, what crime did she actually commit? Is it even a crime of association? Anything. She's just caught up in this dragnet, and they're doing like what we heard before. They're doing mass trials. So you get thrown up there like with 50 other people, who knows how many people, and you're like, yep, you're all guilty. It's not real justice. It's not real justice. Greetings from south of Boston. It's your boy, Lenny. Make sure you like and subscribe to Lenny. Great Twitch channel. He's blowing up. He's taking over Twitch. He's the next PewDiePie. Make sure you like and subscribe, folks. Oh, it's fine, Lenny. We all know you have a life. All right, let's watch this. This is really something else. It's a really kind of in-depth look. 13, 14 minutes, folks. We're keeping it snappy. Then we're moving on.
This is La Campanera.
I want to go. I want to go to El Salvador.
It used to be one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in the most dangerous city in one of the most dangerous countries in the world, El Salvador. El Salvador has been known as the murder capital of the world. Just to get an idea, in 2015, the murder rate in El Salvador was higher than any country on earth, and more than 20 times higher than the US. But right now, La Campanera feels downright safe, in large part due to a big police presence.
En apenas 3 años le hemos cumplido el sueño al país de pasar de ser el país
good, guys.
de los
Everything's
países más
better
peligrosos
now.
del mundo a ser uno de los países más seguros de la región.
Gang-related murders in El Salvador have plummeted to their lowest levels this century, and almost every person attributes it to this man. El Salvador's Nayib Bukele. Since coming to power, his tactics have led to the arrest of a higher percentage of its population than any country in the world, 75,000 people and counting.
Ya no somos los maras o las maras o los grupos delincuenciales o el país de los muertos, sino que ahora somos El Salvador.
Look at ripples.
Este país que ha logrado un milagro total.
Most citizens in El Salvador love Bukele, with his approval rating reaching as high as 92%, and the envy of almost every other Latin American leader, who are now starting to emulate his policies.
Creo que ya está generando mucha esperanza. Cualquier estado tiene capacidad de derrotar al crimen organizado, que es el principal enemigo de millones de latinoamericanos.
But for some, that miracle comes with a steep cost.
Damn, dude.
Civil liberties.
God damn, dude. Look at some of these guys, man. You know what I mean?
Miracle
like,
comes
is it really?
With a steep.
Is it really? So the left just says, well, this guy has inalienable human rights, and he should do his time. And there's just let him back out with no, you know. I mean, you might as well have a tattoo that says I want to go out and murder folks. You know, like it says like I am a danger to society is basically what it's saying. These tattoos, and they put it right on their face. Is it really is it really too much? Is it really against human rights to say if you want to enter, you've committed a crime, maybe even just the crime of association, hanging out with these murderers, but you've committed that crime. If you want to come back out into public life, you have to remove the gang tattoos, which, you know, would be, I guess, almost all of them, right? I don't know, man. I mean, what do you do? What do you do about young people that, from their birth, raised in violence, steeped in violence, you know, who you let them out, they have the intention to get right back into it. Why did Vosh sued me, Soviet. I got a lawsuit from Bosch. He said, "You're biting my style, you're copying me." And I said, "How can I be copying you? I'm not guilty of downloading lolicon pedophile material and horse porn yet." But, you know, I just I wanted to avoid the trouble, so I just shaved it off, you know, for Vosh. Motherfucker tried to sue me. I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like there needs to be some better left responses to people that are overtly proud of their criminal associations with no, like, there needs to be some benefit for this guy, though, to, you know, what's the benefit if he, you know, says, fuck the gangs? Well, he loses his whole family, right? He probably doesn't have a mother and a father, you know, his whole family is probably this gang. So what is the government going to do for him, you know, when he abandons this gang? What's the government going to do? Thank you, Lenny. You know, and that's a problem, right? Because there's no support, right? You give up your family, then what do you got? No one, you know, you got all the, you know, everyone hates you because you used to be a gangbanger, and the gangbangers hate you because now you're a busta. That's a technical term. So it's a very complicated situation. I think the left does, you know, the left is capable of having solutions for this guy that says, no, like, it's a multi-stage, 20-stage program that we're going to get you started on in prison, so that by the time you're getting out of prison, you have job prospects, you have some kind of future, You know, you have some kind of safety net to fall back on that isn't this, you know, group of hoodlums that you were raised by. And of course, the right says, "Oh, fuck you. Who cares? You're scum. You're scum for life, and it'd be easier just to kill you. It'd be easier just to throw you in a pit forever." And then that's the solution, right? That's what the right says. And if the left doesn't have a real response, a real legitimate response to people like this, that's going to be the response, which is just the right is going to be running that narrative, right, with their solutions. And as a person on the left, I would like to avoid that, because I don't think the right-wing solution of hardcore barbarism is really the way, a sustainable solution. Especially when innocent people are getting caught up, dude. Could you imagine? You get a little tattoo because your brother or something, right? And like all of a sudden now you're hanging out with fucking Freak Show over here. Ride or die Freak Show, right? Yeah, I drink blood. Yeah, I know you do, dude. You want some blood? I got blood over here. I gave you some blood. I mean, I couldn't imagine being an innocent person caught up in this dragnet. What would that turn you into? It'd turn you into a goddamn criminal for your own survival. Anyway, let's get to it.
Cost. Civil liberties.
Hay una captura masiva de pandilleros y presuntos pandilleros.
This guy, I'm sorry, but this guy wants to take you out to a nice dinner. I feel like he's hitting on the camera.
Hay una captura masiva de pandilleros y presuntos pandilleros.
Soviet,
y
you might be right.
hay luego un intercambio, digamos, de esas capturas a partir de la entrega de las libertades.
Antes le teníamos a las pandillas, pero ahora le tememos a la autoridad y eso no tendría que ser.
Yeah.
A la autoridad se le tiene que tener respeto, no miedo.
The future of El Salvador and Latin America is at a tipping point.
It was a
Does
dire
freedom
situation.
have to be the price to pay for safety?
And the left was not offering good enough solutions. You know, the elements of the left in El Salvador were being corrupted by these
In 2019,
elements.
37-year-old Nayib Bukele won El Salvador's presidential election, ending a long stretch when only two parties were able to win power.
Y sí, habrá momentos duros, habrá momentos difíciles, pero tomaremos esas decisiones con valentía. Nos toca ahora a todos tomar un poco de medicina amarga.
President Bukele didn't represent the failures and corruption of previous administrations.
Looking at food.
3 of his predecessors from El Salvador's 2 main political parties had either been arrested or indicted.
The face tattoos are a serious statement.
Solo hacemos dos distinciones. ¿Quién es buen ciudadano y quién es mal ciudadano?
I mean, come on. And this is the guy, you know, this is the guy representing the Bukele government here. We keep it very simple. Who's a good citizen? Who's a bad citizen? What? What are you talking about? That's dangerous. That's fucking dangerous, dude. Okay? Justice for human beings in a human being government is more complicated than you're a good guy or you're a bad guy. Okay? What is the plan for all these human beings, sir? You have like 80,000 human beings locked up in a concrete fucking building. What are you going to do to put them back into society? Oh, they're you know, some of them are lifers. Some of them are murderers and rapists and, you know, and they deserve to be in there for life. Okay. Are you investigating that? Are you actually getting into that? Well, who is a good citizen? Who's a bad citizen? And how are you figuring that out? Their tattoos, their choice of tattoos? Not good enough, dude. That's not good enough, man. When Trump called them MS-13 Mexican gang, I mean, Soviet, I mean, there's a lot of similarities. Like, you would really, you know, I'm not trying to give Trump a pass here. I feel like that's a mistake that I could make. So maybe I'm trying to preemptively give myself a break. But, yeah, no, if we want to criticize Trump, we should probably criticize him for his overt calls to be an American dictator. That's probably the one I would pick. But anyway, this is really, really dangerous language. And this tells me everything right here, that the special rules are going to be permanent, the police will always have this power until the people start protesting and say, no, there's going to be limits on this. You can't just scoop us up if you don't like us. This party will start using those powers that they gave themselves to go after gangs, to go after their political opponents, right? Political parties that start to challenge them, especially if they're successful. They're going to use this police state. Oh, look who just became a bad citizen. Look who just became a bad citizen. Isn't that interesting? All these bad citizens, they all have one thing in common. They seem to be criticizing this government. Wipe out all the progressives. Dream come true. What do you mean by wipe out? Do you mean physical violence?
Y el buen ciudadano debe recibir la protección del Estado y el mal ciudadano que enfrente las consecuencias de sus decisiones.
Then, one weekend changed everything.
El sábado se convirtió en el día más violento de la historia de El Salvador.
Y en marzo del año pasado tuvimos algo que nunca habíamos vivido.
Between March 24th and 20.
Free exec, so it sounds like you are a fascist. Let me play you something really quick. Let me ask you, do you agree with this statement right here? See here. 1 second, right here.
We don't want reasonable. We don't want reasonable.
Yeah.
We want a...
So the progressives are the fascists. People like me are the fascists, right? Not this person. Not this person. Who's saying this?
Reasonable. We don't want reasonable. We want a revolution. We want a Trump revolution. We want Trump to be the dictator, to change politics forever. We don't want fucking your democracy, dude. We don't want reliable establishment GOP politics. We want Trump to come in here and metaphorically have a gun and just take them all out. Just take them all out.
Take them all out.
That's kind of what we want.
Take them all. So that's what you want. You agree with this person's sentiment? You agree with the person's statements here about what GOP voters, right wing voters really want? Do you agree with these statements? Free exec, Mr. Free Thinker. Do you agree with this person? Getting back to our documentary.
27th, 2022, 87 people were murdered in El Salvador, allegedly by gangs.
Querían demostrarle al presidente Nayib Bukele que ellos tenían el control. Nosotros decidimos.
How do you get a forehead tattoo and look less intimidating?
Querían demostrar.
This poor guy, dude. Should have just stuck to being a baker. How do you get a forehead tattoo and look less intimidating? Oh my goodness.
Mostrarle al presidente Nayib Bukele que ellos tenían el control.
Yeah, Soviet.
Nosotros decidimos que ya había llegado.
Yeah.
Que ya no podíamos seguir más.
The big Microsoft fanboy. Love Steve Ballmer. So this was after the day of violence.
Aprobado el proyecto de decreto que contienen régimen de excepción.
You don't love Trump, but you're going to destroy democracy to support him, right? Okay, buddy. All right, Mr. Free Thinker. Mr. Free Thinker hasn't found a right-wing narrative he hasn't disagreed with, but he's a free thinker. He just completely agrees with right-wing dogma guys, but he's thinking free. He's blazing his own trail. Right behind the right-wing establishment that wants him to blaze that trail.
Con ese fin de semana fatídico del 20.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and ban you because because of your overt calls for violence against the left. So I'm going to go ahead and give you the ban there. So go ahead and, cry about it. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yeah, bye-bye. Believe it or not, it's not the moral position to take to say that I would wish my political enemies would all just go away. I'd prefer a Thanos snap, but I'll take anything. It's actually not moral. It actually makes you sound like a fucking psychopath when you say shit like that. No, fake news. No, you're the real psychopath. Why? Because I want to give your grandfather single-payer health care? Is that why I'm the psychopath? Why? Because I think LGBTQ people exist. Is that why? Because I don't think that they're the bane of my existence, and I put my whole identity behind my hatred for them. That's why I'm the psychopath. Watch out! This liberal wants to give you college education. Run! It would have sounded better with the sound effect. But yeah, I'm the psychopath, guys. Yeah, I know. Gay people exist.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
25-26 es que el presidente Nayib Bukele, reunidos con su gabinete de seguridad el 26, se toma la decisión más difícil.
Algunos le han llamado plan control territorial, otros le llaman plan de estado de excepción, otros le llaman simplemente plan Bukele.
Plan Bukele was a 30-day state of emergency, but since then, it's been extended 22 times and counting. It suspended a wide range of constitutional rights, from freedom of association and assembly, to privacy and communications, to being informed of the reason for arrests.
So you don't even get to know the reason. Why? Because they don't want to even bother investigating. They have accepted that the innocent people are going to get caught up in the dragnet, right? And once they've accepted that, then sky's the limit. Sky's the limit. Oh, well, got to crack a few eggs. Some people are going to get caught up in it, but most people want this. I mean, obviously, look how successful we were in the early days. Most people want this, so we're just gonna let this happen. Guys, this is exactly how a dictatorship starts. We are literally looking at the germination, the creation. It's like watching a fucking sun form. We are watching a brutal dictatorship form right before our eyes.
Como jefe de fracción, que estoy seguro que vamos a tener los votos de todos mis compañeros el tiempo que sea necesario y todas las veces que el presidente Nayib Bukele lo solicite.
Necessary and at all times that the
a la fecha creo que el dato oficial es alrededor de 70,000 detenidos. Tuvimos que construir la cárcel más grande de América Latina.
Right. Boy, these gangbangers are the perfect boogeymen, though. Right. I wouldn't.
The new prison has a capacity of 40,000
I wouldn't want to
inmates.
run a business with those
Each
guys
cell
running
holds
around.
100 prisoners, all of it being showed off on Bukele's official X account, formerly Twitter. And other countries are taking notes.
Muchos países de Latinoamérica están pasando por ese tipo de situaciones.
Ecuador is copying not only Bukele's approach on X, but emulating his prisons as well.
Entonces, para todos los Bukele lovers, es una cárcel igualita.
Alguna gente dice que eso es un exceso. Yo lo que creo que era exceso era la cantidad de muertos. Para mí era un exceso.
It's not excessive for the guilty, for the confirmed monsters. It's not excessive. I don't think so. Beans and rice and, this kind of treatment, if you're a rapist and a murderer, unrepentant rapist and a murderer, yeah. But how do we know that? Are you investigating that? Is there transparency? Is there checks and balances? No. So it's just, trust me, bro, they're all bad. They're all bad guys. Gee, guys, I don't know, man. I feel like that has happened in the past and hasn't worked out so well. Prove me wrong, though. I don't know, dude. Kind of feels like we've kind of dealt with this a few times in history. I don't know. I'm a fucking communist liberal who just wants to have sex with animals. That's it, right? That must be it. So tired of it, dude. Can a conservative please criticize the left from any substantive, angle at all? Anything. Criticize us for anything substantive, please. Be like, oh, single payer healthcare is shit because it's, it like drains our resources. You know what I mean? Come at me with something substantive, not that, oh, because you think gay people exist. You are a diaper wearing psychopath, right?
Cantidad de niñas violadas en ElSalvador.
Only bad people play
para
video
mí era un
games.
exceso.
That is not true.
Todos
That
los
is
negocios
fake
que
news.
tenían que pagar extorsión. Para mí esos eran
I'm
los
going to get a
excesos.
Caesar salad.
And when it comes to the long-term rehabilitation plan for these prisoners, the Bukele administration does not mince words.
Un tatuaje muy común entre las pandillas es ponerse 3 puntos aquí. Uno es la cárcel, otro es el hospital y la última es la muerte. No se tatúan 4. No se tatúan la rehabilitación.
Others in El Salvador are not only critics of Bukele's harsh.
So I mean, so there you go. There's the representative of the authoritarian government saying, why would we do, why would we try to, fix these people? There's no fixing them. You know how dangerous that language is? You know how easy that is, that, for you to get caught up in that? And then all of a sudden you're in some kangaroo court situation and, your entire life destroyed. Why? Because you disagreed with the government? Who knows? Come on, man. This is so obvious. This is right in front of our face.
No se tatúan cuatro.
You think Zio do?
No se tatúan la rehabilitación.
Yeah? Maybe.
Others in El Salvador are not only
proof,
critics of Bukele's harsh tactics, but victims.
Ella es mi hija, Carla Michelle Mejía. Está detenida desde hace 19 meses a causa del régimen.
Arrested for 19
y es allí
months.
Donde me toca que luchar para demostrar la inocencia de mi hija. Lo que les digo es que siempre el régimen ha servido para que la gente se aproveche de la gente más vulnerable.
Mejia's daughter was arrested by the state for allegedly belonging to a gang. He's been fighting to get her out since, but it's taken him months to even find her in the prison system. Mejia has not seen or spoken to his daughter since the arrest.
No, see what I mean? That's horrific. He can't even have a phone conversation. What would that do? How would that hurt your initiative to remove gangs? You can listen to the conversation of a woman crying to her father that she wants to get out of prison. That's the problem, right? And that's why the left wing needs to have a response to this, because if this is the right, if this is the only way, if this is the only way to fix this problem, this is considered the only way to do it, then it's going to keep repeating itself. Right? So what is the left response to an emergency situation like Mexico? Slow, bit by bit reforms. Meanwhile, journalists get killed by the hundreds in Mexico. Yeah. I don't know, man. Is there a way to do this while protecting human rights? Is there a way to do a gang crackdown while protecting human rights? That's the question.
No pueden dar la información si no va su abogado. ¿Va la Procuraduría de Derechos Humanos? No es competencia de la Procuraduría dar esa información. Entonces, ¿a dónde vamos a acudir?
Chocolate milk.
A que nos den una información. A veces decimos, ¿estará vivo o estará muerto? Al tiempo que lleva el régimen, de tantos fallecidos que han habido, no se han pronunciado, pero ni por tan solo un fallecido del régimen.
Mejia's story isn't unique in El Salvador, and that's how nonprofits like Morvir were born. Human rights groups like Morvir and Cristasal have reported 215 deaths and thousands of abuses related to the crackdown.
Yeah.
Otro caso bien complicado.
And this is just the information that got out and was collected by citizen journalists, right? So this tells me that the problem is much more deep-seated. And if you're like, well, that's the eggs that got to be cracked to fix this problem, fuck you, dude. Like human beings are incapable of doing something like this without, so many innocent people getting caught up in the dragnet and getting caught up in this. You're kind of turning these people into criminals as well when you think about it, which is a whole other question.
Complicado es cuando llega el cadáver y militarizan el lugar de la vela.
Getting a salad and a tuna fish sandwich. Fuck your fat jokes.
No quieren que se sepan que
yes, I wanted to get a hamburger.
No han sido muertes, han sido asesinatos dentro de las cárceles, o sea, asesinatos del Estado.
Ooh, I could add French
estamos
fries.
Muy claros de toda la batería que se viene ahora en tiempo de elecciones con el tema de encarcelamiento injusto, que muertes en los penales sin fuente oficial, sino que de las mismas ONG.
Yeah, of course they're not citing official sources because you guys aren't giving us information. Oh, isn't that cute? Oh, these aren't even official sources. Oh, can we have information? No. And the information we do give you is like, oh, this is pretty selective. This leaves out a lot. Yeah, no, for security purposes, we can't give you anything. But he's going to criticize these sources because they're using the information that they have. That's really dangerous. All this is telling me, these are representatives of the Bukele government. All this is telling me is that, okay, this is not the utopian, altruistic dictator scenario here. This is classic authoritarianism.
¿Y cuáles son entonces los números oficiales de muertes en los penales salvadoreños?
Yeah, that's great. So he asks him, okay, great. Yeah, no, what's the official number then?
¿Y cuáles son entonces los números oficiales de muertes en los penales salvadoreños?
Mira, es que no lo puedes decir de esa manera.
You don't even source official sources over here. You're not legitimate. You're just some NGO coming in from the West over here. You don't know what's going on. Oh, okay, great. What's the number? Oh, I mean, come on, look over here. What are you talking about? What are we even talking about over here? I mean, come on, dude. This is a joke. This is a joke.
Es que no lo puedes decir de esa manera. En todas las cárceles alrededor del mundo se mueren prisioneros por temas de enfermedad, por temas de un sinfín. ¿Qué es lo que tenemos que evitar? Que una o alguna de esa muerte sea por manos de servidores públicos. No te puedo dar un número.
Wow. He's literally trying to make this slick. We have to remove accountability for the deaths in these harsh, brutal prisons, these gulags that we built. We can't hold our leaders accountable for the human suffering that we're creating in these disgusting dungeons, in these psychopanopticons. We can't. We need to avoid that.
¿Ya? Que enfermedad alrededor del mundo.
Inmates die in prison all around the world, right? Due to illness and various other reasons. What we need to avoid is that one or any of those deaths be at the hands of public service. So just no accountability. Hey, people die all the time, baby. Hey, why are you assuming they're dying because of bad treatment? Maybe they're dying because they got diseases and stuff. They're bad people. Bad people have diseases and stuff, and they just die.
O alguna de esa muerte.
And look at how he's delivering
sea por manos de servidores públicos.
No te puedo dar un número.
Darte un número sería alimentar a estos pordioseros de la sangre de muchos.
Giving you a number would just be feeding these panhandlers, aka governments that would criticize, aka politicians and opposing parties that would criticize this. This is literally the motherfucking standard authoritarian government we are seeing right now. And we are going to be talking about mass protests, who knows when, If Bukele was smart, he would be, he would bring up the middle class a little bit. But if he's greedy, he's going to immediately start exploiting and taking advantage of this power dynamic that's been created here.
Alimentar a estos pordioseros de la sangre de muchos ciudadanos del planeta.
We can't be held accountable because then we might lose.
No, eso no es transparencia. Eso es alimentar a estos mendigos.
The language of authoritarians. 100%.
Por eso nace Movir, para apoyar a la gente más desprotegida. Porque los familiares de las víctimas detenidas no hallaban una solución ni una luz que les iluminara a dónde ir. No estamos defendiendo.
Look at all these people. So all of these people are hardcore MS-13 gangbangers? Sure. Some of these people, right, like their mothers, are these people killed by the... I hope these people aren't marching. Okay, hold on. I'm wondering if these people are marching because these are people that were killed by the gangs and cartels. Let me watch this, make sure.
No, eso no es transparencia. Eso es alimentar a estos mendigos.
Can't have transparency, guys. That's bad. No, victims Morales del Régimen de Bukele. Yeah, so these are victims of the regime of Bukele, right? So all of these people are gangbangers. That's what I'm supposed to believe. This is all, and okay, maybe they're not. Maybe some of these people are innocent, but hell, well, that's just the cost of doing business. It's not good enough. It's especially not good enough if you're the family member being victimized here, right? Because the people that are saying, well, that's just the cost of doing business, are people that are very likely not being victimized by this government.
Eso nace mover, para apoyar a la gente.
Boo, Kelly, boo.
Porque los familiares de las víctimas detenidas no hallaban una solución,
wow, look at all these
luz
people.
Que las iluminara a dónde ir. No estamos defendiendo delincuentes.
We're
Vamos
not
a
defending
defender
criminals.
toda aquella persona que también sepamos y demostremos de que son inocentes.
Ahora, como Crisosal, sí hemos recibido hasta 3,600 personas que han sido vulneradas en sus derechos.
Crisosal released a report in 2022 in which it denounced that inmates in El Salvador had died from torture, beatings, strangulation, or lack of medical attention during the state of exception.
El hacinamiento de los centros penitenciarios, aunado con la falta de condiciones mínimas de higiene, alimentación, acceso a medicamento, todas estas condiciones hacen que los centros de penitenciarios básicamente se conviertan en unos centros de tortura sistemática de personas capturadas.
Many NGOs claim that El Salvadorans live in just as much fear today as they did before the state of emergency.
En cualquier momento puede venir una persona, sobre todo agentes de seguridad del Estado, particularmente policías, a poder realizar alguna detención sobre la base de...
And sure, no, a police state, it's all fun and games when a police state, you know, everyone's buddy-buddy. But when the police state realizes it can abuse people with impunity, police states start to abuse people with impunity. Like it just, you know, the corruption happens, you know, it's there that what once felt like a, you know, element of safety in your community now becomes an element of oppression and fear, right? It's one gang being replaced by another. If there's no checks and balances, as the authoritarian dictatorship continues to evolve, these people will become vilified and hated in the communities that they're currently policing, you know, because they will be seen as arms of the oppressor.
Nada más su voluntad o las llamadas anónimas. La seguridad no debería de ser una moneda de cambio a cambio de las libertades constitucionales de las y los salvadoreños.
Even though re-election is prohibited under the Salvadoran Constitution, the Supreme Court cleared the way for his re-election in 2024.
There it is,
Bukele
baby.
has also taken a leave of absence from the presidency to campaign.
Yo le digo, es que no vamos a ganar. Vamos con la ayuda de Dios a enterrar a Arena.
What's at stake in Bukele's second term is whether safety is sustainable in El Salvador and whether it can one day exist without the state of exception.
Naturalmente, en materia de seguridad pública, tú no puedes celebrar ni quedarte de brazos cruzados por haber logrado algo que a la luz de todos era imposible.
Ahorita que hemos resuelto el tema de la violencia, nuestra meta es resolver toda la infraestructura económica de El Salvador y convertirlo en un centro vital de la región.
Okay.
Nuestra gran apuesta es convertir a El Salvador en el Singapur de Centroamérica.
For others, the economy is secondary on their mind. As they
if he wants to continue being a dictator and enjoying the power, then yeah, building a somewhat, you know, burgeoning and strong middle class is a great way to do that. People, the amount of, you know, like dictators could get away with all kinds of bullshit if they would just give a little bit back to the middle class. People would put up with all kinds of stupid dictatorship shit, you know? You know, everyone in their house has to have a picture of the president, but everyone has single payer health care and free education in college, and you only work 30 hours a week and your retirement's taken care of. People will be like, I don't give a shit. I'm putting that picture up there. I don't care. People would put up with that. They'd love that shit. But they just don't get it. They can't help themselves. They can't help but be self-ingratiating and put that money and just, you know, it's my money. They don't need it. They start telling themselves, oh, the people don't even know what to do with it. They don't even know what to do with this wealth. Only people like me know what to do with real wealth, so they shouldn't even get it. They should be happy with what they get.
They fear the country falling further and further into the hands of an increasingly authoritarian leader. Can Bukele's popularity last if he holds on to power for much longer?
Trump sent out a fucking page, like a COVID check to everybody, and everyone, and now the lie is that he's like literally Milton Friedman, like the most, brilliant economist on the planet. Oh, his economy was so great because you got a fucking check in the mail, dude. Did you get a raise at your job? No, he sent me a couple $100.
Es que el régimen de excepción sea utilizado
Get the wealth to me so I can gamble it.
Como un
That's
arma para
you welfare
poder
queen.
acallar a las personas es muy preocupante. Que la dictadura empiece a ser más
Yeah,
sexy,
she's right.
¿no?
Yeah.
La dictadura empieza a ser más cool y sea la justificación para poder solucionar.
100% correct. Yeah. This is that early stage. People are still able to protest. People are still in, but that's not going to be happening. With a electoral result like that, 80%, which is bananas. It's going to be a lot of work by the left to make people aware of the dangers of this. But it needs to, the more entrenched this gets, the worse it's going to get for El Salvadorian liberty. With that said, I hope I'm wrong. Maybe he's the altruistic dictator that, I'm just a hater. I just don't understand crime and criminals and, maybe I'm just wrong and he's got the right idea. What's the percentage that voted for President Xi? 100%. It was 100%. Why would you not vote for Xi? He's so great. He's so great. What, you didn't vote for Xi? What's your name? What's your address? All right, folks, we're moving on to our U.S. news. It's a juicy one. This is going to be a 2-hour segment, without a doubt. We're going to be getting into, because we're going to be doing U.S. news, mass shooting news, and then we're going to be getting into our right-wing Republican news, where, you got a little preview clip of that, It's just amazing. We got right-wing chuds. I want a dictatorship. I want full-blown daddy dictator to destroy the Constitution. I'm the patriot. Somehow I get to be the patriot still. I've completely vilified gay people and LGBTQ people. And because of that, you're the psychopath. I mean, gay people have been around as long as human beings have been around. Like the moment cavemen figured out that, oh, my buddy's got a hole too. Hey, we all got holes. Let's go. First caveman discovering we all got holes. Let's go. All right. Thank you so much, Woke Patriot. Well, it's really quiet, isn't it? Thank you so much, Woke Patriot, for this first link here from Jacobin. I know Jacobin, commies, whatever. It's a great point, though. Talking about President Joe Biden and this. Now he's, this full-blown adherence of right-wing politics, right? So now, and we're seeing this on MSNBC, Morning Joe, literally talking about fentanyl pouring over into the border every single day, as if he was Rush Limbaugh. It's just the left has completely adopted the right-wing smear job on immigration. Now they're pro-wall. Now they're pro-tinfoil blankets and kidnapping kids. And, Joe Biden is seen as a real pragmatist because he introduced the most extreme right-wing legislation. He was going to sign it. Only thing that saved the whole situation was the extremism of the Republicans. So what do we have? So we have this party being attacked by fascism, and they're still trying to be bipartisan, still trying to meet fascism halfway. Okay, they knew this kind of shit was going to happen. Hi, Miles and Bird. So they knew this shit was going to happen. So instead of making themselves look good, making themselves look left, and proposing left-wing style reforms on immigration, try to treat people more humanely, they're still trying to find this bipartisanship bullshit. They're still trying to go down this route. Still. No one thinks Biden's a pragmatist. Not a single Republican were warm to him because of this. Exactly. The reason why they're doing it is because this is who they are. This is the continuation and conclusion to Obama's legacy. Started in the Obama era. Some of the most extreme treatment of illegal immigrants in history. And the neoliberals want to pat themselves on the back. Oh yeah, more people are going to vote for me for this. I almost passed something that the Heritage Fund would have celebrated. So that's that's really gonna jiggle the jimmies of the anti pro-abortion, pro single payer healthcare crowd. Oh, good. Did you hear? My president of choice is even more right wing on illegal immigration than anybody else. What a lefty. Past week saw Democrats take up Trump's hard right immigration policy as their own for campaign fodder. With the liberals' press assent? With the liberal press's assent, I see. The very xenophobia that Democrats decried as fascism has become their policy agenda. And that's exactly true. You only need to go back to the Trump era. AOC shedding crocodile tears for migrant children. She's gone completely silent since, shamefully. There are two ways you could look at what happened on Capitol Hill this week when Republicans voted down the hard right border deal attached to the White House's military aid package for Ukraine and Israel. One is the way that most of the mainstream press, Democrats in Congress, and liberal commensurate have chosen to talk about it as a textbook case of GOP irresponsibility. And that's exactly what we see on Morning Joe. Well, can you believe the Republicans? They were given everything that they wanted and inability to govern. Which, I mean, these things are true, but that's not the real story. To be fair, there's certainly something to the absurdity of Republicans demanding that harsher border measures be put into the aid package as a condition for voting for it, getting exactly what they wanted, then immediately refusing to vote for it anyway because Donald Trump told them not to give the president a win. Yeah, no, there's certainly something to that absurdity, but that's not the story. But there's also another, more depressing way to look at it, and that's the way that I look at it, because that's the way we roll around here. As a major victory for Republicans and immigration restrictionists more broadly, engineering a hard rightward lurch on the border by both Democrats and the liberal press, who have adopted not just the policies, but the rhetoric of what for 8 years they've been calling incipient fascism and white supremacy. And that's 100% correct. That's 100% correct. Like I said, Morning Joe literally repeating Rush Limbaugh style talking points every single day. And he's supposed to be representative of the left, an ex-Republican, ironically. If this holds, it will be a far bigger prize than any one single bill, and a much bigger deal than the usual Republican hypocrisy in Congress. So if you want to know more about this, unfortunately, I don't have time to read the whole Jacobin article, but I just want to, we're going to get into a few criticisms of the neoliberal Democrat Party. Because if we don't demand a better party, if we simply allow ourselves to fall into this both sides bad argument, we're never going to get better politicians. It will always be a cycle that repeats itself, and then every time it repeats itself, we get more and more mediocre people, like George Santos, like Bob Menendez. Moving on to our next story, I wanted to talk about Merrick Garland. Seeing some articles here pointing out that he's a total failure. That why would the Biden administration pick a guy that is doing seemingly everything he can to tiptoe around Trump and not take the attack on our democracy seriously? Is it, and let me tell you, the reason why is that they don't want to set a precedent where politicians at their level can be held accountable. So they want to find a way where they can vilify him. And this is exactly why they did the January 6th committee, right? That didn't have any teeth. And they did it that way because what they want is the grandstand. They want to get in front of a mic and say they're really bad. They're fascists. They're trying to destroy democracy. But they don't want to fundamentally change the rules that might affect the status quo. Snow, I haven't heard about that one. We'll have to follow that one up on a later date. Please go ahead and put that in the Discord. So, to me, the Biden administration picking Merrick Garland, thank you, Kim. The Biden administration picking Merrick Garland tells me everything I need to know about how serious they're actually taking this assault on our democracy. They're not taking it seriously at all. And the attorney general is to blame. Now, the attorney general, obviously, he's not going to be a Trump-style attorney general and just go after political opponents. And that's not what the left and sensible people are asking for. What the sensible people are asking for is, dude, you have stone cold evidence of criminal actions of criminal nuclear. No, but you have stone cold evidence of criminal actions by Trump. And there's things that he's getting away with. He's allowed to delay. We're putting conservatives and other people that are friendly to the right-wing agenda in charge of things. Like when we're picking judges for things, we gotta make sure there's some of the Trump appointed judges in there. And what do they do immediately? Immediately, the Trump appointed judges. What do? Start obstructing justice. No punishment, no response from Merrick Garland and the Attorney General's office. We have to ask ourselves why this mediocre individual was picked. Why does Joe Biden want this person, this milquetoast, I think ex-conservative, similar to Merrick Garland, or similar to Robert Mueller? Can you suggest where I should immigrate in order to live in a democracy? Shut the hell up, man. Come on. You should try to fix your democracy. Don't be like me and move out of your country and move to Canada. Try to fix the country you're in. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland faced criticism from Lawrence Tribe, his former Harvard law professor, on Monday, after Department of Justice Special Counsel Robert Hur's report into President Joe Biden's mishandling of classified documents was released. So if you don't know what's going on, Robert Hur, who is a right-wing conservative, was put in charge of this report about documents mishandling from Joe Biden. And he put out this report that's like, oh, Joe Biden's a senile old man. It was just filled with all kinds of personal opinion and nasty language about Joe Biden's age. Milesenberg, one fixes their country by following a simple 3-step program. Step 1 is you inform yourself. Step 2 is you join a progressive political organization, a union, or some other organization, similar organization. And step 3 is that you put in the work. So stop what you're doing. Stop typing. Go on the internet. Find an organization to join and put in some hours. Okay? Right now. I don't want I don't want to see another comment. The three-step solution is the only thing that has ever worked to create political change. Political activism. It's the only thing that's ever worked in a democracy to create political change. So you should take advantage of that while you still have a democracy. Her's report on the Obama-era classified documents found at Biden's Delaware home, which, by the way, he returned immediately. You know, the reason Trump is not in trouble because he took the documents. Trump is in trouble because he refuses to give them back. And Biden gave them back immediately. So there's a big difference there. Classified documents found in Biden's Delaware home and at his Penn Biden Center office in Washington, D.C. between November 2022 and January 2023 was released on Thursday. Her declined to prosecute Biden. So he didn't prosecute him because there was no criminal wrongdoing for mishandling the classified documents, partly because he cooperated in the investigation and that the evidence, quote, does not establish Mr. Biden's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, unquote. However, his report raised questions about Biden's mental fitness and called him a, quote, a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. So we're doing a report on, okay, is Biden guilty of wrongdoing, right? Was he trying to take classified documents and hide them and, not return them like Trump was doing? Nope, not guilty of that. But he's old and I don't like him and he's got a bad memory and he smells like mothballs. Okay, thanks for your opinion, bro. Garland, appointed by Joe Biden. Garland appointed her to lead the Biden investigation. So he's got his pick of the litter. He can pick anybody. Who does he pick? A right-wing hack to do this, who just couldn't help himself but insert some of his own personal opinions into this report. Yeah, no, he's not guilty, but he's old and he has a bad memory, but he's not guilty of doing a crime or anything, but super guilty. He's super yuck. I don't like him. Yuck sauce. Garland appointed her to lead the Biden investigation in January 2023. Her also served as U.S. Attorney for the District of Maryland until 2021, having been appointed to the position by former President Donald motherfucking Trump. Make it stop! So either Merrick Garland had one guy to pick, or he decided the Donald Trump choice from 2018 was the right choice to pick. And this is the guy supposed to be on the, fulfilling a Biden agenda. I'm not saying he has to the job of the Attorney General is to become the weapon of the administration that appoints him, right? His job is to go after wrongdoing, fulfill, and make sure justice is being deemed out equally. But it was his choice, and he made sure, we need a right-wing partisan. We need a right-wing partisan in this one. If I was Joe Biden, I'd be like, bro, what the fuck, dude? Although Garland hired the special counsel in an effort to ensure a nonpartisan investigation, just like with January 6th committee, some are now criticizing her for what they see as a political report on his findings and are blaming Garland for allowing parts of it to be released. So apparently he could have censored some of this as well. He could have said, yeah, that's just your opinion, dude. What's this shit about Biden's memory? What's this shit about Biden's memory? Why are you including this? No, not yet, Estonian. Not yet, no. On a post on Twitter, Tribe Professor Emeritus and Constitutional Law of Harvard University shared his thoughts on the matter by criticizing Garland for bending too far backwards. And this is the problem, man. I've long respected my friend and former student Merrick Garland, but he has bent far too backwards in order to avoid seeming pro-Biden. Yeah, he's definitely not pro-Biden. Yeah. He's a right-winger. He's pro-Trump. This is not the first time Tribe criticized the report, as he reposted a video on Twitter on Sunday. A former judge, J. Michael Ludeg of the U.S. Court of Appeals, who repeatedly called Hur's report an abuse of power. In response to the video, Tribe wrote, "It was indeed a gross abuse and one the Attorney General should have intervened to correct." Garland wrote in a letter to Congress on Thursday that he attached the final report and any other materials provided by her without any further additions, redactions, or other modifications. Just pathetic, dude. The Attorney General added, "Releasing these materials in full to you and the public is in the public interest and it is consistent with legal restrictions and department policy." Tribe, meanwhile, is not the first to point out Garland's role in the report. Sarah Spector, a criminal defense attorney based in Texas, wrote on Twitter, quote, "Merrick Garland should have redacted Hur's personal opinions as to Biden's mental acuity from the report." Yeah. Do you think the right wing attorney general would appoint a left winger, first of all, to investigate the president, and would then, if given the ability, has the ability to retract statements, wouldn't do that? And we vote for these. We give these neoliberals supermajorities. We give them all the power. Full supermajority. Nobody's in your way. And what do? They go, "Okay, how do I tie my hands behind my back? Okay. Now that both hands are secure and behind my back, I'm going to pretend to fight for you." Robert Shum, director of the USC Center for the Political Future, wrote, quote, "I have refrained from all of the criticism of Merrick Garland. I was wrong, and he was the wrong choice for DOJ. History will not absolve him." Because if we don't see a Trump conviction for his many, many, many crimes, if we don't see Trump behind bars, it's going to be because of the hard work of Merrick Garland. Not just him, but the people that he appoints and the direction that he's directing this Department of Justice. Yeah. Biden's age. Yeah. Like, I don't like Biden's age, but there's a clear difference between I want to be a dictator, just for a day though, and I want to be a milquetoast corporatist neoliberal. There's a difference, guys. Oh, yeah, well, Biden wants to give gay people rights. Oh, no. Oh, no, you mean gay people? You mean gay kids won't have to live in fear? Oh, no. I want to go back to the America where gay kids were scared and mentally scarred by the time they become adults. That's when America was great. Next little article here is another Merrick Garland article. Basically goes in the same thing, but this one's a little bit more opinionated, a little bit more spicy. I wanted to read a little bit of it to you. But Merrick Garland needs to be thanked for his service and shown the motherfucking door. You're right, baby. Snapping it. Here's the door. That's exactly what needs to happen. I come to the sad conclusion that, like Brian Wilson, Attorney General Merrick Garland just wasn't made for these times. And like Tom Hagen, he's just not a wartime concierge. I hung in there longer than most people I know, but this week, the case against him got overwhelming. The man needs to be thanked for his service and then shown the door. He is not equipped to use the tools God gave the Department of Justice to thwart the genuine threat to the Republic that is El Claudio del Mar-a-Lago. That's a clever one. And the dangerous political climate he has created. The former president should have been charged federally with insurrection literally years ago. And yes, this is what I've been saying. Yes. Thank you. What's the holdup? Held during Thursday's oral arguments in the Supreme Court concerning the former president's eligibility under the 14th argument, even Justice Brett Kavanaugh wondered why he hadn't been so charged. And Kavanaugh used to work for Ken Starr if we're talking about using the DOJ's tools at your disposal. Look that one up. That's the old classic Clinton scandal. The DOJ should have gone hammer and tongs after all the members of Congress who had the slightest connection with the insurrection. Yes, they are guilty. Somebody higher than the bear spray crowd should have been arrested and held until trial. And this has not happened yet. Jim Jordan running around. Mike Johnson in charge of the Republican Party right now. We're talking about planners and executors of an attempted coup continuing to do business inside their government. Some of the expensive loafers should have been confiscated during the booking process rather than all those duck boots. As diligent as Jack Smith has been, and God save the good work, he shouldn't have been necessary. Exactly. And this is what I was saying before Jack Smith was brought into the thing. It was like, where's Merrick Garland? Right? This business didn't need a special counsel. It needed the Attorney General and the FBI right from the jump. It should have been the very first item on Garland's plate when he walked in the door, and he spent nearly 4 years faffing around until Republican Congress critters, some of whom had very curious connections to the events of that day, feel free to call the thugs and vandals political prisoners and hostages. And we've come to arguing over whether or not the violence of the day constituted an insurrection. Mother of God, the former president, is even money to be the next president, and the only real obstacle in his way seems to be whether or not his coronary arteries will do us a good service. Thursday was the end for me. Appointing a Republican hack like Robert Hur to quote-unquote investigate the non-crimes of the president was bad enough. But then to allow her to pile on a political hit piece about the president's memory, thereby normalizing one of the former president's attack lines on DOJ stationery, is not admirably fair-minded. It's constitutionally suicidal. And this is what I'm talking about. When the fascists take over our country, it will be because of the failure of the neoliberal party, who is the only party capable of stopping them. God save us from the fair-minded. They'll kill the country and wonder how they did it. 100%. We will see all the MSNBC goblins. James Carville standing around with his fucking dick in his hand. I don't know how this could have happened. I got something folksy to say, I'm sure of it, about this one. Anyway, folks, this is an absolutely excellent article. I wish I had the time to read it all. Make sure you check it out. Every sentence is fucking juicy. Thank you, Kissing Gonzo. Merrick Garland is a failure, and he was picked for a reason. So I don't give a shit what you got to say about the greatest economy in American history. Joe Biden is not doing a great job. Can't even go after your political opponents that are blatantly committing crimes. You know? Oh, I don't want to seem biased. What, to justice? We'll go back quick, double tap. So, wanted to say fuck you to every single right-wing Republican who ever came into my chat going, what about Hunter Biden? And if you've been on this stream, if you've been a member of the News Underground for any amount of time, you would have seen this phenomenon. Total goofballs coming into my chat, making excuses for all kinds of shit, you know, or basically saying, you know, that it's both sides. It's both sides. If there is time for Biden to use that big stick in the world political, now is the time. Yes. Exactly. No, I truly believe, you know, one of the, you know, biggest forms of wrongdoing is supposedly good people in power who refuse to use their power for good, for one reason or another. Anyway, back to this. We've heard this canard for years now. Joe Biden just as bad. Joe Biden just as corrupt because of his connections to his son. His son so corrupt. Son just so, I mean, just, you know, you wouldn't believe the corruption. Look at this picture of his big schlong. Look at him have sex with prostitutes. True, by the way. But guess what, folks? The informant that supposedly had that, you know, that gave all this information to the FBI, that nailed Hunter Biden to the wall, was just arrested by the FBI for giving the FBI false information. He lied about the whole thing. He lied about the whole thing. Oh, polydactyl. Do you care? So now we gotta shift that goalpost, right? Now Joe Biden's a pedophile. Really? Do you care that the talking points that you've been repeating for the last 2 years was completely fabricated? Do you care? Ironclad, right, Lenny? That's what Sean Hannity has done countless news stories for years now. Ironclad, 100% proof. Might as well throw him in jail right now. Oh yeah, well, he's a pedophile. So's Joe Biden. He's a pedophile. So's Joe Biden. Is that what you got, dude? Story was suppressed. He made it up. He's being arrested by the FBI. You're not allowed to make shit up. You're not allowed to make shit up. How about you talk about what we're talking about instead of trying to make some other shit up now? Now we just immediately start the whole bullshit train again, huh? Just immediately. Oh, yeah, okay, that was bullshit, but this isn't bullshit. This story isn't bullshit. And something totally pulled out of left field. A story I've never heard before. Joe Biden taking a shower with his daughter. Okay, all right. Is there a hidden quote of Joe Biden saying he would fuck his daughter if she wasn't his daughter, like Trump? Where's the picture of the daughter on Joe Biden's lap? They're immediately with the new bullshit. Immediately. Oh, okay, yeah, that was fake. Yeah, okay, we admit it. Oh, that was fake. We didn't even really care about that. Oh, well, I think Trump should be the president and he should be a dictator, and that's a good thing. Yeah, show us. You got a link? I'm sure he does. I just think it's so funny, right? Oh yeah, that thing that we cared about. Oh, we knew that was a lie. But this isn't a lie. This is a bigger thing that we haven't been talking about. When Russian businessman Alexander Smirnov landed at the Las Vegas airport on Valentine's Day, the FBI was waiting for him. Since 2010, he had worked with the agency as an informant, providing intel on what the feds described as, quote, various criminal investigations. Ooh, spicy stuff. Oh, polydactyl, so true. There's definitely no evidence of Trump wanting to start a war. There's definitely no evidence of Trump being bellicose and talking about doing all kinds of military things. No, it's not like we have General Milley literally saying, "Oh yeah, there was some of the shit that he said we didn't even follow up. We just let him talk shit, and then we would just expect him to forget it." Who's paying me? Oh God, nobody. You wanna buy some merch? Wanna buy a t-shirt? Come on, you cat turd emulator. Buy my shit. Various criminal investigations, the most infamous of which was the special counsel inquiry into Hunter Biden's business dealings abroad. Ooh, scandalous stuff. Smirnov claimed to have explosive information revealing that Joe Biden had taken a cut of his son's considerable payments as a consultant in exchange for influencing an investigation in Ukraine. Ooh, spicy stuff. But federal, I know. Yes, Lenny, I'm working on it. I am. But federal prosecutors say Smirnov strayed from the truth. On Thursday, they charged him with making false statements and obstructing the years-long investigation of the president's son. Oh, Hannity, no. I'm sure Hannity's going to bring this up, guys. Frequent viewers of conservative media are well acquainted with... Where's my tunage? Are well acquainted with Smirnov. Fox News hosts like Sean Hannity have said that his allegations are key to what they describe as the Biden crime family. The narrative that Hunter Biden accepted millions of dollars in bribes from the energy company Burisma to give to his father in exchange for then VP Biden making a Ukrainian investigation into Burisma go away. Very scandalous. I wish it was true. According to the watchdog group Media Matters, Hannity alone featured 85 segments. Oh, this is so embarrassing. Where's Cat Turd? Where'd you go? Polydactyl Productions, you fucking cringe fest. What? Show me one of your productions, Mr. Polydactyl. Put one of your YouTube videos in the chat. Hannity alone featured 85 segments in 2023 on the allegations. Hold on. Okay. You still getting me that link of Joe Biden being a pedophile? Is one of you meatball doing that one? We're desperately trying to move those goalposts. Oh, yeah. No, this is, we're not, you notice how Polydactyl has not mentioned Hunter Biden? We're not talking about that. Oh, I'm not clicking that. I was just fucking with you. I want you to fucking leave. We're not watching your videos, dude. Last July, Representative James Comer and Senator Chuck Grassley released an FBI record detailing the, bye. See you later, bitch. You don't fucking care. See you later. Here's the door. Flush you like the turd you are. You think I give a shit, bitch? Last July, Representative James Comer and Senator Chuck Grassley released an FBI record detailing the unsubstantiated allegations. You sure you don't want to talk about Hunter Biden? Pterodactyl? Don't you want to talk about the Hunter Biden allegations now? Come on, it's big news. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. All of a sudden, we don't want to talk about Hunter Biden. And where is my fucking link about Joe Biden's daughter sitting on her lap? Sitting on Joe Biden's lap. Where's my link? Describing Smirnov as a trusted FBI informant implicating then Vice President Biden in a criminal bribery scheme. Yada, 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 yada. Videos about guns and knives. Oh, that's cute. That's really adorable. Fuck off, dumbass. If you want to read the whole article, it's right here. But, make sure you keep this in your memory the next time your stupid drunk uncle or your knife-obsessed Zoomer dumbass decides to remind you, oh, yeah, well, Joe Biden's just as corrupt. I mean, Hunter Biden did all this and he did all that. And, oh, yeah, the main source for all that, all those allegations was arrested by the FBI for making it up. You know about that? Oh, yeah, well, it's probably still true anyway. Whatever. Right, because that's what they do. Right. Well, yeah, maybe you proved me wrong, but I'm still right. It's my feelings. Yeah, you can't change how I feel. Okay. We're going to watch clips from mainstream media. We're not watching the whole thing, but we are going to watch a few clips from mainstream media. This was amazing. So during Trump's criminal trial, listen to what... I think this is what one of the judges said, or maybe one of the lawyers. But this is I stopped what I was working while listening to this. I had to stop what I was doing and laugh hysterically for like 5 minutes. I had to take a break because it's just the absurdity of it all. And like, where is Merrick Garland? Right? That's why I wanted to start with that, because it's like this could be all different if we had a DOJ that cared about justice. And I'm not talking about a DOJ that just says, oh, it just goes after his political opponents. No, we have criminals who have committed crimes. There is evidence, okay? And I want justice. If I go out and rob a bank, I don't get to say, well, I'm running for president and I'm really popular on the internet and people really like me. And if you arrest me, then my gang of supporters will fuck you up. I don't get to do that. And neither do you. But for some reason, Trump and all these other insurrectionists get to completely avoid justice. Anyway, this is funny. You'll like this.
Consideration of other motions went on for 2 hours, at the end of which Donald Trump's lawyer, Todd Blanche, tried one final protest of the.
So this is an interaction between Trump's lawyer and the judge. This is how pathetic things are getting in the fucking courtroom, dude.
Trial date, telling the judge, quote, I know you've let me make a record, and I appreciate that. But the fact that we are going to now spend the next 2 months working on this trial instead of out on the campaign running for president is something that it should not happen in this country. It's just not. The judge. What's your legal argument at this point? Are you making a legal argument? Mr. Blanche, that is my legal argument. The judge. That's not a legal argument. Anything else? See you on March 25th.
So he gets up there, Trump's lawyer gets up. I can't believe you would do this. And you know, and we're trying to do a presidential election and all that. Judge interrupts him. What is your legal argument? What is your legal argument here? Oh, well, that is my legal argument. That's not a legal argument. See you on the 25th, bitch. One more time.
Something that it should not happen in this country. It's just
he's
not.
Interrupted. Now he's interrupted.
What's your legal argument at this point? Are you making a legal argument, Mr. Blanche? That is my legal argument. The judge. That's not a legal argument. Anything else? See you on March 25th.
Dude, I love it when a career gaslighter, a person who has, warped reality around him his entire life like Trump, enters into a court of law and tries their usual shtick of lies and gaslighting and obfuscations and goalposts moving and all the other gish galloping, all the other, techniques to confuse you and to, and all of it just like, you're not even are you making a sound legal argument? Oh, yeah, I mean, we're saying that you shouldn't do this to us because we're running for president. That's not a legal argument. Okay, bye. Yeah, we'll see, Lenny. Hold your excitement, buddy. Okay, because I just explained why Merrick Garland is a failure. And he's in charge of this whole situation. So I'm holding the celebrations until I see him in that jumpsuit at that country club prison. Him out there, reading a magazine or something, or like mowing the lawn, right, with Secret Service right behind him. That's when I'm celebrating. Bribery is healthy. Yeah, kissing Gonzo. Some cultures do think that. What a bunch of losers. Maybe that's why their nations are filled with corrupt politicians. Maybe.
As D.A. Willis took the stand for the first time in Georgia.
Hell. So we got to talk about this. I know you probably, if you watch the news like I do, you're sick of it. I agree, but I'm a news channel. We're talking about Trump. We got to talk about Fani Willis. So she fucked up, dude. She fucked up. She not only did she have an improper relationship before the trial, before any of this happened, mind you, but she shouldn't have picked this guy as the prosecutor. And this is a scandal that didn't need to happen. So if you don't know, Fani Willis is the district attorney for Georgia, and she's currently going after Trump for insurrection. The lawyers have successfully accused her of improprietary action and also of favoritism. And now that entire trial is on pause while they investigate the district attorney for malfeasance and wrongdoing when she could have avoided this entire thing and not picked her ex-boyfriend or ex-lover as the prosecutor on this. There's even video, and I've been watching all this, so I've seen this, but there's even video of Fani Willis like doing some seminar at a school saying, you know, don't dip your pen in company ink, don't have relationships with your coworkers. Things can get messy when you're in the court of law. So with all that said, does this relationship actually affect the trial? No. The trial against Trump and the insurrection? No. It doesn't have any real bearing on it. There's no real evidence. Like I said, they ended the relationship before any of this started. It doesn't really matter. Even if this doesn't existed, right? Even if this whole sideshow wasn't happening and Trump is still found guilty, Trump would say the process is rigged. It's, they're rigged against me. They're biased against me. So this doesn't really change any of that, right? That's going to be the fallback excuse every time, no matter what. Anyway, with that said, though, I'm not going to excuse Fani Willis for fucking up. This is a fuck up. Learn to take your own advice, because it's not even the relationship. It's not even wasn't, I don't even know if they were like girlfriend or boyfriend. Like they went to like a Bahama vacation, Aruba. I think they went to Aruba together. Right. So, but it wasn't even like a long-term thing. So it wasn't even that. It was the fact that she picked him to be the prosecutor. It's like, fuck, pick anybody else, because she should have known better. They're going to literally dig up every single little thing, everything. They probably, everyone in that courthouse was probably like, hey, you got any mud? You got any mud on Fani Willis? We'll give you $1,000. We'll give you $2,000. Give you $10,000 if you got something good on Fani Willis. That's what they do. These people are evil. They're fucking terrible. I take it back. Evil. But they're corrupt. They're corrupt human beings, and they're very slimy, and they're very, they'll get that information. So Fani Willis should have known better. And yeah, Lenny, I agree. I work for a few Forbes 100 corporations and governments. I can promise you that you see review, promise, to sign contract policies that understand and agree to avoid the improprietary perceptions of improprietary. Too many Dems and Republicans ignore it. Yes, sure. When they're elected, Fani Willis did this basic rule, never violate that, and yet you did. Yeah, no, I agree. Not a good look. Does it affect her? Does it affect this trial? Do these revelations, change the investigation for Trump and does that change any of that? No, of course it doesn't. All right, so we're not going to watch this whole 12 minutes, but we're going to get a little bit of it just because, hey, this is the news. We got to take our medicine. Okay, how can you have your pudding if you don't eat your meat? So we got to eat our meat. I don't think it affects the trial, and yet to see bias beyond a reasonable doubt. You're right. Yeah, it's like we didn't need this. The left doesn't need this. The neoliberals are so shitty at this. Anything. It feels like Joe Biden, and Joe Biden's entire platform, his entire political party could blow over at the slightest breeze. It doesn't feel stable. It doesn't feel sure of itself. It feels, weak. It feels like on the verge of a collapse. Okay, so Mr. Meatball doesn't have a link. Okay, Snoop showed several entries. Doesn't link Snoop's. Okay, thanks for not linking that information. And looks like he's not linking it because Snoop's determined it to be unfounded. However, I still believe it. Yada, yada, yada. Go fuck yourself. Over here quoting Project Veritas. Just leave. You are an embarrassment. Thanks for the link. Fucking leave. You're an embarrassment, dude. Yeah, well, Joe Biden, I don't like Joe Biden. Your president, the guy that you like, wears diapers every single day, homie. Don't talk to me about age. Okay? Don't talk. It's unbelievable that guys like you would even bring up incest. knowing all the shit we know about Trump. The quotes from Playboy, about how he would love to date his daughter if she wasn't his daughter. You guys should really, really, really avoid the incest question. Okay? Fuck out of here, man. Fuck out of here. God, you're embarrassing. Why is the right wing so consistently embarrassing and yet they're winning? I'm gonna overuse. I just put this on. I'm gonna overuse it. Welcome back, Davin. All right, let's get a few minutes of this so we can move on from it.
As DA Willis took the stand for the first time in Georgia. If you turned on any news channel, any cable news channel,
kissing Gonzo,
you would have seen the exact same thing.
If you can't stand the heat, get out of the fire. This is the politics section, not just jerking off, you fuckhead. You coming with the heat, you better come correct. You better come with sources. You're over here calling Joe Biden a fucking pedophile. You got a source? Oh yeah, I looked it up. Turns out I'm a jackass and was repeating misinformation. But I still don't like him.
This is one of those big news events that there was no disagreement
it's a big boy
about
table.
Across this channel you're watching and the other one, CNN, and that other one, Fox Media, all of them carried
Welcome back,
a
Zanny.
large
Thank
part
you for
of
the
this
follow.
live because this was a huge deal to see the effort to disqualify her culminate in her taking the stand today. I'm going to walk through with you what happened. There is no simple or single headline. This is a story, and I'll explain why, where both things can be true.
Zanny.
There can be a rather ridiculous, tendentious, almost horrific.
So Zanny, you equally find Trump's comments about his own daughter to be just as disgusting, right?
Harassing level of legalistic personal attacks on this person in power, this DA.
Okay, good.
And there can also
Thank you,
be
Zanny. You're still going to vote for
evidence
Trump,
that has now
though,
come to
right?
light that has been a bit of a setback or more for her office and thus the RICO case. Both those things happen to be true tonight. Now, all of this started with what was a long shot
Yeah,
filing,
that's creepy, but
not
I
even by
gotta
defendant
vote for
Trump,
him.
but by one of his co-defendants to try to find any
I'm a
muck,
jackass.
mess, smear, or conflict on the part of the prosecutor. And if you follow cases, you watch
Lenny.
the news, maybe you do.
Lenny, I'm not shaming, people that have incontinence. What I'm trying to point out is the hypocrisy of and Lenny, you know this, of course, but the hypocrisy of championing of criticizing one man for his age while supporting a geriatric with his own old age problems,
You may know that it's a rare thing indeed for those things to work.
Yeah, Zanny, it actually is about who you vote for, you jackass. So go ahead and admit it. You want fascism. You want the orange dictator, right? You want that tyranny, right? You think somehow it's going to make your terrible life better. I know, right? But go ahead and have the balls, Zanny. Welcome to the big boy table. Go ahead and have the balls to put in the chat who you're voting for, because we already know who it is. Okay, so stop with your gaslighting and stop with your bullshit and go ahead and admit it. You want the tyrant. You want the dictator for a day. Go ahead and admit it. Don't be a coward. It's not about who to vote. No, it is about who we're voting for, jackass.
There were the similar type
you bet it is.
Questions and innuendo raised about Bob Mueller. People have argued maybe Jack Smith is a conflict. Those things don't usually get very far, and removing a prosecutor is very rare. But this got further along because of evidence that emerged. And then today, a series of witnesses raised the heat even more. And that is what led to then what we saw this afternoon. Because of testimony about the alleged possible conflict stemming from a relationship, a romance between DA Willis and prosecutor Nathan Wade. The evidence came in. There were allegations by at least one individual that her timeline was not 100% accurate. And DA Willis made a surprise snap decision to get on the stand, where she was very firm and at times heated in explaining everything.
I probably had some choice words about some of the things that you said that were dishonest within this motion. So I don't know that it was a conversation. As you know, Mr. Wade is a Southern gentleman. Me, not so much.
Ms. Mueller should be treated also under the
I think we.
And I'm very much want to be here, so I'm not a hostile witness. I very much want to be here. Since you tried to implicate, I slept with him at that conference, which I find to be extremely offensive. Well, it's highly offensive when someone lies on you, and it's highly offensive when they try to implicate that you slept with somebody the first day you met with them. I object to you getting records. You've been intrusive into people's personal lives. You're confused. You think I'm on trial. These people are on trial for trying to steal an election in 2020. I'm not on trial, no matter how hard you try to put me on trial.
Has he ever visited you at the place you laid your head?
So let's be clear, because you lied in this. Let me tell you which one you lied in. Right here. I think you lied right here. No. This is the truth, Judge. And it is a lie. It is a lie.
Yeah. And you know, the Trump judge was using really weird language too. Like, did you ever go to the same place where you lie your head at night? And just really weird language, trying to make this out to be more salacious than what it is. So, I mean, I don't know, this whole thing's a distraction. It looks bad regardless. This is probably the right move by her because now the narrative is about her statements instead of the statements that would be potentially put into her mouth, right, by bad actors. So this was probably the right move. There's no really avoiding how awkward and unnecessary and, scandalous this whole thing is, right? That's the intention of it, and there's no avoiding that. At the same time, though, I think this was probably the right move. Apparently, though, this was not part of the game plan. That her going up to the stand and making these statements was a last-minute decision. Yeah, her father having to testify. It's a pretty big distraction.
This is a lie. That was the DA there speaking, gesturing under oath, going back at both the co-counsel and the Trump defense lawyer, Stephen Sada, who also questioned her today, which itself is rare, only because this motion has gotten this far.
Very salacious.
She was deliberately combative. She was clearly emotive because she was expressing herself, and she kind of made that clear. Hey, I'm here. I'm now taking the questions. She didn't rely on what she could have legally, which were efforts to basically object to her having to testify at all as the sitting DA in this case. She accused the people there of the false allegations. I want to play that part again because
the whole effort, though, is to disqualify her. And I don't think they have enough evidence to disqualify her. And so if they go through this whole process of trying to disqualify her, they fail. And then she's got to go back to being the district attorney, on this case. It's all delay tactics. They don't care about winning. They know, in fact, that they're going to lose most of these. But it's all about delay, so that Trump can put in an AG that will do exactly what they're claiming Merrick Garland is doing, which he's not doing. But they're going to put in an AG that will use every ounce of power, to go after Trump's political opponents, lock her up. I do think Trump is going to be locking up Democratic politicians, and they're going to be, woe is me. It'll be interesting to see that jail time interview with those neoliberals who are like, I can't believe he did it. I can't believe he did it. Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. But maybe it's just wishful thinking. That would be one silver lining of a fascist dictatorship, a Trump fascist dictatorship. Some of these neoliberals actually going to jail. It wouldn't be worth it, but I'd cover it.
This got so heated. Again, you may say, okay, Ari, are you making a big deal out of this? No, this moment got so heated that right afterward, the judge actually had everybody take a 5-minute break. This was that dramatic pushback.
So let's be clear, because you lied in this. Let me tell you which one you lied in. Right here. I think you lied right here. No. This is the truth, Judge. And it is a lie. It is a lie.
A lie. As I mentioned, the judge then broke for 5 minutes, tried to get everyone back on track. But the legal issue here was lawyers basically trying to make an argument that this relationship, which has been acknowledged and which is between D.A. Willis and one of the prosecutors.
You get it. Obviously, okay, it's enough, right? Okay, you get the gist of it. The real question is, is this, apparently the judge is a little right wing and apparently used to work with Republicans and hasn't really been biased yet. So that's the real question, is like, is she going to be, and I don't know, maybe that's, this is, a couple days old, so maybe this has already been resolved, but, what's going to, Is she going to be removed and replaced and all that? I don't think so, but I'll follow up. We'll see. Let's just do a quick. Let's just see here real quick. See if anything's coming down. Blah blah blah. 4 hours, 1 day ago. More testimony. So they're not even done receiving testimony into this. Witnesses. God, this is exactly what the Trump team wanted. Total distraction away from the trial. Wasted time. Look at all the right-wingers making all this content. Megyn Kelly out here. Ugh. Megyn Kelly on Sirius. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Couldn't hold that left-wing mainstream media position. I was shocked. What was it? Was it MSNBC that hired Megyn Kelly, or was that CNN? It was like, oh, yeah, we'll try to make this extreme right-winger work. All right. Oh, okay. So testimony concludes. All right. 23 hours ago. So what's going to happen next? Let's find out. Fox
First,
News.
moved out. Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis disqualified from the Trump election interference case. Wrapped up testimony late today. Good evening. Thanks so much for joining us for Fox 5 News at 6. I'm Tom Haynes in for Russ Spencer.
I'm Courtney Bryant. Willis did not return to the stand after her fiery testimony Thursday, but her father did. Fox 5 I-Team reporter Randy Travis joins us live to explain why John Floyd was called as a witness.
Oh, I don't really care. I really just want to know what's going to happen afterwards here. If you want these details, look it up. It's literally every mainstream news channel is talking about it. I just want to know what's going to happen next.
As we mentioned, testimony is now finished for this hearing. The attorneys must come back for closing arguments. That won't happen for at least another week, maybe longer.
Right.
And then Judge Scott McAfee must decide whether he's heard enough evidence, enough testimony to disqualify Fani Willis from the Trump election interference case.
My God, exactly what the Trump team wanted. Exactly what the Trump team wanted. Man, my God, they're making a mockery of our democracy. This Trump character. Every norm destroyed. Every norm just obliterated. So the Fani Willis case is not the only legal case that Trump had a massive loss, $355 million, because for the stupidest fucking reason, man. God, I mean, he really expected to just have total immunity to everything, and he said commit all the crimes. This guy took a $90 million property and then valued it as like $350 million, like insane overvaluation. Insane overvaluation. Right? And then tried to do tax documents and tried to, it benefited him to report it this way. Caught stone cold red-handed, right? Because there's the document, there's the signature, there's the, you fill it out, you say, this is how much, this is what it is, and this is how much it's worth. So documented criminal behavior. And now dude has to pay some people are like, does he even have the money? We know he's a liar. He says he's a billionaire. But some people are saying, no, he doesn't have enough liquid because of the E. Jean Carroll case, because he had to put like $90 million in escrow because of the E. Jean Carroll case. So some people are saying he doesn't have enough liquid, that he's going to have to sell some of his properties. But there's a difficulty in Trump selling his properties, because with these court cases, he's not allowed to. There's certain things that he's not allowed to sell, because you can't sell it before you know if it's owed to somebody else. Criminals have done this before, right? You know what I mean? It's like, oh, well, you can't take anything from me that I've liquidized. I'll liquidize everything, and then you can't have nothing. Like, no, they know about that. Just as a side note, big props to Homie's Classic. I have one of these myself. Nice Mac Classic in the background with the Harden Kardon speakers. This was a $3,000 setup when it was new. Real fancy stuff. So props to him. Real collector of the fine antiques over here. I wonder if Elon iMac G4. I think it's a G4. Yeah. Hard on Cardin. It's Hardin Cardin. I think I'm saying that like that. It was a collaboration between a very fancy speaker company and Apple, and they did these exclusive speakers for this special G4 Mac. It has a swivel. It's like the anyway, it's cool. All right, so this is a 2-minute video just to get into the insane amount. Harman Kardon, yeah, that's what it is. Just the insane amount of money that Trump and he's going to appeal and he's going to try to chip away at this, but. Pretty nuts, pretty nuts that he overvalued his property, and now he has to pay the the punishment as if the property was worth that much. My God.
Let me just read a little bit from the summary from Judge Ngoran's decision, because I think it's worth just reading out loud. In order to borrow more and at lower rates, defendants submitted blatantly false financial.
So in order to borrow more and at lower rates, that was the benefit to overvaluing his property.
Out loud. In order to borrow more and at lower rates, defendants submitted blatantly false financial data to the accountants, resulting in fraudulent financial statements. When confronted at trial with the statements, defendants' fact and expert witnesses simply denied reality. And defendants failed to accept responsibility or to impose internal controls to prevent future recurrences. As detailed herein, this court now finds defendants liable, continues the appointment of an independent monitor, orders the installation of an independent director of compliance, and limits defendants' right to conduct business in New York for a few years. But Lisa, this is not a lifetime ban.
It's not a lifetime ban, nor is it the ban on his participation in the real estate industry that the Attorney General sought. But what it does do is recognize the harm to the public. Donald Trump throughout this trial kept shouting about various defenses that he had. One of his favorite ones was that nobody was harmed in the banks.
But no, it can't be like this. No way New York developers are getting away with saying that a $90 million property is actually $300 million. No, I don't care how loosey-goosey they are. That's fraud. No fucking way it's like that.
Loved him and everybody got repaid. And Judge Ngoran in this decision is wholesale rejecting that, saying timely and total repayment of loans does not extinguish the harm that false statements inflict on the marketplace. Indeed, the common excuse that everybody does it is all the more reason to strive for honesty and transparency.
So right there, the judge is literally responding to you, Zio Duke. That's funny. Your little pithy statement was preempted by the judge.
Does not extinguish the harm that false statements inflict on the marketplace. Indeed, the common excuse that everybody does it is all the more reason to strive for honesty and transparency and to be vigilant in enforcing the rules. Here, despite the false financial statements, it's undisputed that they have made all required payments on time. The next group of lenders to receive bogus statements might not be so lucky.
Well, there you go. Big boo-boo. True, let's strive for absolute enforcement on downloaded MP3s and ROMs. What? Tomato right there, huh? Say oranges and oranges. Has Trump made any mistakes? Yeah, no, I mean, definitely the E. Jean Carroll, he went back for seconds, was immediately got his hand, he put his finger in the fan, got a finger cut off, and then immediately put a second finger in the fan. That one got cut off too with E. Jean Carroll. Yeah, no, Trump's made a lot of mistakes, but it's it drives this victimhood narrative. So it's almost like the guilty verdicts benefit his political narrative. If any MAGAzoids think Trump has made any mistakes. Oh, is there any MAGA people in my chat right now? I don't believe MAGAzoids believe Trump has made any mistakes. Well, some do. Some, oh yeah, he's made it, he's not a perfect man and all that, but his heart's in the right place. Yeah, kissing? Are they lurking? What are you doing? If you're a right-winger hate watching me, good God, get a life. Oh my God, honey. Well, they're looking for me to say something racist, right? So that they can destroy my channel. Yeah, I need some more caffeine. Actually, I could use a cup of coffee right now. But no, this is interesting. So Laura Trump is apparently in the running. Is this a thing? Is there a potential that she could run the RNC? But she's over here saying she would gladly, give every single penny of the RNC, political machine over to Trump for his legal bills, right? So the donors of the RNC would be cool with this money going into E. Jean Carroll's pockets. That's why I donated to the RNC, so that my $100 could go right into the pocket of mega liberal E. Jean Carroll. Oh yeah, quick double tap. Yeah, I think I have a story about that. Quick side note. Take a look at Trump's face here. No, I'm just here for the free food. I'm just here for the. I'm here for the Obama phone. I don't know. Sorry. It was dumb. If I am elected to this position, I can assure you every single penny will go to the number one and the only job of the RNC, that is electing Donald J. Trump as the president of the United States. Do it. This is great. No, I mean, the RNC is flat broke. Republicans across the nation don't have enough money to run their terrible commercials that convince enough people to vote for them. Trump has done massive damage to the RNC and their ability to organize. So yeah, keep going. I love it. Yeah, Laura, you go, girl. I thought this was funny too. Saffron seditionists, Titan's grip on sycophant party. That's a good one. I like that. Give big props to T-shirt for the headline there. That was pretty funny. Saffron seditionist. That nails it. Pretty much. That pretty much nails it. So I'm sorry. I know one little bit more about the trial, but this is too good. This is the lawyer. This is the prosecuting lawyer for the case, right? So the case is over with. He gets to come out and make public statements. So runs right over to MSNBC to gloat about it. And man, this guy is beaming. This guy's like, slam dunked it, dude. Super slam dunk, right? So he's beaming. So let's get some statements from the lawyer that was right there at ground zero. Statement reads like the extortion to their own voter base. So true, dude. I mean, could you imagine, right? You're one of those hardcore Republicans, right? All your money going into E. Jean Carroll's pockets, or this guy, right? Or not this guy, but you know what I mean? Like, God, that's got to sting a little bit, dude. That's got to sting a little bit. I'm pissed off at Bernie Sanders for selling his mailing list to the DNC. You think if I saw Bernie giving the money, because I donated several times to Bernie, if I saw Bernie giving my money to the DNC, dude, I'd be livid. I'm pissed at the emails. So I know I'd be livid. Vote for Trump or the worst will happen. Only we can save you. That's the message, man. And I mean, what is this party without Trump? When he kicks the bucket, who are these people? I think it'll be a catastrophe for the Republican Party. Mediocre characters like Ted Cruz and Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley kind of being like, oh, well, see, I'm still here. It's all good. And all the Republicans just going home like, we don't want you. We don't care. This is no longer fun for me. It's no longer fun. A lot of fair weather people kind of involved in this right-wing movement, right? Remember, when Trump first started, there was a big increase in popularity and voters, and he got a bunch of new people. All these people that were disillusioned with politics were totally pro-Trump. They're all gonna go away when he kicks the bucket. So the whole thing, it does seem like it's a mad dash, like it's a mad race to get to that dictatorship before the momentum, before the air, leaks out of the balloon. You know what I mean? It's kind of a once in a lifetime opportunity. This charismatic freak of nature, Donald J. Trump. It's kind of a once in a lifetime opportunity for this party to cement power forever, right?
Let's ask Kristen. So you use this 6312 in the Trump University suit, a university that was scamming people, wasn't actually giving them useful information for them to do business,
and wasn't licensed and wasn't a university, et cetera. Yes.
Yeah. So tell me, is it fair?
Look, the thing is that the notion that 6312 is this sort of weird thing that shouldn't be applied and so forth and so on, this statute and the statute that was based on, which is called the Martin Act, which may be the one that people are more familiar with, the Martin Act applies to securities. The Martin Act was put on the books in New York about 100 years ago. We have a lot of case law to support this. This statute is used by the AG's office every day against all sorts of other frauds and misdeeds. The legal standard is whether there was a tendency to deceive. That's what it is. And the legislature in New York made a public policy choice to say that that was an important weapon for the AG's office to have to vindicate the public good in this situation.
And it seems like what Judge Engoron found was there was intention. Not just a tendency, there was intention to deceive,
which is even higher than they needed. It's basically if the bar is here, the evidence went way over the bar.
I mean, he's saying when confronted at trial with statements, defendants, fact, and expert witnesses simply denied reality, and defendants failed to accept responsibility or to impose internal controls to prevent future recurrences.
Under 6312,
yeah, you can have it. I'm not going to eat it.
You don't need intent, but intent becomes an aggravating factor. So that's part of why we see the penalties so high here. There's a couple things. One is there was a great graphic that was up just a second ago, and it showed especially Seven Springs, I think it was one of them, where let's just talk about the numbers here. The sheer quantity of the disparity between what he claimed the property was.
No, this is nuts. Look at these numbers.
And what it was appraised for. We're not talking about something where he rounded up a little bit or added a little 10, 20%, 30%. That one right there. That's the one. Take a look at that. Look at Seven Springs, $30 million appraised value, and he tried to value it at, my eyesight is terrible,
$291
to $291 million.
No way. He says Mar-a-Lago, appraised at around $30 million, if you want to be generous, is worth $500 million. Why? Because we all know it's Mar-a-Lago. That's the Trump brand. That's the Trump brand. $30 million appraised at just under $300 million. This is not like a rounding error. It's fraud.
Are you kidding me? Just that is it right there. Screenshot that. That's your exhibit A right there. For if you want to know why is he in this much trouble, that's why.
So can I just
he tried to give a 10x premium over reality.
Let me hold on, guys. Let me read from the.
You know, that's an interesting point, Ice King. I didn't think of that. You know, with those valuable, precious, classified documents, maybe the value of that property does go up. Now it's a vault for secret U.S. documents. That brings it up a bit. So there you go. If you want to see the rest of this with the lawyer here, but really I just wanted to show you that chart and that lawyer pointing that out. Apparently he wasn't a lawyer on this case. He was a lawyer on the Trump University case a couple of years ago. I think that's what they said. So sorry for the misinformation there. But yeah, just guilty as sin. You know, no, it's not, oh, fake news, bias. Oh, they're biased. No, the liberal didn't make Trump fill that document out like that. Hunter Biden didn't make Donald Trump and, tell his team to do this, to tell the lawyers. And, Trump Jr., that wasn't, Nancy Pelosi didn't do that. Historical ex-wife burial plot. Yeah, that's embarrassing. If you don't know what he's talking about, welcome back, Low Observable Goat. Trump's ex-wife died, tragic. And she has her burial plot is on one of Trump's golf courses, and it's unkempt. It's like they don't even fucking mow it. It's like it's got junk around it. It's like a fucking out of the way.
Joker.
Trump is live right now. Oh, okay. Well, come on. Let's hear what he's got to say. Let's hear what he's got to say. Here we go. This is Waterford Township, Michigan, my hometown. Dude, what is with the gloves? He's Michael Jackson over here. What is this?
They're so dishonest. They are terrible.
But
I don't want to be sarcastic anymore because it's too painful. I also renegotiated Obama's Korea trade deal to fully restore the protective tariff on foreign pickup trucks. Now, if I didn't do that, you make more money with pickup trucks than any other vehicle. If I didn't do that, right? If I didn't do that, you would be dying here because without the pickup truck, you would have had a problem. And I put the tax on. It was all set to expire, and South Korea was so happy. Everybody was so happy it was good. It didn't expire because I extended it, and I got it. And if I didn't do that, you would have had a big problem. You would have had a big problem. I took on communist China like no administration in history, bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into our treasury when no other president had gotten 10 cents. You look back, not one other president got 10 cents from China.
He's the funniest motherfucker ever. He's really funny.
Well, we're a developing nation, too. Look at our cities. They're falling apart. Look at our country. It's falling apart. We're like a third world nation. Look at our airports. Look at our airports. I mean, how bad are the airports? And as part of my strong trade policies, I kept Chinese cars the hell out of America through taxation. It's very easy.
Get this Trumpinator, dude.
I used to argue with Angela Merkel. You ever see the hat? Trump was right about everything. I was right.
We got to sell a lot of bobbleheads.
But I used to say, Angela, let me a question. It's just, you don't treat us well.
Push the bobbleheads. You got to push the bobbleheads, okay?
Really? I said, how many Chevrolets do you have?
$355 million. We got to push in bobbleheads.
I said, that's right. How many Chevrolets do you have in Germany? Maybe none. That's right. But we take their BMWs, we take their Volkswagens.
I got the best bobbleheads.
Mercedes-Benz.
Joe Biden's bobblehead's not as good as mine. I have higher quality bobbleheads.
We're so stupid to allow this to happen. They won't take anything having to do with us, and I had them all broken down. Everything was good. We were doing good.
Everything was good.
All of a sudden, we had the COVID hit us, and we did a great job in
that.
Did
a great job with COVID, taking all your rights away and doing a vaccine.
The world.
We did a great job, but I want to take credit for the vaccine, but I don't want none of the negative. I want none of the negative propaganda for the vaccine. Something that the Onion got to be crossing off the idea for the next pitch meeting after that. Totally. Damn it! That's another one where reality is stranger than fiction. Okay. All right. Here we go. Fun time, everybody. Super Bowl, guys. Come on. Super Bowl. Oh, there was a mass shooting. Shit, there was another mass shooting. Oh. Darn it. Who could have seen this coming? Big group of Americans getting together, sports fans, right? Spoiler alert. It looks like the motivation for this was a couple young people having an argument, getting into a gunfight in a crowded location, and a lot of kids got injured. Thankfully, no children were killed, but unfortunately, a very popular radio DJ we're going to find out more about was murdered. So we're going to talk about this, and then there was also the church shooting that resulted in, I think, only the shooter getting killed. Then, of course, we're going to do America's favorite news segment, the mass shooting update. So stick around here. This is the rest of our U.S. coverage. Once we're done with the mass shootings, we're going to talk about one piece of good news, and then we're going to jump into the nightmare hellscape of right-wing fascist politics. Then we're going to get into Gaza and then Ukraine. We got a lot more stream left. This is basically the halfway point, folks. All right, so let's see here. So this is amazing. Good guys without guns tackled these guys, and we have several different angles of that happening. Yeah, quick double tap. Goebbels was onto something there. Hate to say it. Don't quote me. Don't quote me on that one.
No.
No, we tackled him.
We tackled him. Yeah.
When we tackled him, the gun came out. You're good. Who's the other guy? Back up. Hey, I got the gun. Hey, I got the gun. You filming
I think
this?
that was the gun right over there.
Yeah.
Who was the other guy that helped me?
I don't know. I think he took off already.
And
Russian
God damn
authorities
it.
are claiming that Vladimir.
So right at the end there, you get a good look at the guy's face. Looks like a young black teen. Right here. My question is, how did this fella get into this event with what looks like some kind of long rifle? Might not be an M16, but definitely wasn't just a pistol of some sort. Yeah, it was random folks that took at least this guy down, and we have other footage as well of him actually running away and getting tackled. So stick around. Now, this is on Reddit. This could be totally made up, but according to eyewitnesses being repeated by Reddit, my daughter said that some lady was like holding him back, Gooch said, and people had started backing up, and then he pulled it out and just started shooting and spinning in a circle. Which might explain the sheer amount of people that were injured, because it seemed like a mass shooting. You know, all these people getting injured. So it seems like if this is to be true, he whipped out his gun, just started, you know, like a Muppet, you know, like Animal from the Muppets, right? Just which kind of sounds exactly like what how a young person might react to a situation like that. Shooting and spinning in a circle. Is he Dante from DMC? Right, he's got both guns in his hands. A bunch of innocent people dropping all around him. He's got like the rock music playing in his fucking head. What's that game mode in GTA? Yeah, well, there's like you can go on rampages in GTA. So Kansas City shooting may have stemmed from personal dispute. Police say 2 juveniles detained. So, you know, if you're watching the mass shooting update every Saturday here on the News Underground, yeah, killing spree, kill frenzy. Those are all quotes from Grand Theft Auto 2, I believe. But we see every time I do a mass shooting update, there's at least 1 or 2 stories. There's at least 1 or 2 stories of young people who shouldn't have firearms, who easily got access to firearms. You know, one of them said something about their girlfriend, and then all of a sudden, you know, mass shooting takes place. Second Amendment fundamentalist won. We're just dealing with the cost of that win. That's 100% true. This is the new normal.
We are following breaking news from Kansas
This
City,
is the
Missouri.
new normal.
Kansas City police are telling people to leave the Union Station area after shots were fired. 2 people have been taken into custody. There may also be injuries. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch from Kansas City. Jesse, you were there to cover the Super Bowl parade. It looks like people got out of there in a hurry, and we see one person on a stretcher in that video. What can you tell us? Oh, no, that's an empty stretcher.
So, Katie,
that's paramedics heading into Union Station. Excuse me.
And, Katie, I want to show you what's going on right behind us here. I'm going to have my photographer, Chris, push in. You can see one of the ambulances that is still on the scene here. And you'll also see a lot of people that have red jerseys on. This was the aftermath of the rally to celebrate the back-to-back Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. The expectation was there was going to be about 1 million people out here in downtown Kansas City today. For context, that's about twice the population of the city, all downtown in about the same time period. And as the rally was wrapping up, we noticed that as people were slowly milling about and moving away from the rally area, I'm going to have Chris, the photographer, pan over here a little bit to the right side of Union Station, historic Union Station, off to the right side, to the right of the stage. We noticed that there were people in red jerseys, presumably fans, that seemed to be rushing away from the area, and at the same time, people that appeared to be in dark clothing, black clothing that potentially could have been police officers. Again, we're quite a ways back. but what looked like people who were rushing in to some kind of situation. At that point, we had a sense that something was not right. We saw people jumping a fence over there as well. And then the other thing to show you is that, of course, with so many people downtown, you would have a heightened security presence. And part of that involves having personnel on rooftops. We had people with binoculars over here. And off in the distance, you can see on the top of that hotel, there is a team with a long gun up there.
Yeah, wow, great
These teams
job,
have been
guys.
up there.
Great job. Cops on the rooftop. So glad there was a good guy with a gun ready to go. Right? We've all seen this performative security at football games. Hell, sometimes they have their own special room in a football stadium. Right? Well, you really nailed it. Really knocked it out of the park there, coppers up on the roof. You know, it all happened so quick. That's the thing about this whole good guy with the gun narrative. Uh-oh. Yeah, quick double tap. Gerbils of that happening. Yeah, you cut it off too early, Davey. Your editing skills suck, Davey. You can't even take me out of context correctly, buddy. Sucks. No, but just big props to these cops up here. Really, doing a kick-ass job. So glad you probably got paid overtime to be up there, right?
But what we noticed as this situation was unfolding is that one of the two people up on that rooftop rushed back, was running to grab something and rushed back over to the front edge there. So clearly there was a renewed sense of urgency around the area, and you can still hear in the background we've got sirens going off, and that has been something that has been on again, off again ever since this all unfolded. I'd say in about the last 20 minutes or so is my best estimate based on what we've been watching unfolding here. And you mentioned that we had footage of someone on a stretcher, and the last piece of this is that we had on the loudspeaker people being asked to leave the area. It was not an urgent call, but people being asked to leave the area. But I can tell you, you can see there's several people that are milling about out here. I think for the overwhelming majority of people out here, they may not have realized what was going on up close or in the area of Union Station, because this is just looking like an average day in a park right now. It's beautiful.
Okay, thank you, MSNBC. We got a couple other clips here.
Wow.
This one is really
it's hard
something
to describe
else.
Looking at this, something that was supposed to be.
I mean, this is really something. So, I mean, clearly she was set up for a puff piece talking about Taylor Swift and Super Bowl football and people having a good time, and now she's like looking around at she's like, a natural disaster just basically happened around her. And this puff piece turned into a report about a mass shooting,
Wow. It's hard to describe looking at this, something that was supposed to be so joyful just turned so quickly. And you can see some strollers out here, and you never think you're going to be the one covering it when it happens, but it can happen anywhere.
Bad.
It can happen anywhere.
Thanks,
That was
Republicans.
Caitlin Canute, a local anchor for NBC affiliate KSHB in Kansas City. She was.
Is a Twitch commenter really gonna make fun of my appearance? Do you think your average Twitch commenter is like an Adonis that has the ability, that is in the right to judge anybody's appearance? Can we stop with the lies? Why are you ugly? I'm sexy as fuck, dog. Yeah, I can't agree with that, because then I would agree that a 13-year-old is sexy and I'd get in big trouble, so.
Covering the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl victory parade today when gunfire broke out, killing at least one person. According to Kansas police, at least 21 others were wounded by gunfire, including 9 children between the ages of 6 and 15. All of them are expected to recover.
Yeah, low observable goat. Nothing we can do.
3 people are currently in custody, but no motive is currently known. So far, NBC News is reporting that the shooting appears to be criminal in nature and not terrorism. Congressman.
Yo, you a PDF file, dog. Yo, mama told me, dude, no one's going to recover from that burn. Okay, give it up. That's a good one. I like that.
Emmanuel Cleaver represents Kansas City as part of Missouri's 5th congressional district. He joins me now. Congressman.
I don't need to hear your fucking opinions, all right? Take your thoughts and prayers, shove them up your goddamn thoughts and prayers hole.
Thousands of fans
Just wanted to show you a different perspective here of the same story.
Celebrating the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl win, scramble for their lives when gunfire erupts at a rally.
A mother of 2 is killed, and an astonishing 21 other people suffered gunshot wounds. Sandra Mitchell joins us live from the KTLA News Center with new developments on this tragic news. Sandra.
Sharon, Micah, the very latest on the victims. We are just getting an update about the woman who was killed. Of those 22 people shot today, 9 of the gunshots.
I'm sorry that was so loud. I have no idea why that bumper is so loud.
Victims are children. The youngest is just 6 years old. 3 people have been detained, and police have recovered at least 1 weapon.
Just moments after the Super Bowl victory celebration, victims on gurneys and bleeding on the ground. Mass panic, a shooting after the Chiefs rally in Kansas City, Missouri. And now the Kansas City Star is identifying the woman who was killed as Lisa Lopez Galvan, a Kansas City resident, wife and mother of 2 adult children. Several of the other shooting victims are young children.
I want to clarify that we have had 12 patients that we have treated, 11 of which are children with 9 gunshot wounds.
Volume, sorry.
None of those patients, all of those patients we expect to have a full recovery.
And then that really is a miracle. I'm not a religious guy, but this guy sprayed. He sprayed everywhere. And all kinds of people got hit in all different places. But thankfully, I mean, not thankfully, but horrifically, only one person was murdered in that hail of bullets.
None of which are in critical condition.
People in the crowd shouting, "He's got a gun." Police now confirming 3 people have been detained. Officers chased down one of the suspects, and another appeared to be tackled by fans.
Boy, oh boy, when keeping it real goes wrong, man. When keeping it real goes wrong. Now, they did end up releasing one guy who was totally innocent, because they said they arrested 3 people. And they ended up releasing one guy. So I wonder if this is the guy that got released. I don't know. I don't want to say that. But if he is one of the guys, yeah.
Chased down one of the suspects, and another appeared to be tackled by fans.
I have heard that as well. I have heard that fans got involved in the apprehension or the pursuit of one of the suspects. I cannot confirm that right now, but that is something that I have heard myself.
Fan Alyssa Marsh-Contreras spoke with KTLA.
That's a good catch, Davey. We see that quite a bit with, and this is definitely early reporting. This is reporting that was happening just a few minutes after the start of the incident. So it's not surprising that there were inaccurate reports. We see that quite a bit.
She says her father was one of those who took down a gunman.
Quick double
My
tap, you're
dad,
100%
along
correct.
with another Good Samaritan, running, jumping, and just tackling the second offender as they tackle.
Crazy video, because right here you see this woman pick up his gun and, get it away from him.
Tackled him. The weapon fell out.
Yeah.
The cop was able to secure that.
What are you doing, man? What are you doing going to the damn Chiefs game strapped up like fucking John Wick? What are you going to do, a quick and discreet hit? What are you doing, man? What are you doing except asking for trouble, coming fully strapped? There's cops everywhere.
After that, I just remember yelling, cops, we need cops over
Davey,
here.
it was not a
Somebody
pistol.
come over here. Not much longer, multiple cops come over.
Some kind of
get on
long
top of this
gun, some
guy,
kind of
make sure
longer
he's
gun.
clear of everything. And then after that, we were just all free to go.
From an aerial view, watch the...
Hey, you're tubing. I'm married, and I had a pretty bad Valentine's Day as well. So I feel for you, buddy. There's light at the end of the tunnel, okay? But, sometimes you're going to have a bad one, right? That's dangerous. Imagine a cop sees her holding a gun with no context. Yeah, totally.
Suspect get tackled. Now, a closer look. Even as bystanders wrestle with that suspect, watch as a woman in the crowd picks up what appears to be a rifle that came from the man and places it nearby. Thousands of people were there.
Yeah. I think she leans it up against the wall, and that other angle that we see is, because the cops are up against the wall, getting in front of the gun.
The City Chiefs players and their families, fans, the governors of Kansas and Missouri.
Yep, thoughts and prayers. Anyway, Taylor Swift also donated $100,000 to the family of the woman who was shot and killed. Not me, but this butthole. Maybe some girl broke his shit. Oh, you're tubing. That's disgusting. Question: how the fuck did he get a long gun anywhere near that event? I mean, that's the thing. Clearly, security was pretty lax, but why even bring one? Just you got to keep it real. You just got to keep it strapped. You're living that gangster life, but you also really love football. Well, guys, don't worry. The governor who has enacted some of the most lax gun laws in that region in Kansas City. Well, he was seen running for his life like a scared little bitch from the mass shooting. How come you didn't have a gun, buddy? Where's all your good guys with guns? Doesn't sound like he was very confident in the gun anarchy that he's created. Literally the gun anarchy that he's helped create. And boy, he's not really loving it. I'm sure his next election cycle he'll be doing all kinds of commercials with a big old scary gun. Oh, I love guns. Guns so good. Make sure you vote for me. Gun. But when the bullets start flying, guess who's run scared for his life? This hero of democracy. This scion of peace and safety, making sure juveniles, maniacs, and wife beaters can get access to deadly weaponry. Why? Thank you so much, Droopy the motherfucking dog. Best advice is to run. Help! I created a situation where violence can happen at any moment. Help me! I'm a victim of my own policies. Ah! Governor pretty much immediately said no need for gun control, of course. Not when so many heroes like him are running around. Not the author of the asshole. We're still talking about your asshole? Come on. Talk about assholes. Cops have it tough. Cops have it tough out there. Got Rand Paul'd. He kind of did, yeah. Cops have it kind of tough. And, I don't know why I have this in the middle of our mass shooting. I guess there's a good reason to have this in the middle of the mass shooting news, but I felt it was appropriate to put this in here because, cops have it tough. They're out there, they're warriors. It's a war zone. It's their survival versus the beastly civilians that could murder them at any moment. Literally anybody could be holding a gun and ready to execute them. Now, I'm not saying there's some footage of, I've seen one footage. It was totally nuts. This cop approaching this guy at a park, he's just like walking away. Cop approaches them. Guy immediately turns around. 3 seconds. The whole thing happened in 3 seconds. Immediately turns around. Pop, 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 pop. Like, 4 bullets into the cop. Drops him right there on the body cam. So I'm not saying that shit doesn't happen and that a cop's job is not difficult. With that said, if you're a cop, you are given extra special rights. That is extra special responsibility. And when a person is given extra special responsibility, you do expect, and this is me at least, I don't know about you, but I expect a certain level of professionalism. Okay? So why don't we go ahead and watch this video and you tell me if what you're seeing is professionalism. Now, just to give you a little context, the noise that the cop hears and is reacting to is the sound of an acorn falling on the hood of his vehicle right here. This is his vehicle. An acorn falls from the tree and hits the hood of his vehicle. And this is the response we see from this professional police officer.
Shots fired! Shots fired! Shots fired! You know. I'm hit. I'm hit. What? I'm not. In the car. I was shot through the car. Oh.
Are you okay, sir?
I'm good. I feel weird, but I'm good.
Feel a little weird, huh? You're hit. You dropped your service weapon and lied on the ground.
I'm good.
He's got a gun. Thankfully, no. The suspect that he was arresting was in the vehicle that he mag dumped.
I don't know. I might have hit my vest.
I think the woman that we hear crying is maybe the girlfriend of the guy that's in the vehicle. I think that's what we're hearing. I'm hit. I'm hit. He was reprimanded. Apparently, this man was reprimanded. And he got a paid vacation, is what he got for this behavior. Yeah. So one more time. One more time. This is acceptable behavior according to a police departments. This is okay. The guy does a double roll. Says he's like 3 sheets to the wind, by the way. I don't know if this guy's like out of shape. Does a double roll, mag dumps. What? What are you even shooting at?
Shots fired! Shots fired! Shots fired! Shots fired! You know.
I'm hit. I'm hit.
What?
Mag dumps. Crawls his ass.
Shot through the car. Oh.
A whole performance. No, that's standard issue. Look, it's got the 119. That's they keep it organized. It's basically a unique ID.
I'm good. I feel weird, but I'm good.
Yeah, you feel weird. How do you think the people in the neighborhood feel watching your behavior? When does he leave cover? Jesse, move over to me. Here's more cops.
Jesse, come back. Mark vehicle right there.
Dude, am I hit?
Come on.
Wow.
Let's get further back.
So there you go. Professionalism is key to a well-functioning police department. Thankfully, no one was hurt. Amazing that no one was hurt. And yeah, and I'm pretty sure the guy was reprimanded. You see here. Oh, interesting. Listen to this. So both were current on resistance training and firearms qualification. So apparently Deputy Hernandez resigned in 2023 in December during the investigation, but was ultimately found to have violated policy. Okay, thank goodness. So a review was done, an investigation was done, and they're like, yeah, we can't spin this one. The deputies were cleared of any wrongdoing. Jackson wasn't injured and no weapon was located. After investigation, the sound was determined to have been made by an acorn hitting the roof of a car. Yeah, his bullets hit Navali. All right. Well, he had to resign. And his resignation allowed him to keep his pension, of course. Yeah, of course. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know why I have this here. Looks like the Reddit link actually worked. Once again, this is another example of Reddit censorship. So on Next Fucking Level, there was this amazing video of this cop. You know, I wanted to kind of show both, right? A cop clearly in the wrong, but also a cop clearly in the right, and, you know, being an example for other cops, right? So Reddit decided this was not Next Fucking Level and not NFL, guys. It's not Next Fucking Level. How dare you? You know, generated a lot of comments, a lot of chat, a lot of discussion. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what these people think. It's not like this chat is filled with people saying that's not Next Fucking Level. That's not Next Fucking Level. No, it's people who are basically agreeing it's Next Fucking Level and are having a discussion. But a single moderator, unnamed, masked, gets to come in here with his fucking opinion, because you know it's a guy, and, oh, that's not NFL. Fuck Reddit. One of the most censored websites on the internet. Reddit. Well, thankfully, I found the video. No, I found the video. I can link a video of a cop who was rightfully scared for his life. You'll have to cut it off, though, because absolutely... No, Davey, and that's why I was setting it up. Okay, because it is a dangerous profession, and I'm not denying the danger, but I am denying the justification for the excuses that they make for themselves, and when they fuck up and make mistakes. Because what we don't see is what I'm going to show you right now. What we normally see is double down, obfuscate, Darvo, deny, obfuscate, vilify, all that stuff. That's what we normally see from police departments and police unions. What we don't see is what I'm going to show you right now. And what I'm showing you right now, this should be the normal. This should be the normal.
A sincere apology, because the reason why I called the press conference today is I owe a young man a sincere apology because we made a mistake, and I don't want him, his family, his friends, or anybody that knows him to think that he did anything wrong in any way. His name is Olin Christopher Rhodes. This is a guy that did nothing wrong. Now, we had a warrant roundup last week, and his picture was put up there, and we'd had him charged with PWID fentanyl, which is pretty terrible. This young man turns himself in. His wife and his family were super nice to me, I have to say. They asked a question on Facebook, have a question for law enforcement professionals about investigations. One of my family members said, you may want to check on that, so I did. This lady was very kind and personally messaged me instead of beating me to death on Facebook, which they have a right to do. But they're good people. And
it's a good
this
cop.
gentleman right here, Mr. Rhodes, was terminated from his job. And I want to say thank you to the city of Malden for understanding that we made this mistake and not him, and gave him his job back. So thank you for that. They lost a little bit of money that we will recoup for them. I want to show you, I really want to show you the guy that looks like him, but I have not 100% identified him.
Yeah, so he doesn't want to do it, so he makes this mistake twice. That'd be something. He puts up a different guy. He's like, see, he looked like just like this guy who committed the crime. And it turns out he didn't commit the crime. That'd look really bad. But anyway, as you can see, so this goes on for another minute and a half. But yeah, exactly, Davey. Great leadership. The exact kind of stuff you don't see from police departments. And I really like that little bit aside of saying, well, it's their right if they wanted to trash me on Facebook, but it was nice that she didn't. This is the example of the example that police departments across the nation need to be taking. So if I was Joe Biden, I'd make this guy the top cop, right? I'd be like, this guy is setting the example that I want to be seeing, right? Hopefully, you know what I'm saying, right? Maybe this guy's like totally pro warrior cop, like, everywhere else, but somehow he holds himself accountable this way. You know what I mean? But oftentimes, almost 99% of the time, quite frankly, you see cops, when they make a mistake, they lie. They'll lie on the documentation. They'll lie in the court when presented with video evidence. They'll be like, don't believe your lying eyes. Oh, that wasn't a cop planning coke. That coke was already there. It just looks that way. And you don't need to do any digging to find examples either, okay? I'm not being hyperbolic. Crooked cops all over the place. What you don't see is we fucked up. We did everything we could to make up for it. We're going to try to make better. We're going to try to not make this mistake in the future. But yeah, if I was Joe Biden, I'd make this guy top cop immediately, right to the top. You're setting an example I want the entire nation to follow. Accountability. Not just that they're not usually accountable. No. I mean, in a court of law, they'll get called out for their lies, and nope, they still win. So last little bit of not technically the last specific story about a mass shooting before we get to the mass shooting update. And especially trained police dog sat down. I totally didn't. Yeah, exactly, Davey. Exactly. Entrapment, right? Lies. And they get away with it normally. But no, on top of the Kansas City altercation that resulted in a mass shooting, there was an incredibly mentally ill woman brought a child into Joel Osteen's mega church, and I don't know, fired a single shot, but the cops ended up murdering this woman in a hail of bullets so thick that the child that she was with also got life-threatening injuries, apparently. I don't know if she's on life support or dead. But the only person that ended up dying was the crazy woman herself who brought the gun into the church, along with the child. God help us all. And you know what the craziest part of the story is? Joel Osteen. Tell me, watch this footage of Joel Osteen, mega church pastor, millionaire, exploiter. Watch him talk about this tragedy and tell me if something doesn't seem a little off. Watch this.
Of course, we're devastated. I mean, we've been here 65 years and have somebody shooting in your church, but we don't understand why these things happen, but we know God's in control.
Something seems off. Does something seem off to you? Maybe it's just me, but I want to ask the question, what the fuck are you smiling at, dude? You had a mentally deranged woman with an armed weapon bring a kid into your church and start firing the gun. And while you're talking, you can't keep that $1 million grin locked up for a couple seconds to talk about the travesty. Oh, it's really bad. It's terrible. I can't believe people walking to my church and shooting up. It's really bad. I think this man is a mentally ill sociopath or something. Look at literally every other face. Look at the human beings that surround this person. Yeah, he didn't steal her wallet, right? Look at how other human beings react to this news. Concern, sorrow. I think this person hates him. But somehow these human beings are able to suppress their sheer glee at talking about a shooting at a church. But Joel Osteen can't fucking control himself, dude. Guy to the right is smirking. You think so? Well, let's watch it again.
Of course, we're devastated. I mean, we've been here 65 years and have somebody shooting in your church. But, you know,
no one's smirking.
We don't understand why these things happen, but we know God's in control.
Well, that was Pastor Joel Osteen after 2 people were injured, including a child, in a shocking and terrifying shooting at his Houston megachurch. Police say a woman entered.
Yeah, so is this the child that the cop shot up? You guys, you're wearing cowboy hats like you're fucking cowboys. You're supposed to be marksmen, and what do? Mag dump, mag dump, mag dump it, mag dump it. Oh, mag, replace the mag. I got hit. I'm hit. I'm hit. I'm hit. And a little girl gets caught up in your fucking bullet storm.
Entered the building with a child at her side and a rifle and started shooting.
Yeah,
authorities say 2 off-duty law enforcement officers in the church fired back. The woman was killed, but the child and another person were struck and wounded. CNN's Ed Lavandera joins us now live from the scene. And what more do we know about this stunning story?
He's got a gun, magged up that shit. Oh!
Well, the feeling here is that this could have been infinitely worse. Thousands of people flock to this once basketball arena turned prominent mega church every Sunday. And the timing all of this really led investigators and people who were here to think that this could have been much, much worse.
A terrifying scene at one of America's biggest churches.
I started screaming, there's a shooter, there's a shooter, there's a
You sure you didn't mean I started screaming and there was a shooter? I started screaming, shooter, shooter, shooter. I was having the time of my life. It was amazing. I was sitting at the Joel Osteen church and I saw a mass shooter and I just couldn't contain my smile.
shooter.
We hid about 10 of us, 10 adults in a closet, and there was one child in there, and no vent, but we were all praying.
A child in the closet.
An armed woman entered Pastor Joel Osteen's megachurch in Houston on Sunday afternoon and opened fire.
She was armed with a long rifle and a trench coat with a backpack, accompanied by a small child, approximately 4 to 5 years old.
God, that's tragic.
Houston's police chief Troy Finner says 2 off-duty law enforcement agents working security at the church confronted the woman, getting the situation under control.
And like no criticism though, not even a little, not even a little questioning of the cops who shot this kid up. Oh, it's just so tragic. There was no choice. There was no other way to handle it. Really? No scrutiny whatsoever.
She's deceased here on the scene. I want to commend those officers. She had a long gun.
Commend them?
And it could have been a lot worse. But they stepped up and they did their job. And I want to thank them for that.
Is their job to shoot children? Come on, you see what I mean, man? Really, no self-reflection whatsoever. You can't even say, we could probably do better. We should do better. That little girl was hurt. We're gonna try to improve our tactics and techniques so that stuff like this doesn't happen in the future. None of that. No, officers did a great job, did their job. They're heroes.
However, the child who...
I can't fuck up this bad in my job. Okay, I'm in IT, dude. Like, if I'm supposed to delete a user account and I delete 100 user accounts, it's not, well, he did the best he could, he really showed up and, it's like, no, you fucked up. I just don't get it, man. How come, like, the more power you get, the less accountability people want to give you?
Came to the church with the woman was also shot.
Unfortunately, a 5-year-old kid was hit and is in critical condition at our local hospital.
By whom?
The chief says it is unclear who fired the shot that struck the child, and the child's relationship to the suspect is still unknown, according to police. The officers involved in the shooting told investigators the woman claimed to have a bomb, but an immediate search found nothing.
We searched her vehicle, our bomb squad, and also the backpack. No explosives were found, but she was also spraying some type of substance on the ground.
Witnesses describe
mentally ill. Clearly mentally. Apparently there was a lot of red flags with this woman.
A chaotic scene.
My mom was screaming, and then my mom said, come, and we ducked because while I called my mom, the bullets were still repetitive and they were still going, and the attacks were in the sanctuary.
One bystander was injured.
That was a 57-year-old man who didn't have anything to do with it, I don't think. Was shot in the leg. He's seeking treatment in the hospital.
Pastor Osteen says he's thankful the shooting.
How many cops mag dumped? Look at this. He can't get the smile off his
Did not
face.
happen earlier in the day.
I can only imagine if it would have happened during the 11 o'clock service. You know, if there's anything good of it.
I can only imagine if it happened at 11. The other people who died, there'd be a lot of blood.
You know what? She didn't get in there and do a whole lot worse damage.
Could have been a
and
lot
he's
worse.
left hoping the decades-old church will continue holding services without another scare like this.
We're going to stay strong. We're going to continue to move forward. And there are forces of evil, but the forces that are for us, the forces of God, are stronger than that.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah, you bet. Yeah, Davey. I agree. Folks, you know what time it is. Come on. It's America's favorite news segment. That's right, folks. It's that mass shooting update. Brought to you by Garbage Fuel. Folks, there was 61 U.S. mass shootings in 2024. We're not up to 600 yet. We're working on it. 5,948 mass shootings since 2013. And one whole day since the last mass shooting. Big props to you good guys with guns protecting us. Thank you so much. Over there in Birmingham, Alabama, 4 dead and 0 injured. Victim fatalities: Cortez Ray, Talton Tate, Terrell Edwards, and Kevin McGee, gunman unknown. Wow, a whole group of 30-year-old men got shot up in Birmingham, Alabama. Over there in Fayetteville, Arkansas, 1 dead and 4 injured. Victim fatalities: unidentified male, 18 to 20, gunman unknown. Over there in Atlanta, Georgia, 0 dead and 4 injured. Juvenile victims: 3 juveniles, all age 17, and 1 18-year-old wounded in drive-by shooting at a high school. All 4 students, gunman unknown. At a high school. I hope that gun was legal. Over there in Claxton, Georgia, 2 dead and 2 injured. Victim fatalities: Taylor Simone Clark, Shalond A. Jessica Stevens, suspect Celeste D. Adams. Over there in Kansas City, Missouri, 1 dead and 22 injured. Juvenile victims: 12 children, ages between 8 and 15 among the wounded. Victim fatality: Lisa Lopez Gavin, 44. Suspects: 2 unidentified juveniles charged. So, of course, we don't see the church shooting on here because it's not technically a mass shooting because only 1 person died. Hey, you know, silver lining, folks. I don't see a family elimination event. Hey! We went a whole week without a family annihilation event. Sorry, annihilation event. If you don't know what a family annihilation event, that's when a spurned lover, usually an ex-husband or ex-boyfriend, decides to murder everyone in the house, including the children, and then, of course, murder themselves. We went a whole week without a family annihilation event. How's that for a silver lining? Thank you so much, Garbage Fuel, for sponsoring the mass shooting update. Brought to you, of course, by Garbage Fuel, the #1 drink mix company in the world. Garbage Fuel. Make sure you drink Garbage Fuel today, made from 100% garbage juice, totally organic. Thank you, Garbage Fuel, for sponsoring the mass shooting update. All right. Oh, wait, before we do that, do have one bit of good news that I'd like to talk about, just as a palate cleanser from all this, just horrific news. Greece legalizes same-sex marriage. There you go, folks. Thank you so much, Greece. Thank you, Greece. Same-sex couples will now be legally allowed to adopt children after Thursday's 176-76 vote. Get fucked, bigots. Get fucked, you 76 bigots. Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis said the new law would boldly abolish a serious inequality. Let's go ahead and watch the video, folks. Athens, Greece. Same-sex marriage made legal, folks. Look at all those happy folks. Look at all those people getting to live how they want to live. Yeah. Russia invades Greece. Nazis! The Nazis, you can see the Nazis, the new symbol for the Nazis, the rainbow flag. I'm sure there's a Republican somewhere who said that. Anyway, it's great news. These losers. Oh, your God doesn't fucking care. If your God invented homosexuality, lady. Okay? If your God's real, he invented homosexuality. And if God invented homosexuality, there's a good chance God likes to have anal sex. What do you think about that, lady? What if God was a bottom? What do you think about that one, huh? God getting pounded by an angel and loving it and loving every moment of it. What do you think about that one, lady? Literally blood starts coming out of her nose, right? No, because think about it. God invented gay people. God invented anal sex. If God is real, right? Why wouldn't God enjoy a little anal sex? He's been around. He's been around all this time. Hasn't even tried it once. Come on, come on. You know, he's looking down. He's seeing ancient Greece have all this fun. He's not gonna get him some. Zeus over here having sex with swans. Christian God looking like, don't give me some of that. I just think it's so funny. I just think that image is so funny. Like God getting pounded and loving it. Where's the porno? Where's the gay porno depicting that? I need to direct some porno. Man, little Nas X ain't got nothing on me, dude. Oh, come on. Detroit news. Fine. We'll get around this. Anal ain't even gay. Chicks give their men anal all the time. So true. You can have totally straight anal sex. Like, the guy can be the bottom. What? Has this not been captured? All right, well, we'll let this get captured, and we'll come back to that one. So we are now in our right-wing update, right-wing news update here. This is the insurrection fascist update, or what's up with the fascists, right? Either believe it in a book or not. Old Testament stuff. Yeah, totally quick double chap. Yeah. He's more like the God didn't intentionally create us and doesn't have any opinion on us. We're literally mold in a refrigerator that he's forgotten about, and things have gotten out of hand, but he just doesn't give a shit. He's got bigger fish to fry. He's doing some God stuff. That's a rather dismal. I'd rather have nihilism than that, I think. I'd rather have nihilism than a God that just created us and just fucked off. That would be even more depressing. That he has all this power, you know, he can make everything better and, you know, make things more equal, and just literally doesn't care. That's even worse than the reality of nihilism. We about done here? We're almost there. This is archiving the webpage. It's a really cool feature. Okay. So this news segment here, insurrection update, what's up with the fascists? We talk about, let me just get my chat over my head so people can see it. There we go. We talk about the rise of right-wing fascism and their overt and obvious attempts to subvert our democracy, to subvert our elections, to install themselves as a permanent entity without never being able to be challenged by the democracy anymore. Basically a situation where you as an American will continue to vote, but no matter what happens, Republicans will always win. That's what this segment is about. Love thy neighbor is gay as fuck. There was gays in the Bible times. People act like it never happened. Oh, it happened, honey. Well, if he never cared, then why did he create us in the first place then, Davey? But no, so check it out, guys. This is our first little story. So the Michigan fake elector, the chickens are starting to come home to roost to these people who were totally happy and willing to steal the election for Donald Trump. And once this finishes, I'll have a picture of these people that I'll be able to show you. But here we have chickens coming home to roost here. No, I didn't know. I was tricked into supporting Trump and his insurrection. I didn't know it was illegal to tell the Electoral College that a different person won than what the voters decided. The reality is that like Rudy Giuliani's team like whipped up a Word document that they distributed to all these different locations, and they all, they like, normally it's like official paper with like an official seal. These goobers sign a fucking printed out Word document. Oh yeah, we won the election. We developed naturally by evolution. That's an interesting theory, Davey. That might be a whole different flavor of Christianity there. I don't even know what to call that. That's an interesting one. You got to write this stuff down, buddy. Become another David Koresh. Can I be part of the Davey cult? Yeah, it's all well and good until I need to get an abortion. And all of a sudden the Davey cult isn't so friendly. Oh, got him. Got him. I'm never letting that go, Davey. One of Donald Trump's fake electors testified Wednesday that he'd been tricked into supporting the former president's bid to reclaim Michigan in the 2020 presidential election. Poor guy. Oh, man. I didn't know. I didn't know. Please have mercy on me, as I'm a career right-wing politician, please. I meant no harm. I just signed a document that says your vote's irrelevant and I want my dictator no matter what. James Renner, a 77-year-old former state trooper. Oh my God, it's all starting to make sense. Said in a preliminary hearing for fellow fake electors that he had no idea it was illegal to join the slate of Republicans in a state won by President Joe Biden, the Associated Press report. Quote, "We were told this was an appropriate process. An appropriate process to steal the election, guys. Didn't you know if you don't like the results of an election, there's an appropriate process to change that result? Didn't you know that? Oh, this is the appropriate process to change the result of an election. Of course it is. My background was enforcing the law, not breaking the law." Okay. Renner was among the 16 Republicans to act as a fake elector for Trump, but charges against him were dropped last year when he agreed to testify for the prosecution. So he agreed, okay, well, I'll snitch on everybody else. I didn't mean it. This guy, like, 2 feet into the, he's got 1 foot in the grave, and he decides to completely ruin his entire life and career, agreeing to a sloppy right-wing coup attempt. All right, so here's this other one. No, Chris, hold on. We're going to get to you in a second. So here's that article I was talking about. So this is the other one. Group photo shows Michigan GOP electors on day they signed the false certificate. So here they are. Here are these, no offense, geriatric fascists, tyrants, who said, nope, I don't believe, it's all fake. I have no evidence, but it's all fake. Everyone I know supports Trump, so you support Trump too. That's what they said. Isn't this illegal? Oh, no, it's fine. Trump really won, so he'll pardon us. If there's any problems, we'll get pardoned, and this is all right and godly and good and justified. Except it fucking wasn't. And you're fucking criminals. Could you imagine? This is exactly what the Republicans want to set up, by the way. This is all Steve Bannon's plan. And this is, this is all Project 2025. This is all about it, right? Getting partisans, lifelong political partisans, in charge of these local processes so that they can be corrupt and do whatever the hell they want and justify it however the hell they want to get their tyrant in office. They're trying to make this legal in Texas right now. Right fucking now, they're trying to make this legal in Arizona. This process. Oh, we don't like that result. It was a bad result, and this team of yahoos gets to pick the election now. Oh, little shred of corruption. Oh, we see, fraud is what they're saying. Oh, this is all to protect against fraud, right? That's what they're saying. Oh, we fraud. The yahoos get to pick the election. Oh, shucks, guys. The yahoos picked the Republican again. Oh, shucks, guys. This isn't even super delegates, Davey. I mean, that's a whole other criticism for the electoral college system. That's a whole other bag of worms. Okay. But no, this isn't even as bad as the super delegate. This is much worse. This is, my personal opinion is that my guy won the election. So we're just gonna send false information. And they all agreed to it. They all put their name down. Crooks, criminals, anti-democratic tyrants that want to see us. I mean, what this woman at the center here wants to destroy our democracy 6 minutes before she dies. And we're going to let them do it. We're letting them do it. You know why? Because they show up. Right? They're sitting in these boring meetings. They're going through the process. They have the patience for it. In a democracy, in a vacuum, in a democratic vacuum, these are the mediocre tyrants that take over. Davey, what are you trying to even do, man? You're trying to downplay this as not a big deal? Oh, it happens in other countries. This is America, dude. We're supposed to be the democratic example to the world. And you're like, happens everywhere else. This is serious business, Davey. I won't have you diminishing the importance of this story in my chat, dude. This is very important. Interesting kissing Gonzo. Wanted to show this video here. Right. Okay, Davey. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Davey. Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. Yeah, I mean, technically, this is the kind of assault every democracy should be prepared for, should be expecting. It's not an if, it's a when. If you have a democracy, it will be attacked by these elements. And, you need to make sure your democracy is strong enough to withstand these style of attacks. Because, yes, anywhere there's a democracy, you're going to get attacks like what we saw there. Like I said, mediocre 80-year-old tyrants who, 6 minutes before they die, they want to destroy our democracy. That is something that every democracy has to deal with, right? And it's so funny because really, when you look at democracies that are in trouble, it's apathy. 9 times out of 10, man, it's apathy that's eating away at that democracy. It's people who have become accustomed to their liberties. They've become accustomed to their luxuries and the freedoms that their democracy has given to them. and they forget, and they're encouraged to forget, you know, how these things came to be, where we got the 8-hour work day. You know, like we start to forget, and we are encouraged to forget these things, and instead replace them with tyrannical corporate fantasies. So moving on into our next story here. Sorry, we're going to watch a little Chris Hayes. I know. Put your note in the complaint box. But this is some amazing clips right here. We see because what Chris is doing here is showing how right-wing media is vilifying, immigrants and migrants and people of color for their own political purposes. This does have real-world effects. We're seeing, of course, the treatment of immigrants on the border, the brutality and the desire to do more physical harm to these people increase. And it's rhetoric like what we see here, this stochastic terrorism like what we see here. These things are related. They're not happening in a vacuum. Okay. And Chris Hayes does a pretty good job kind of, giving us a good picture of that. So I thought having this in the evil right-wing Republican section might be a good idea. Governing the process of objecting elective votes. I'm just reading your comment there. Kissing Gonzo. The Republicans tried that rejection attempt, a legal win. It was rejected. Yeah. Kissing Gonzo. Yeah. Look, man, if I work as hard as I can to bring as much evidence as possible, right? And I'm constantly trying to prove myself wrong. Like, surely I'm being hyperbolic. Surely, and in the second most powerful political party on planet Earth, surely they're not trying to completely dismantle American democracy, and it's just you, Trump derangement syndrome, and you're just a hippie, commie, lefty, and you just hate freedom. I'm trying in my head. I'm trying, and it's just my bullshit meter, my bullshit detector, my bullshit filter. What is happening here? But you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't convince myself that is what's happening. I'm sorry. I believe my lying eyes, when it comes to my observations of this. Consideration of objections upon receiving a valid objection, a joint session is suspended. No debate is allowed in the joint session. Once again, sorry for the Chris Hayes.
I cannot overstate how much vile demagoguery about migrants constantly appears on Fox News day in, day out.
It is constant.
This is a government jobs program that lets in more migrants.
Not to mention how much we're paying for the migrants' kids to go to school.
But now the migrants are shutting down the hospitals in Denver more than COVID ever did.
We shouldn't be allowing even one migrant into the country.
Isn't this really an attempt, ultimately, to destroy the country internally?
That's exactly what it is.
Obvious.
It's poisonous stuff. And
replacement.
Fox News executives don't seem to care if what they're saying is true, as quite famously demonstrated when they paid out a 9-figure settlement to Dominion voting machines. And when they defended a now former primetime host from a slander lawsuit by just telling the court his Fox News show did not really do news, so he couldn't be guilty of defamation. Which brings us to what happened the other night. Fox News host Sean Hannity tried to get some synergy with another brand you might remember from the 80s, the Guardian Angels and their vigilante founder, Curtis Sliwa. Do you remember him? His gang was going to make the streets safe for regular people by rooting out criminals, as he told the Today Show back in 1982.
Because the criminal is very violent and operates in what we call the wolf packs. You see them by the way they dress, their style, almost like modern-day pirates, that's what keeps you in fear once.
Yeah. Black people in the ghetto, they're like modern-day pirates. You seen how they dress. You know how they are. This used to be acceptable language when talking about migrants. Can you imagine that? When talking about people of color, black people in general. You see their bags and pants are all baggy. Oh, they're listening to the hipping and the hopping. Oh, they're like modern day pirates. Yeah, like a Charles Bronson movie.
They've smelled fear from you once they've seen you change your path of
Super
entry
predators.
or to cross the street
one, right?
from where they're hanging out. they descend upon you like wolves.
Oh my God,
They're like wolves. They descend upon you. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't dangerous neighborhoods where you might get victimized, right? If you're just a white guy out there. I'm not saying that doesn't exist. But this guy would have you believe every street corner, right, with black people on it. Oh, black people, right? This guy, every baggy pants, they'll descend upon you. They're raised like pirates.
From where they're hanging out, they descend upon you like wolves.
Oh my God, like a time warp to my childhood in the Bronx. Fast forward to Tuesday night when Hannity interviewed Curtis Sliwa live in Times Square, about 40 years older.
There he is, man.
Back in his costume like it's the Kiss reunion tour.
Got himself a little logo and everything, running around like some weird anti-commie. Did he say black people or did you? I think I said black people. Let's go ahead and get his full uninterrupted comment, though, so there's no misinformation. 1 second. I don't think he said black people.
The Guardian Angels and their vigilante founder, Curtis Sliwa. Do you remember him? His gang was going to make the streets safe for regular people by rooting out criminals, as he told the Today Show back in 1982.
Because the criminal is very violent and operates in what we call the wolf packs. You see them by the way they dress, their style, almost like modern-day pirates, and that's what keeps you in fear. And once they've smelled fear from you, once they've seen you change
No, but he didn't say black people, but who knows who he's talking about?
Your path of entry or to cross the street from where they're hanging out, they descend upon you like wolves.
Oh my!
It is interesting though, because he does avoid. He doesn't call them gorillas, right? He isn't saying, so I can see, because this is like a more acceptable bigotry, right? It's a bigotry that's a little easier to swallow, because he's not saying, be scared of black people because they're black and they're scary. He's saying be scared of wolf packs that will descend upon you, and be vigilant. And I'm anyone, any color, anybody could be a member of these types of people, right? Yeah, it's kind of like an interesting way to kind of soften the bigotry a little bit and deliver it in a way that seems from his angle like common sense, right? Protect yourself from roving pirate wolf packs that will descend upon you at a moment's notice, right? So it's interesting.
Across the street from where they're hanging out, they descend upon you like wolves.
Yeah, kissing
God,
Gonzo.
like a time warp to my childhood in the Bronx. Fast forward to Tuesday.
What exactly is he gonna do? He's gonna call fucking call the cops so hard.
Tuesday night when Hannity interviewed Curtis Sliwa live in Times Square, about 40 years older.
Quick double tap. Okay.
Back in his costume like it's the Kiss reunion tour.
I see
talking about the hellscape that is New York under the migrant.
Yeah, Lenny, dude, blast for the past for you, huh, Lenny, dude? You were totally around when this guy was like first doing his grift.
An invasion. And they had a remarkable Fox TV moment.
If you divide 53...
So common ground, systemic racism doesn't exist, huh? Is that what you're trying to sneak into my chat? Is that the ignorance you're trying to sneak into my chat? I can't believe... people think racism exists? Yeah, there's no evidence of it, that's for sure. Okay, thank you, common ground. Appreciate that.
3 million by 500. That's a $106,000 debit card.
Hard to do in
Not a bad deal. I don't think they're giving them to vets that are homeless in New York City. Not that I've heard, Curtis.
Well, in fact, our guys have just taken down one of the migrant guys right here on the corner, 42nd and 7th. While all this
Can you pan the camera?
They've taken over. They've taken over. You'd like the camera over there if at all possible.
Yeah, right over there. There's one. I got one.
Yep.
And we got one. Go get him.
You got your key open, guys.
Descend upon him like a wolf pack. Descend upon the illegal immigrant like a wolf
They
pack.
had been shoplifting first. The Guardian Angels spotted them, stopped them. He resisted. And let's just say we gave him a little pain compliance.
Yeah, a little pain compliance, you know what I'm talking about?
Mother back in Venezuela felt the vibrations.
Oh, yeah, they heard back in that country of origin of Venezuela, which I am sure this person is from.
Sucking concrete.
Yeah, suck some concrete, buddy.
What a despicable exhibition.
There
So,
he is. Go get him.
Sliwa says the man they were assaulting was a migrant shoplifter, the one that was sucking at concrete. A perfect story for that Donald Trump and Fox News are telling their audience about the illegals and the rampant crime, except, guess what? After the cameras turned off, a little more reporting and digging revealed that the man Sliwa's gang wrestled down was not a migrant, but, drumroll, a New Yorker from the Bronx. And while Sliwa claimed he was a shoplifter,
Gee, I wonder what visual characteristic this guy was using to identify what he thought was a Venezuelan illegal immigrant. Gee, guys, I wonder what visual characteristic this person had. I wonder. Go get him. There it is. There's one right there.
He's sucking concrete.
He's sucking concrete.
what a despicable exhibition. So Sliwa says the man they were assaulting was a migrant shoplifter, the one that was sucking at concrete. A perfect story for that Donald Trump and Fox News are telling their audience about the illegals and the rampant crime, except, guess what? After the cameras turned off, a little more reporting and digging revealed that the man Sliwa's gang wrestled down was not a migrant, but, drumroll, a New Yorker from the Bronx. And while Sliwa claimed he was a shoplifter, there was no evidence of that, and he was not charged with shoplifting by the police. He was issued a disorderly conduct summons, apparently for being disruptive during Curtis's live shot.
Oh.
In other words, a New Yorker...
He used his cop connections, the fucking right-wing cops that love him. He used his connections to do a bogus fucking charge against the person they were harassing. That's justice, yo. That's what real justice looks like. Oh, I really cocked this up. We better ruin this guy's reputation real quick because we love liberty and freedom.
In the middle of Times Square was interrupting a live shot of Curtis Sliwa, and his goons assaulted him. Yesterday, Fox once again had to do some cleanup to avoid another lawsuit.
Now, Curtis said that the man was a migrant and that he was shoplifting. Fox News has since spoken to the NYPD. Apparently, the statements made by Curtis that the man is a migrant is not true. Curtis said, in part, quote, "I shouldn't have been listening to the crowd. That was my mistake. I should not have
He was leading the crowd.
Reaction." Again, on the show,
he was leading the mob. He was literally pointing his fucking finger and commanding his soldiers.
Some good advice there, life advice generally for folks. I shouldn't have been listening to the crowd.
Oopsie doodles. Oopsie doodles. Here you go. If for some reason you want to watch the rest of this Chris Hayes clip, it's right here. But you know, it's all fun and games. It's very funny, and I'm laughing I'm laughing hysterically because it's so fucking funny, right? But unfortunately, in all seriousness, right, to bring it back to a serious place, this is exactly what we should expect from right-wingers in the future, right? You're the other, you're bad, I know better, I don't need evidence, don't need proof. Get him, suck some concrete. These people feel emboldened, they feel empowered, and you know, some of them will lash out quite violently if they lose in the next election. But I really fear what will happen when they feel emboldened after winning and defeating Joe Biden. You know, how emboldened they will feel. And, you know, we saw this with Donald Trump, totally backing up his constituents on January 6th, beating up the cops, but he had their back, not calling in the National Guard. He had the crowd's back. So what happens when, he wins the presidency or some other right-wing demagogue wins the presidency and guys like this with little fiefdoms with little followings. Look at the little mob he's got there. He's got a whole little mob, dude. Like the fucking Warriors, man. He's got it's got a geriatric version of the Warriors. But what happens when guys like this act on their own accord and then the president has their back? You know? And then the president has their back. Right? And it's encouraged. It starts to become encouraged for these little right-wing demagogues to bully lefties of any different kind, right? Protecting. Oh, I just came here to protect San Francisco. Making sure none of this queerness stuff is going around, making sure none of these pedophiles around here. And then the president has their back. You know, so yeah, I am afraid of them lashing out if Joe Biden wins, and you know, some of them will do massacres or whatever. I'm worried about that. But I'm really more worried about when the president has their back and they become emboldened. You know, look at the Iranian morality police, if you want a good example of how out of hand something like that can get. When the vigilantes are politically useful and are co-opted by the government. Trump is getting booed on stage at SneakerCon because he's trying to sell Trump shoes. Really, right now? Really, for real? He's still talking? No way, dude. No way. How you doing, Funkytron? That's a cool name. Please don't be a right-winger. That would suck. Have such a cool name and you're like a right-winger. What? He's not doing a speech. You got to give me a clip, Davey. You got to give me a clip of that. Oh shit, Davey's got the clip. You know Davey comes correct with them clips, boy. Thank you, Davey. Donald Trump is getting booed at SneakerCon for trying to sell shoes. Well, he needs to sell. He's got to sell a lot of bobbleheads. He got to sell a lot of shoes, a lot of mugshots. You want to buy a mugshot? I'll sell you a $30 picture of my mugshot. He's got a lot of shoes to sell, man. 355 million plus another 90 million going to Jean E. Carroll. 90 million or something like that.
Wow. A lot of emotion. There's a lot of emotion in this room. Thank you. Thank you.
Selling them for $400.
So the really nice thing is we have lines, and I want to thank Chase, and I want to thank Alan.
Oh, is it these gold monstrosities in front of him? Do you remember when Trump hid the green unmarked feds last time? Had the green unmarked feds last time? Not quite sure what you're referencing there, you're tubing. Let's take a look at these shoes. Oh no, man, no fucking way, dude. Oh wait, so these are the ones they were auctioned off for $9,000. That's not even a lot of money, dude. I'm a progressive. Oh, well, that's great. That's great. I am a democratic socialist, I think. Progressive putting communism full on progressives. That makes sense. Well, I personally believe in the hybridization of socialism and capitalism. And I believe that eventually we'll reach a new ism. Wow. Trump's warm welcome. They were like a police force. He had to control protesters. Really, that's interesting. Sky's the limit, guys. If Trump gets back in there, and you know, people like this, who I showed earlier. You know, the argument that is made about them is that, oh, these guys are the extreme. These guys don't represent the mainstream. And I would say, no. I think this guy is saying what they're all thinking. Right. And maybe not everybody. But this guy is saying something that I think a lot of Republicans believe, and that we should be very, very concerned about, because what does this individual do when he doesn't get what he wants? And what is he willing to support in the future? You know, my hope is that individuals like this will leave once Trump is gone, and once the excitement and the trolling, and it's no longer funny and it's no longer entertaining. And, little jackasses like this, little Randalls like this will no longer be interested in playing the game because it's no longer fun. It's just boring politics, without Trump. And they'll go away. But, January 6th gave them a little taste of victory in their eyes, right? It gave them a little taste of what it looks like to, take something by force. And it's like, hey, this is, kind of gave them like a preview, like we could do this. And if we were successful, there, no one would have stood in our way. We could have been successful in this, and we would have had the back of the president who's got the military, and we could have gotten this. We were a pussy hairs away from it. So I'm wondering, will guys like this, and tell me in the chat what you think. Do you think guys like this will, once Trump is gone, they'll shift their support to a Ron DeSantis, to a Mike Johnson, or maybe a Matt Gaetz, right? I think Matt Gaetz is a very good Trump replacement, right? He's very, very conniving. He's charismatic at the same time. Can say lies as easily as a water flows down the hill. But what do you think? Do you think they'll take their ball and go home? Do you think the fascists like this will take their balls and go home? Or do you think that they're going to double down? And let's hear what he has to say, and you'll see what I mean when I'm talking about fascist.
We don't want reasonable. We don't want reasonable. We want a revolution. We want a Trump revolution. We want Trump to be the dictator, to change politics forever. We don't want fucking your democracy, dude. We don't want reliable establishment GOP politics. We want Trump to come in here and metaphorically have a gun and just take them all out. Just take them all out. That's kind of what we want. We want to lock down the country and start sending people to jail.
Sending people to jail. Lefties, LGBTQ, progressives.
We want a Trumpian hit squad to go around, politically.
Politically. I mean, to me, that's the question. Who are these characters without Trump? Do they really have the stamina to stick around when it's no longer entertaining? Trump is inherently entertaining. I'm not going to sit here and deny that. The guy is funny as shit. I would just laugh just watching him talk about anything, And what adds to the comedy, though, is the seriousness of him. If it was just Trump, the talk show guy who did the "You're Fired," show or whatever it's called, "I Want to Be a Millionaire" or whatever it is. If it was just him, I don't think it would be funny. But the fact that he's supposed to be serious politician, the president of the fucking United States, it adds this whole extra layer to the comedy. I don't know what to do about this. I got to change my green screen or something. All of a sudden, dude, I'm like, hold on here. I got one. My Halo. Look at that. Hold on. Let me see if I can fix this. Ooh, look at that. All right, there we go. A little bit. My Halo, guys. I'm one of the good guys. All right, we got just a couple more stories in our right-wing news. And then we got two beefy, segments on Gaza and Ukraine. I actually might have to stop at the end of this because I'm going to have to walk my dog and stuff. I don't know. Might as well keep it going. I got the stamina, but I probably hard cut off at 8. Okay, it's 6 o'clock for me right now, but I'm going to have to hard cut it off at 8 because I got to walk my dog. So we'll pick up whatever I miss tomorrow. But I do need to walk my damn dog. Charlie Kirk deserves to be ignored. No. I mean, we can't ignore a guy like because Charlie Kirk is doing real activism. Charlie Kirk is doing real organizing. We can't ignore that. We need to out-organize it. It's 2 a.m. I'm sorry, quick double tap. If you got to go to sleep, you got to go to sleep. Thank you to everybody who is viewing the News Underground. Once again, I am Abandoned Nihilism, a.k.a. The Harbinger. This is the News Underground, the realest motherfucking news channel on Twitch, bar none. Ain't no one got the stamina. I do more stories in 1 hour than Hassan does all fucking week, bar none, bitch. This is hardcore news. Real information for real motherfuckers who make real decisions, not boys playing video games. Hassan, yeah, I'm calling your bitch ass out. Oh, it's illegal. Going straight to Twitch jail. It's the News Underground, bitch. I'm so goddamn serious about this. I know it's funny to everybody, but I don't give a shit. I keep it so fucking real it hurts, man. I just don't know how to operate any other way. I got this bullshit detector fucking doesn't shut up. All right, enough of this crap. Let's get on to the next story. Saying, you know, adding some data to what I've been saying, speculating and generalizing about, but here's some real data. I'm reading all your comments, by the way. Thank you for all your comments. Ice King of Space. I see you there. Quick double tap, dabbing. I see all you. But this says exactly what we all know. Take one little trip. Read this, bitch. No, but take one little drive through a rural neighborhood. You know, have a conversation with your rural uncle about his political priorities. And there's a significant market for Trump's Hitler talk. Oh, the dictator stuff. Oh, yeah, okay, whatever. Oh, yeah, no, Project 2025. Oh. Most of these MAGA guys don't even know what Project 2025 is. Oh, yeah, draining the swamp. Yeah. Gut our agencies, gut our federal agencies, and, reduce them down to skeleton crews and run them by fiat. Can you even define to me how that will make your life better? Oh, it's what we need to do. They're a big impediment to success in business and wealth and business and money and business. Have you even considered the ramifications, like the negative ramifications? Oh, there'll be no negative ramifications. Just like with Brexit, right? Right. It was supposed to be it's nothing but awesome. No consideration from the Tories about, maybe there's a few negatives. No. Have a great evening. Thank you, Common Ground. I appreciate that message. Make sure you like and subscribe, folks, to Common Ground Live. Progressive streamer on Twitch, looks like. Thank you for your support of the News Underground. Yeah, we keep it going, man. I got the stamina for this, dude. If I didn't have to walk my dog, I'd do this shit until 12. We're doing a 24-hour news fucking stream. And yes, I will be taking a nap. But we're doing a 24-hour stream, 24 hours of news next weekend. So look forward to that, folks. It's going to be a lot of fun. 24 hours of news, documentaries, news stories, breaking news. Nobody has the stamina. All these lefty streamers over here jerking it to little girl anime. I'm out here trying to keep it real. I gotta say though, props to your boy Destiny, and I shit on him quite a bit, but props to your boy Destiny for canvassing, encouraging political activism, showing his audience how to do it by canvassing, getting out there for politicians that he supports. Big props to Destiny for following the 3-step program. Anyway, real quick, Donald Trump's fascist rhetoric about immigrants has been polling frighteningly well. Where's my tunage? According to a sobering new survey, more than a third of the former president's 2020 voters, 35%, agree that immigrants are, quote unquote, poisoning the blood, of the country, according to a survey by University of Massachusetts Amherst poll. While just 32% of Trump voters and 37% of Republicans disagreed with the Nazi slogan, reported Rolling Stone. Just 37%. Yikes. Yeah, they're poisoning my pure blood. That's my pure blood. As a person dumps chemicals into their body every single day, eats fast food every single day. I ordered a salad. Shut up. I ordered a salad and a tuna sandwich. Shut up. All right, if you want to read this whole thing, it's right here. But the polls are, pretty clear. They like the fash rhetoric. There's no ramifications. There's no punishment for them. They like it. The otherizing, the exceptionalism, the nationalism. I mean, hell, we saw it, during World War II. There was a whole fascist party until the invasion, until it got serious.
The Daily Wire is one of the...
So this is a new content creator I've never featured before, from a company that I've heard of before, but I've never seen this individual. I don't know who this is, but I was watching a bit of this. I was like, okay, well, we'll show that. But I've definitely heard of Media Matters. But I wanted to show this here because, the Daily Wire, just like Charlie Kirk's TPUSA, they're organizing. They're trying to build businesses and, a whole alternate conservative version of everything, basically. And they haven't been as successful as they want to be. But it gives us a preview of what they want to do, right? Because they talk about capitalism and competition and all that. No. They want the ability to shovel shit by force. They want monopolies. Okay? They want socialism for the rich and capitalism for the poor. Okay? People like this. And if it was up to them, it would be Rob Schneider forcibly put, in front of our faces. That's how they operate. They're total hypocrites. They don't believe in letting the market dictate. They want to control the market. They want to control what you buy. What's interesting? In a Trump-Biden debate, I vaguely remember Trump saying Biden didn't have the blood to do something. Interesting. Didn't have the blood. Interesting. Let's go ahead and watch this until it annoys me, at least.
The largest online right-wing publications, and is the site most read by teenage boys who use phone belt clips. If you don't know the Daily Wire, it was founded by the aptly named Jeremy Boring and Ben Facts Over Feeling Basic Humanity Shapiro, seen here winning a lookalike contest with Randall from Monsters, Inc. The Daily Wire is mostly known for pushing right-wing ideas to a wide, diverse base of white men.
Diversity absolutely means anti-white.
No one's denying the downsides of global warming, or should be, but there are also some actual upsides.
And I actually think...
if you didn't hear that, he just said there's upsides to global warming.
That society would be safer if we discriminated more.
But lately...
That's why I pay for my Daily Wire subscription. What a take. What a take, dude. It's the kind of take that make you break your neck.
The Daily Wire's boilerplate talking points have taken a darker turn.
Execute all of the worst people. Just execute them all.
Over the past few months, the Daily Wire hosts have started calling for harsher and harsher punishments for their political opponents.
The conviction is passed down, you're convicted, and then the execution is carried out the next day.
The punishment.
Really?
And for this, obviously, should be a lengthy prison sentence or death, as far as I'm concerned. So where is all this bloodlust coming from?
Whoa.
To understand it, we have to talk about groomers. Not that kind, although it should be illegal. Grooming is the practice of an adult building a relationship with a child just to exploit them sexually. And for the past year, the Daily Wire hosts have been accusing LGBTQ people of doing just that. From railing against family-friendly drag shows.
They're abusing their children. They're sexually abusing their children by taking them to these events.
Attacking trans-supportive medical professionals.
A child who's put on hormones is being sexually violated. And their abusers are people like the doctor here. She's like a pedophile. That's how she should be treated.
And freaking out about LGBTQ inclusive clothing sections and beer brands.
So do not shop at Target, or else you're gay and you're a pervert.
Now, these arguments may sound like someone who spends too much time complaining to their Target manager, but this groomer panic has a very specific function, and it's called stochastic terrorism. Outlets like the Daily Wire recognize you can't just call for queer people to be arrested or killed. That sounds too radical, and you'd probably get kicked off a platform like YouTube.
Exactly.
So instead, you have to add a step.
You got to add a step.
Accusing queer people of being pedophiles,
that's right,
then arguing that pedophiles should be killed or arrested.
Exactly, yeah. And this is really important to it, right? All gay people, all LGBTQ people, like, they need to be reclassified as this. And then, yeah, we're seeing this, you know, being called. So it's a nice little workaround, isn't it?
This is what scholars call stochastic.
Davin is posting a link to GOP predators. I assume that these are the GOP right-wing political pedophiles, of which there are quite a few. You'd be shocked if you are a friend to the right wing and you are for some reason hate watching this stream. I do encourage you to click on that and read, because it is quite the list, folks. Okay. A lot of right-wing pedos. I'm sure Denny Hassert, Speaker of the House, is on that list.
Stochastic terrorism, the process of associating marginalized groups with vile or disgusting acts in order to incite violence against them. Take this clip from Matt Walsh's show, where he complains about a pride parade float that included people wearing leather harnesses.
In a functioning civilized society, everyone involved in that parade, really a combination of public indecency and child abuse, would be arrested and never let out of prison.
So first he establishes a crime. A pride parade float with people wearing harnesses is child abuse.
But in West Hollywood, where nearly half the population identifies as somewhere on the gay spectrum, this passes for normal.
And then he makes it explicit.
This is what pride is. The whole crux of it is to target children.
In other words, gay people are child abusers. And what do we do to child?
I can assure you, your average gay man cares more about toenail clippings in his carpet than he does about your fucking kids. Okay? I used to live in the Castro, in San Francisco in the Castro for 10 years. I have a lot of gay friends. Okay? I assure you, they do not care one fucking iota about your little fucking gremlins. The idea, the audacity to say that they would, right? Oh, that they're scheming. They're doing the whole parade for the kid, huh? Okay.
Abusers.
Call me a hardliner, but I think it is not unreasonable to execute child rapists.
It's not just pride parades either. Here's Michael Knowles making the same argument about kid-friendly drag shows.
Even Donald Trump, if he was found guilty in the Jeffrey Epstein, no. Special exemption for certain.
I don't know how you can watch this and not conclude that the performers.
No. Bad actors like this, they agree with it. Oh yeah. Because they understand that if it were actually to happen, they know it would favor one side over the other. But in this hypothetical scenario, you're not going to get me with a gotcha. Oh, yeah, no, if any right-winger is busted of that, they should be executed as well. Yep, yeah. That's the kind of technique a bad actor like Michael Knowles would be. He'd bust that one out. Oh, I agree. Oh, yeah. Right, we saw, just like we saw in the chat earlier with that right-winger, right? Oh, yeah, I mean, that would be gross. I mean, Trump did say those things about his daughter. Yeah, that's creepy, too. I mean, Joe Biden, he likes to sniff little girls, but I mean, yeah, Trump's comments about how he would like to fuck his daughter, pretty creepy as well. I have to give it to you. If I was an adult, I would be a Republican. Oh, God help us all. God help us all.
About kid-friendly drag shows.
I don't know how you can watch this and not conclude that the performers are pedophiles. They're abusing their children. They're sexually abusing their children by taking them to these events. Everybody said this is being normalized. This is being normalized. And that's true. This is a slippery slope, of course. The conservatives are always right about the slippery slope.
Sexual.
All of this should be shut.
I still don't understand the logic of it. I really don't. I would be fine taking my son to one, but I don't know why I would want to. Maybe, but you know, if my son was gay though, right? Or it was like, you know, thinking about being gay and I saw like maybe this kid's gay. Maybe this kid wants to wear a dress, you know, and he's worried, he thinks it's weird or something. It's like, yeah, whatever, you know, you do you. Maybe it's like a lesson in like, you know, there's different people with different sexualities and, you know, different things. And you can have, you know, guys that wear dresses. Maybe that's what it's about. I don't know, though. I do think it is interesting, though, like of all the kind of outreach, you know, but I don't know. Are there parents that, you know, there's got to be their parents. There's plenty of parents that go to this. So is there a demand for this? Like, is this an app? If you're like a young and upcoming drag show performer, is the kids circuit like a good way to get started before you could do the real drag shows? You know what I mean? Like, is this the rookie circuit for being a drag queen? It's like the kid, you know, doing the kid reading to the kids as a fairy princess. Is that how you earn your stripes before you could be a real drag queen? Like, I don't know how it works, man.
Cut down by the heavy hand of the state. All of these people, other than the children, should be arrested.
And here's Candace Owen talking about her plan of action if she just saw a trans
Christian
person
rock
existing
thing for bands.
It's
Is that
not
it?
normal for somebody that is supposed to be a grown man to have a fetish about being a little girl. If my little girl was
and that's a lie right there, because that's a misconception. Drag queens don't you know, emulate being a little girl, even if maybe they're dressing like Britney Spears or something, like and they got pigtails or something. It's drag queen is its own genre, you know, and the drag queen genre takes inspiration from literally everything, pop culture and everything, and, you know, puts it in that drag queen lens. So they're not emulating being little girls. They're, you know, taking aspects of, if you saw something like that, it would be them taking aspects of childhood and turning it into some kind of drag show or something like that. But yeah, no, that's a total misconception, because they're trying to say they're a bunch of weirdos dressing like little girls, you know, who want to like hang out with your daughter and, you know, serve her tea, if you know what I'm talking about. Total lie.
around a man.
In fact, if you were to run into an individual doing that, there's a really good chance that that guy would be a right winger, ironically. Look up the stats. Look up the stats about pedophiles.
That wanted to play dress up in little girl clothing.
Predominantly right wing.
Pull her away from him. I would probably call the police. This is in a sane society, we would say this is something that we cannot have.
911, I don't know how to be normal. But this isn't just about LGBTQ people. Daily Wire hosts have been using this tactic to call for state violence against a bunch of other groups. Here's Matt Walsh talking about executing people who sell drugs.
We should be discussing much more severe penalties for them.
Look, and if you're in social media, you hear these talking points repeated, and they're like, wow, that's extreme. Where did you get that? Where are you repeating this? It's from these, you know, not on Fox News, not on GB News, and not on the, the acceptable right-wing media, but just below that, in the right-wing blogosphere, basically, just below, one level below that Fox News mainstream media line, is this kind of shit. And when you go to social media and you talk to your average right-winger that's enthusiastic about politics, these are the guys they're repeating. They're not repeating, what's his name? Barney, the UK guy that's on Fox News all the time, Barney something. But, you know, they're not repeating the talking points being repeated by the millionaires on Fox News. They're repeating the talking points from extremists like Matt Walsh and Charlie Kirk.
The death penalty.
Here's Walsh again on his preferred punishment for so-called
These are the thought leaders of the party.
And I would be in favor of life sentences for those who falsely accuse someone of rape, because to falsely accuse someone of rape is just as bad as being a rapist.
And they all love El Salvador's new mega prison, which is a facility that's basically hell on earth.
We in the United States need to follow the lead of the government of El Salvador.
You would think that America should look at this and applaud it and say, we need this.
You're supposed to
So how does you know, what's the criteria, right? So the big criteria for these guys is their, you know, blatant tattoos, the fucking big 13 that they got on their face, right? So what would be Matt Walsh's criteria for this style roundup in America? Go ahead and throw your guesses in the chat. I'll say has watched at least 2 episodes of The West Wing. You're guilty.
Being a rapist.
And they all love El Salvador's new mega prison, which is a facility that's basically hell on earth.
We in the United States need to follow the lead of the government of El Salvador.
You would think that America
So what's the criteria? What are you picking me up for?
should look at this and applaud it and say, we need this.
You're supposed to suffer when you're in prison. There is no such thing as justice if you are not causing suffering to evildoers.
Now, maybe you even agree with Walsh. Maybe you don't care what happens to evildoers who break the law. But that's exactly how stochastic terrorism works, priming you to accept violence against people who disgust you, so you're more willing to accept it for those who don't. Case in point, Jordan Neely.
A Manhattan grand jury has indicted Daniel Penny in the chokehold death of Jordan Neely.
In May, a black unhoused man, Jordan Neely, was killed in the New York City subway by Daniel Penny, a white former Marine.
Penny was seen on a viral video from May 1st, restraining Neely in a chokehold for at least 3 minutes.
Neely hadn't committed a crime, but didn't stop the Daily Wire host from treating him like a criminal.
Someone that has 44 arrests over 10 years is someone to me that does not deserve another chance.
Matt Walsh actually celebrated Neely's death.
The community's better off without him. You're all safer now because he's gone.
Michael Knowles celebrated Neely's killer.
He should be given an award for valor. He should be given a key to the city.
And Candace Owens used Neely's death to attack unhoused people.
The idea
Thank you, everybody who
that
stuck around.
homeless
Appreciate it.
people are just suffering and all they want is some food is complete and utter bull. 9 out of 10 times
She
we're
says
dealing
from a
with
mansion.
individuals that are drug-addled maniacs.
This kind of
that's
stochastic
stats.
terrorism.
It's fact. She's sourced. She's got a source for that. 9 out of 10 times you're dealing with individuals that are drug-addled maniacs. Maniacs. I'm talking 17th century Victorian England style maniacs, man. They don't have shoes.
We're dealing with individuals that are drug-addled maniacs.
This kind of stochastic terrorism is going increasingly mainstream.
Call you governor.
The Daily Wire has received significant mainstream attention, including profiles in places like the New York Times. And the Daily Wire recently announced a deal to stream its shows for free on Twitter, with
big
Elon
shocker
Musk
there.
endorsing Walsh's horrifically transphobic film, What is a Woman? Which is a
Yeah.
reasonable question
Love
to
that
ask if
one.
you're on Jeopardy, and the
What
question
is a
is,
woman?
Matt Walsh is scaring this kind of person away from parties. Owens and Knowles both spoke at CPAC, the nation's biggest conservative convention.
Transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely.
Matt Walsh shared this.
Transgenderism needs to be eradicated from public life entirely. How are we enforcing that? So you got trans police. Are police supposed to look for, you know, hey, you look kind of feminine? The gay enforcement, the gay police. You know, all because this guy doesn't know what to think about his goddamn ding-a-ling. When he looks down there, he gets all confused. We got to deal with this shit. No. If it wasn't him, it'd be just another demagogue.
Must be eradicated from public life entirely.
Matt Walsh shared the stage with U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn during a rally against gender-affirming care.
There it is.
There is a conspiracy to target and indoctrinate our children.
And Marjorie Taylor Greene followed his lead after he directed a hate campaign at Boston Children's Hospital.
Boston Children's Hospital is facing a barrage of threats tonight over a false social media post.
Pride events across the country have been disrupted by fascist street gangs after being singled out by right-wing media. Violence against unhoused people like Jordan Neely has spiked in recent years as well, as has legislation that criminalizes homelessness across the country. And if all this feels unrelated to you, if you don't think this kind of rhetoric can lead to actual violence, consider the case of Dr. George Tiller.
Dr. George.
Yeah, so if you don't know who Tiller is, you know, it's kind of, this will be a history lesson, but for a lot of us, this is old school territory here. before this guy was busted for he was Me Too'd out of his career. Oh, poor O'Reilly. Oh,
Tiller, known as Tiller the Baby Killer, Tiller the Baby Killer, the notorious Tiller the Baby Killer.
Before Bill O'Reilly got fired from Fox News for being the world's biggest creep, he spent months riling up his audience by attacking abortion
look up the
provider
Bill
named
O'Reilly
George
Tiller
voicemails.
aborts thousands of babies pretty much for any reason. Tiller the Baby Killer going, hey, I can make more money killing babies now.
O'Reilly never explicitly called for Tiller to be killed.
Even his guests were like, nah, come on, man. Nah, oh, man, don't.
More money killing babies now.
O'Reilly never explicitly called for Tiller to be killed. In fact, he said he opposed it.
If I could get my hands on Tiller, well, you know, can't be vigilantes. Can't do that. It's just a figure of speech.
But it didn't matter. After dozens of segments accusing Tiller of harming children,
Just ask a
the
question.
lunatic walked into Tiller's church and murdered him.
This was a symbolic killing, he said. Who I wanted to kill was every Democrat in the Senate and the House.
Now, Daily Wire hosts are using the exact same playbook,
Where are the fascists?
using their claims to protect children as an excuse to normalize violence against a group that is already at risk.
The only real recourse here, the only semblance of justice would be prison sentences, very long ones. Now, if it were up to me, we'd go further than that.
But this kind of barbaric display in Kansas diminishes our entire nation. And Governor Sebelius is allowing him to continue the slaughter.
Doctors and surgeons are performing these procedures to mutilate the bodies of our most vulnerable.
One of the few doctors in the United States who performs the Hitlerian procedure known as a partial birth abortion.
We're talking about Nazi scientist evil. We're talking about abortionist evil.
I wasn't in the courtroom. I didn't sit on the jury.
Abortion.
But there's got to be a special place in hell for this guy.
By the way, the Bible, if you want instructions for how to do an abortion, the Bible has them. But whatever, that's fine, whatever. Politics.
This weird rule that we've imposed on ourselves that we can only execute one either murderers or child rapists. I'd probably execute legally the child rapist.
Yeah, execute, not murder. I'd make sure there was a quick color of law procedure put over this before we send you to the gulags. Can we broadcast it? I'm pretty sure I showed a clip of Matt Walsh talking about how he would like to broadcast these executions on TV. Right. Last little bit of right-wing evil. I know you're getting tired of right-wingers impressing you with their bigotry, their fascism, their undeniable desire for authoritarianism. And of course, they all deny it. You talk to them, I love democracy and I love constitutional republics and we got to get rid of the swamp and get rid of corruption. And you're like, who's this progressive I'm talking to? Because the people you're voting for are so against that, it's laughable. No, they're not. Fake news. I have no idea what policies the politicians I support are going to put forward. That doesn't matter. So here's two religious idiots who have probably made millions of dollars bilking their followers, the people that donate to them. I'm sure they sell, I don't know, food or something. So here they are talking about how what they love most about Trump. It's too bad I'm so dang entertaining. It is laughable. Too bad it's so serious. Yeah, no, it is. Because it really is entertaining. These guys are complete idiots. But Trump is 50-50 right now. The polls are 50-50 for Biden and Trump. Even right now. I guess we haven't seen a poll number in the last 2 to 3 weeks. But the last one in the last 2 to 3 weeks, it was basically Trump 50-50. And who would win the election if the election was happening right then, right?
I love President Trump. In my estimation, as far as the performance, as far as what he did, I think he is the most godly president in my lifetime. Now, he's
I
not
didn't know that. Quick
necessarily such a godly person. And the way he talks, I often say that the only time he opens his mouth is to change feet. I mean, he just is, he's his own worst enemy. So I'm not just saying I am 100% for anything Trump wants to do, but I do believe that when he came in, one 100%. Of the serious mistakes he made, he was gullible. And he didn't realize how bad the deep state was.
No, he did.
And I've heard him say that he was used to dealing with the mafia and that they had integrity compared to the
there were some standards.
And anyway, he was fooled and allowed people inside the White House to stay on staff that were sending out things and revealing things and doing stuff. But I guarantee you, if Trump gets elected again, he's not naive this time. I think he'll come in and clean house.
I believe he will. And I think that's been the biggest jump.
And that is inherently a good thing for some reason. I don't know how it's going to benefit me. It's going to be great, though, brother. Reduce all federal agencies down to skeleton crews. Well, you think government's slow? You think it's slow to get a driver's license? You think it's slow to, get a passport? Wait until Tweedledee and Tweedledum get their motherfucking dream come true. You won't be getting that shit until the end of fucking Matt Gaetz's administration.
For people to have to deal with is, they're not electing a pastor, they're electing a president.
Yeah.
And I want the guy in charge that you just...
Fuck, man, this guy's emulating Trump. Look at the goddamn, what is this like, is he wearing a superhero mask when he's getting his goddamn fake spray tan? What is this completely bare chin and then your face is like, what does he cosplay as, like Sting? The wrestler? You know what I'm saying? What is this, dude? He's emulating Trump, man. This is like the new look. The orange face. Are you spraying yourself with something? You pay for this? You go to a place and lie on a bed and pay for this? Sir, you look ridiculous. The Orange Avenger over here. What superhero mask were you wearing when you were sprayed with this chemical, sir?
Don't know what he might do. You want that guy that he's got his finger on the button.
You look like you have jaundice.
Not that he would push it, but that he's just kind of got a little crazy in there. That maybe something would happen to. He's not going to let people push America around. He is so America first.
Yeah, so America first. That's why he wants to reduce your liberties, destroy your ability to, change your, president based off of a Democratic vote. Am I crazy? Or is this guy like orange?
I'm not going to let people
betray our allies. The most American thing you can do, man. Destroy it. Let the debt crisis get out of hand. Like, are these guys serious? Like, completely diminish the value of the dollar? That'll really help us out. Yeah, fuck with NATO. That'll go over swimmingly. Mr. Jaundice will be applauding the whole time. He's orange.
Here in the United States, President.
Do you have like a liver disease? Like, I feel bad if he had like liver cancer or something, because that'll do that. You'll look like that if you have some liver problems, I feel bad. Maybe he has like a drinking problem. All right, so moving on to Gaza. The laughs continue. The fucking the good times never end. My knee is sore from all the slapping. And here we go. More Gaza. More fun. I have a chiseled Chad chin, Davey. Come on, baby. What are you doing, honey? Look, the lady you marry is gonna love you for who you are, not for your chiseled Chad chin. Are we making fun of my chin that disappears into my neck when I look down? These are so mean to me. So the last time we were covering Israel and Joe Biden and Gaza, it was, John Kirby was wagging his finger and Joe Biden was like, you better not invade Rafah or there'll be consequences. So the latest news is Joe Biden is going to go ahead and rush through a bill to approve $14 billion in military aid for Israel, and is also cutting UNRWA funding. As we discovered during the last broadcast last Saturday, it's not even confirmed. The only source of information that we have about these UNRWA guys being members of Hamas is a statement from the Israeli government, from the IDF. No other source. They have not provided proof. UNRWA fired those people anyway, regardless of proof. And here we see the United States gladly going along with defunding Gaza's final lifeline. And honestly, seeing this, I think Egypt has made the decision that, okay, this is happening. And the United States is not going to stop it. Butt chins are sexy. They like to kiss it. That's funny. But it looks like Egypt is like, okay, this is happening. Okay, and we're going to get into it. But Egypt is basically putting up a border wall and also creating a camp where Gazans will be concentrated in the Sinai Peninsula. I don't know what to call it. A refugee camp. I guess we'll call it a refugee camp, but a more permanent refugee camp. It looks like they're putting up cement walls. They're basically cutting a little chunk out of the Sinai Peninsula so that they can house about 100,000 Palestinians, looks like. So Egypt's giving up. It's happening. The United States, wagging their finger. Oh, it's so bad. We hate this. We hate this so much. Oh, it's so bad. Oh, Bibi, you're so naughty. Oh, well, here's another $14 billion. And, oh, by the way, we're also going to cut that UNRWA funding. Yeah, no, we know you don't have any proof to that, but yeah, that's probably a good idea. If you don't know what UNRWA is, it's literally the last food and aid lifeline into the Gaza Strip. Number one, most of the aid coming into the Gaza Strip is going through UNRWA. Had to get rid of it. It's, of course, part of this ethnic cleansing campaign. Yes, that's what it is. Without a doubt. You go after their homes. You go after the hospitals. You go after the schools. You go after the universities, as we will see proud Israeli IDF soldiers gleefully laughing and enjoying the debris of a university that they just demolished. You go after the mosques, which is what they're blowing them up. Had to blow them up. There's a tunnel under there or something. Gotta go. The reason why you do that is because there's nothing to go back to. If you are a Palestinian mother with children, you have no food, you have no medical, you have no shelter, AKA you are fucked. There's no farm, there's no olive grove, it's all demolished and destroyed. So you either live like a rat in the rubble or you try to make it somewhere else. This is an intentional scenario that the Israeli government is putting the Palestinian people in. So here's Democracy Now! Talking about Joe Biden's $14 billion of aid, of military aid going to Israel that somehow just can't help Ukraine, though, guys. Can't. No, the Republicans stopped it. Republicans stopped it. Special military exemptions all day for Israel and their ethnic cleansing campaign. Can't make one special shipment. Oh, they just gotta suffer. Sorry, guys. I'm a weak bastard. What can I say? I'm a total tool. I'm a total tool. Can't even do this once for Ukraine, dude. Can't even, and he's doing it right in front of our face and acting like I'm out of options. I'm totally powerless, guys. Oh, whoopsie-doo. Whoopsie-dooties. I'm a neoliberal. I just can't do so much. I'm sorry. If you want someone to get something done, you might want to get a right-winger in here. Right-wingers use their power. Right-wingers use every fucking trick in the book. Left-wingers immediately tie both hands behind their back and try to fight a boxing match. Oh, we lost another one, guys. Oh, shucks.
President Biden is urging the House to vote to approve a $95 billion foreign aid bill passed by the Senate Tuesday
I'm out of ideas.
that includes $14 billion for Israel's war
Vote
on
for
Gaza,
me.
along with $60 billion for Ukraine and $8 billion for Indo-Pacific allies like Taiwan. It also strips U.S. funding
My
for
whole life
UNRWA,
it's been
the
like
United
this.
Nations Relief and Works Agency.
You know, all the adults in my life remember a time when apparently Democrats were worth a damn. But in my entire life, neoliberals have been this way. So when I hear MSNBC wine moms tell me, "Oh, you're sexist if you're pro Bernie, and oh, you're pro Trump if you're pro Bernie," I go, "Fuck you, bitch." The only solution to this problem is to primary corporatist Democrats and replace them with real progressives who are willing to use their power that we give them to push back against the right wing. And it's gotten to such a critical state that we're now talking about the end of fucking democracy and who's still in charge.
For Palestine refugees. Independent Senator Bernie Sanders opposed the measure, joined by 2 Democratic senators who broke ranks with their party, Jeff Merkley and Peter Welch.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Oh, get him, Israeli lobby.
Against the supplemental for one key reason. I cannot, in good conscience, support sending billions of additional taxpayer dollars for Prime Minister Netanyahu's military campaign in Gaza. It's a campaign that has killed and wounded a shocking number of civilians. It's created a massive humanitarian crisis with no end in sight.
Massive.
It's inflamed tensions in the Middle East, eroding support among
Saudi
Arab
Arabia
states that had been aligned with Israel.
Yep.
And of course, it has severely compromised any remaining hope, almost all remaining hope for the two-state solution that we all know is ultimately essential for peace in the Middle East.
Two-state solution.
Vermont Senator Peter Welch. The foreign aid package now faces an uncertain future in the Republican-controlled House, where Speaker Mike Johnson's refusing to schedule a vote without first adding new...
You know, I heard somebody say that Bibi Netanyahu, literally his entire career, has been him thwarting the two-state solution, and he takes a lot of pride in his destruction of that attempt to create peace with the Palestinians. So it's interesting to me that, you know, he's being, you know, like the left-wing, the so-called left-wing mainstream media, you know, holding this up, bracing this right-wing extremist up, daring to talk about the two-state solution as if it's a real possibility, while literally the guy who's like the most proud about destroying it is in charge. Where's the critical reporting? We're finally starting to see just a shred of it, and I will be showing some evidence. It's not just Democracy Now! We'll be seeing.
New anti-immigrant and border enforcement measures and may propose an alternative package today. For more, we are here in New York with William Hartung, National Security Foreign Policy.
So I'm sure this interview is really something else, and this guy has a lot of insightful things to say, but unfortunately I'm going to skip it. Sorry. I know, I suck. Sorry. If you want to see the whole interview, though, it's right here. Please check it out. Seems like a really smart guy. You know, I think he's read a few books. Looks like a guy that's read a few books. And here we go. Next story here. Joe Biden. Why does he do this to himself? Why does he embarrass himself like this? You know, it's like Sideshow Bob over here, making sure there's a bunch of rakes everywhere that he could potentially step on, make a fool of himself. So here's Joe Biden saying the Rafah offensive not expected. And this is recent. This is February 16th. This is yesterday. Right? So why is Joe Biden embarrassing himself like this? There is absolutely going to be an offensive.
First of all, I've had extensive conversations with Prime Minister
Richard Wolff
of Israel over the last several days, almost an hour each.
Pretty ambiguous about Ukraine, wasn't he there?
I've made the case, and I feel very strongly about it, that there has to be a temporary ceasefire to get the prisoners out, to get the hostages out. And that is underway. I'm still hopeful that that can be done. And in the meantime, I don't anticipate, I'm hoping that the Israelis will not make any massive land invasion in the meantime. So it's my expectation that's not going to happen.
No.
There has to be
See what I mean? He's setting himself
temporarily
up
to get those hostages. By the way, we're in a situation where there are American hostages. American citizens are being held hostage. It's not just Israelis, it's American hostages as well. And, my hope and expectation is that we'll get this hostage deal, we'll bring the Americans home, and the deal is being negotiated now, and we're going to see where it takes us.
Why set yourself up for such failure? You know? Why not hedge your bets a little bit? You know? I understand the negotiations. He's clearly some negotiations went well recently in the last couple days with the Israeli government and the United States saying, "Hey, we're serious. Don't you fucking do this." I know the rhetoric looks like one thing, but we're actually serious. Don't create this humanitarian disaster by doing this. So clearly he has some information, right? But I don't know. I have my doubts, because honestly, what would the punishment for BB actually be? You know what I mean? Because there's never been a punishment for any bad behavior. There's never, a few little slaps on the wrist throughout history, right? But I think BB is depending on his election, the dependence on him needing to frame things a certain way for the election. And he doesn't want to, I guess Joe Biden is, doesn't want to also add Jewish, a lot of Jewish people. Not everybody in America who is Jewish supports Israel, mind you, and well, at the very least supports their actions right now. But there is a sizable amount of Americans who would normally vote Democrat that wouldn't vote Democrat if Joe Biden really cut Israel off. Right? Made them vulnerable militarily in any way. And let me tell you, the moment that actually happens and they pull the plug, the first time an IDF soldier gets killed or a tank gets blown up, they're going to go, look, see, the United States left us all alone to get attacked by all the dirty Arabs, all that shit. We'll start immediately. And that means advertisements on TV. The Israeli Zionist lobby in the United States is incredibly powerful. And that would mean, electoral. It's another electoral hurdle that he's going to have to challenge, that he's going to have to surmount. The other comment that I wanted to make, and apologize if this is ageist, but I think it needs to be pointed out. I don't think this guy's got another 4 years in him. And, once again, I apologize if you consider that to be an ageist perspective, but I gotta say, he's either, this is the end of a long work day and he's very tired, or, I don't know if this is the tempo to expect for the, if this is the normal tempo, well-rested Biden. I don't know, man. I don't know. Based on some of the reading, investigation, study, and listening I've done, our military and our intelligence communities are integrated in some degree with Israel in more ways. Yeah, no. Like, they're fully dependent on Their Air Force is fully dependent on our logistics and satellite and all that stuff. Yeah. No, the Israeli military is heavily dependent
In news from Gaza.
On the United States. Now, we're not going to watch this whole clip here from Democracy Now!, but this one little clip that I've timestamped here is really good. I'm definitely worried about him dying naturally before November. Biden? Yeah, man. I don't know. I don't think there's enough time. Unless it happened right away, there's not enough time for Gavin Newsom to save this.
Israeli forces have bombed and raided Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis, which...
So I wanted to show this here to confirm, because it's been, you know, for me, I haven't seen any evidence of Israel bombing a hospital. I've seen them surround a hospital. I've seen them dress up as Arab people and run into a hospital and assassinate 2 people like it's a fucking Jean-Claude Van Damme movie. But I haven't seen video of a hospital being bombed. You know, maybe that's my own ignorance. I just didn't run across one, didn't have one queued up. But I wanted to show this because this is definitive proof that Israel is indeed bombing hospitals, along with assassinations, militarily surrounding and occupying them, and then, of course, forcing everybody out of the hospital, right? Cutting off the oxygen, cutting off the power. You know, people are dying on the operating table. Infants are dying in the, you know, in their ICUs. I think it's what their intensive care units, right? They all die, and for our safety, everyone's got to get out. Everyone's got to get out.
The World Health Organization is described as the backbone of the
Davey,
health system in southern Gaza. The raid is described bombed and raided Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis, which the World Health Organization is described as the backbone of the health system in southern Gaza. The raid comes a day after Israel ordered thousands of displaced Palestinians and patients to evacuate.
Right. And once again, the reason why you do this is you push everybody south. You give them no reason to stay. You give them no reason to come back.
One doctor inside the hospital recorded an audio message from inside the hospital Wednesday.
And now the drone speakers,
Kissing Gonzo, I don't think Davey's promoting fear, but I think, you know, he's saying that it's like, you know, that the timing of that, right, October, September would be the absolute worst time.
Announcing for all doctors inside
the Democrats should have a plan B.
Outside the hospital.
They don't, but they should.
Israeli soldiers and tanks surrounding the hospital from all sides. Good God. Shootings and bombings still continue.
Why Israel? Why?
Is facing growing international...
Why? For a little strip of land so you can appease the most extreme of your, you know, citizenry and government, you know, really, you know, and then what's going to happen when they complete this deadly project, when they finally, you know, encircle the final areas in the West Bank and take over the final areas there? Oh, we found Hamas. Oh, there's tunnels. You know, whatever the excuse is, however long it takes. Will they really be satisfied once they've finally, you know, extracted the final Palestinian from you know, what they consider to be Israel, which is everything? Will they actually finally declare their borders? Exactly, quick double tap. You know, do you think Israel will actually declare what their borders are when they finish this project, or will they be like, well, I kind of like Jordan. What if Jordan was part of Israel? Right? What if Iran was part of Israel? We should, you know. I mean, I don't know. I'm speculating here, but they've never officially defined. Israel has never officially defined its own borders for obvious reasons. Even North Korea does, right? I think North Korea still considers South Korea North Korea, though, right? They're technically still at war, but it's like a treaty.
National pressure to call off plans to launch a ground invasion of Rafah.
Yeah, so this is just more headlines here. If you want to see the rest of this, please check it out over at Democracy Now! Great headlines. No, but I doubt they will be expansionist. I mean, yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting. Will they declare victory, say, this is Israel now, once and forever, you know, all of the West Bank, all the Gaza Strip.
With a full-blown Israeli...
And then they declare their borders, right? How do you do that? Who do you make? Is it like a form you fill out? This is a very dark omen for Palestine. So this is Navarra Media over here. They've been doing some really great Gaza coverage. So we're just going to show a bit of that. You know, just a recap of some what's happening the last couple days.
Assault on Rafah imminent. Egypt has begun building a walled encampment in the Sinai Peninsula. Gaza borders the Sinai region, which is to its south. And clearing Palestinians into the Sinai has been a long-term aim of the Israelis since October the 7th. That ambition.
I mean, this map is so friendly, right? To, you know, like the West Bank doesn't look like this. The West Bank is a bunch of little mini islands now. And some of them are unconnected by roads and whatnot.
Into the Sinai has been a long-term aim of the Israelis since October the 7th. That ambition had seemed like a step too far for both Egypt and Israel's American backers, who believed expelling Palestinians from Gaza into Egypt would destabilize the region. Obviously, it's already destabilized, but they thought that would sort of cross a red line. But Egypt appears to be preparing for at least some Palestinians to cross that border.
And that really, to me, this says a lot, right? Because this is real politics, right? This is real politique, however you want to say it. This is what's really happening, right? We got the rhetoric from the United States that's a total fucking joke, right? We got the rhetoric from the Israeli government, which is all lies. Egypt, what are the actions of Egypt? Oh, they're building a little encampment inside Egypt for the refugees that make it through, or for the women and children that are desperate, you know, the special exemptions. And they're also beefing up their border with Rafah. So that's what's really going on. That's that Israel is going to finish pushing all the Palestinians into Rafah. They're going to set some borderline, maybe that's what Biden was able to get out of Bibi. It's like, okay, we'll stop right at Rafah. All right, we get the rest of it. Quite an experience to live in fear, isn't it? That's what it is to be a slave. From the movie Blade Runner. Great quote. What character said that? I think it's likely that Gaza will be turned into a sanctioned-off ghettos with limited travel between ghettos. You think so? Like what they're doing with the West Bank. Where, like, it's like little, like I said, islands, little Palestinian islands. So that means they're going to get the PLO involved in governing those islands, those little Palestinian ghettos. Good God. Can't say it. Rhymes with Smittler.
Satellite imagery released by Maxar Technologies shows that a significant area of land has been cleared on the Egyptian side of the border
Schmatzy
with Gaza.
Smermany.
The NGO Sinai Foundation for Human Rights has released footage of a 7-foot-high concrete fence being...
Hey, the Blade Runner PC game is excellent. If you want more official Blade Runner, and you're like, you've seen both movies, and you're like, you know, you haven't gotten your fill, check out that PC game. It's legit. And it's so Blade Runner. It's exactly what you want. Trust me.
Built in the area. According to the Wall Street Journal, this would be the area of the enclosure.
Wow, look at that. Wow, guys. Wow. Yeah, Kissing Gonzo. Check it out. It's on GOG, but you can also just get Scum, and Scum VM supports it officially as well. Each city will have walls around it with checkpoints. They'll be divided and only authorized travel between each settlement. Yeah. I mean, so that all of that can, what Davey is talking about, can happen while there's also this refugee crisis over here that Israel is getting ready for. Wow, hospital right there. Fortified camp. Oh my God, dude. It's one thing to watch it and witness it and not do anything about it, right? Like as a country collectively. to not act, right? Like with the Rwanda apartheid. That's where that was happening, right? Rwanda? Or I guess it was all of Africa. All the African countries were participating in apartheid, or were there only some countries participating in apartheid? Maybe Northern Africa, Southern Africa, South Africa. That's what it is. Okay. Thank you for that correction. But it's like, it's one thing to witness it and just kind of acquiesce to it. But this is all happening. This would not be happening in this way without the United States' full-throated support, militarily and otherwise. Thank you for those corrections in the chat. But you know what I'm saying? Like, we're paying for this. That stings even more. You know, I want nothing to do with this atrocity. And, you know, who knows how much of my taxpayer money has gone directly into this effort. 1 penny is too much. You know what I'm saying? That stings extra. That it hurts even more to know that it's like, you know, our money too, our resources, our military, our so proud military, handing over our technology to these, you know, to these IDF monsters that are just doing horrible, horrible things to people. And yes, I am IDF monsters, and I have proof to back that claim up. I'm not being anti-Semitic. I have proof that these people are acting, these IDF soldiers are acting in very monstrous ways. Not talking shit. Supplemental foreign aid bill. Do you support the supplemental foreign aid bill? The one, it's like both Israel and Ukraine. Oh man, if I was a politician, that'd be a tough vote. Yeah, that'd be a tough vote, but I'd probably have to do it. Because Israel is so, you know, effed up right now. Or I'm sorry, Ukraine is so effed up right now. You know, they need it desperately. And we're going to get into that maybe tomorrow. Looks like I'm not going to be able, this looks like I'll be able to get through Gaza. But Ukraine needs it so bad. I would probably suck it up and do it if I was the politician.
Blue, you can see here they've marked out a buffer zone around the border with Gaza, and the fortified camp being built would cover 8 square miles. That's in red.
I mean, kissing Gonzo, anti-Semitism is real, though. You know, and in some places it is, you know, more serious than it seems. I do think it's overblown in some places, in some cases, but no, anti-Semitism is absolutely real, and there have been some, you know, kind of higher profile violence cases directly related to anti-Jewish sentiment. We got, you know, America's #1 recording artist, Kanye West, full-blown anti-Semite, proud. So it's one of those things where it's like it can't be ignored, but it also, we can't allow it to be weaponized against us, you know, by bad actors, you know, and Zionists are weaponizing, you know, Judaism, right? I know it's real, but I'm talking to people who stood their ground on it, because the bigots always shrivel when I confront them. Yeah. Because that, you know, yeah, you get what I'm saying. Plenty of Jewish individuals, yeah.
According to Egyptian officials who spoke to the Wall Street Journal, large numbers of tents, as yet unassembled, have been delivered to the site.
Wow.
They report the camp will have a capacity of 100,000 people, but that Egypt hopes to keep numbers crossing the border to below that figure. Egyptian authorities have not publicly acknowledged the construction of the camp, and it's believed it's not the product of a deal between the Israelis and the Egyptians, but rather the Egyptians making preparations for an outcome outside of their control.
Yeah. Wow. So this is not something that they're working with Israel on. They're like, yep, this is happening. We have no choice. Israel is thrusting this humanitarian disaster on us. We got no choice. So what do? Do we let these people starve and die in the Sinai Peninsula, or do we do something to contain them and, you know, so that there's some kind of, you know, because there's a hospital right in the middle of that, right? So there's some kind of, and the aid agencies, they'll let the aid agencies through, UNRWA through. Oh my God.
An Egyptian security analyst told the Wall Street Journal this. It's a
Kanye
multi-pronged
doesn't believe
effort
that.
from Egypt to counter any
Kanye
scenario
doesn't
that
know
is
what
not
to
according
believe.
to its accepted
Piece of
conditions. Even if the Israelis push 1.5 million people to spill over the border, Egypt can throw the ball back into Israel's lap by simply limiting the movement of Palestinians further in. Really quite horrible sort of reading that. You're getting this sort of game of poker, which involves a lot of humans, a lot of desperate individuals in the middle of it. So sort of Egypt saying, you know, the Israelis, I think what they wanted to do was to force people to sort of break through the border with Egypt. And then if those people, you know, go into Egypt proper, then, you know, Egypt will feel under a lot of pressure to give them refugee status and then for them to stay there. I think Egypt thinks, well, if we block them all up in this compound, in this encampment in the Sinai, then
This camp where they will be, no, it's not a concentration. It's more of a refugee camp.
it still remains sort of an international problem, because once people have gone into Egypt, then that's facts on the grounds which have been changed. So
Yeah.
I think, you know, this idea is you'll get these desperate Palestinians in this walled encampment, and then there'll be a standoff between different international players who's
Right.
going to sort this out. The Wall Street Journal also spoke to a
agree with that,
32-year-old Palestinian woman who is currently displaced in Rafah. She told the paper this. You cannot imagine the terror and fear in the hearts of civilians here in Rafah. Some people are already on the Egyptian border, and if the bombing intensifies, they will go directly to Sinai. It's the worst of decisions. Just saying, terrible decision that people have to make. Footage today has emerged of a
Pretty
car being
horrible
hit
shit.
by Israeli airstrike next to tents housing refugees in Rafah.
Horrific. That's a Israeli strike on directly on a refugee camp in Rafah. Cool.
Refugees in Rafah.
Cool. Tunnel, is there a tunnel there? Yeah, wow. Look at those Hamas members shivering in fear there.
I mean, you can see. I mean, we sort of said at the beginning.
Yeah, looks like a really moral peacekeeping effort there.
Sources.
So wanted to get some DW covering this as well, just to get a couple extra details that Navarro might have missed. Just wanted to get a different perspective here, make sure that we're getting different angles on this. You know, just trying to, you know, get in front of the gaslighters, get in front of the bad actors that are, oh, you know, you don't understand the situation, you don't understand the situation. Like, no, we're trying to get multiple sources here. We're trying to confirm what's real and what isn't real. And, you know, what is abundantly clear is that this is an ethnic cleansing campaign. You know, it's interesting. It's not, this is more direct. I wouldn't call this settler colonialism, like what's happening in the West Bank. So it's interesting. You got Israel kind of doing two separate human rights disaster campaigns at the same time, and United States funding that. That's really cool.
In Egypt, say construction work to create spaces to accommodate
two completely different atrocities. Yay!
Has begun on the border with
Two
Gaza.
for one.
They say the area is being prepared in case of an Israeli offensive in the city of Rafah as part of its campaign against Hamas, who launched the October 7 terror attacks. Such a move could cause an exodus of Palestinians across the Egyptian border. Video released by Egyptian NGO, the Sinai Foundation for Human Rights, shows work verified by the Reuters news agency as being along the Gazan border. Egypt has repeatedly said an Israeli offensive in Rafah would be unacceptable.
So why the anti-Semitic imagery and the repeating of anti-Semitic tropes, you know, about how you can't trust, you know, the bankers and the Jewish, you know, in the music industry and all that stuff. So, you know, are you trying to say that Kanye West is not anti-Semitic because he's misinterpreting something because he claims to be a Jew? Because he's, you know, literally album art, album cover, you know, paying homage to a well-known white supremacist, you know, anti-Jew band. The whole thing is a big anti-Semitic reference. His entire new album. Not all of it, I guess. You know, he's showing his new wife's butt off. Nice. Congrats, Kanye. Congrats on the sex, Kanye. Good job.
More than 1 million Palestinians are currently sheltering there.
Oh, that is interesting, Davey. So he is being anti-Semitic. He's just being more specific in his anti-Semitism, and that's that. You know, he is deep. That's so deep. He is deep. He is a genius. His anti-Semitism is multi-layered. He's really got the nuance down.
Well, our correspondent in Jerusalem, Rebecca Ritters, told me more about
Davey.
Egypt's plans in the area.
Well, just as you say there, Phil, we're getting reports, credible reports that are being verified to show that this is actually underway. This construction is underway. We're seeing satellite imagery that shows this, these eyewitness videos that have been confirmed, and also.
I'd like to ask your average Egyptian citizen if this is the average speed that the Egyptian Public Works Office gets something done. You know. God, if this is the case, there must be 0 potholes, and every Egyptian road and every Egyptian bridge is in perfect condition. Look how quickly they're doing this.
From speaking to contractors on the ground, you mentioned there the Sinai Foundation of Human Rights. They've been talking to 2 contractors on the ground who've confirmed that this is indeed the case, that this area is being built, and on the satellite imagery we can see it's from the Gaza border through quite an area to another highway inside the Sinai Peninsula, and that is being built for, as you say, the case where we might see a mass exodus of Palestinians. Now, Egypt have been saying that they don't want to accept a huge amount of Palestinians into their territory for fear that they won't be able to return. But this is, of course, an emergency measure should Palestinians either break through the border or should...
No, I'm sorry. That was me doing my Ben Gvir impression. That wasn't BB. BB's like, calm down. It's okay, calm down.
For some reason, the border be opened.
And does it look like Israel will heed international criticisms and call off its offensive on Rafah?
It's really difficult to say. The IDF do not give us advance warning of their plans, but we have no reason to believe that they won't carry out what they say they have been going to do, and that is to continue their ground offensive into the Rafah city, into the Rafah region, where more than a million people are now sheltering from other parts of the Gaza Strip, and we're told by the Israeli military to go down there to shelter in that area.
An investment.
So they've carried through with all of their other statements that they say that were going to go into Khan Yunis, they were going to go into the south, they did so. So we have no reason to believe that they won't, in fact, go ahead with their ground offensive of Rafah as well. Of course, there have been huge international calls to ensure that the civilians that are sheltering there are able to leave. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has publicly stated that he's asked the Israeli military to come up with a plan to evacuate these.
Guys, I want to be clear here. We're looking at what a rich Palestinian looks like.
He stated that he's asked the Israeli military.
This is what a well-off Palestinian looks like. Okay. God, the atrocities that Israel has created in this country. History is not going to be kind on this period. And I think a lot of people say that, and they say that rather flippantly, but I really do believe that. I think honestly, if we don't have World War III, that is, if the world becomes a better place as we get older, we're going to look back at this period and be so ashamed of ourselves.
To come up with a plan to evacuate these people sheltering there, though we have NGOs, the UN and many other NGOs saying that there simply isn't room, there isn't space. Where will these people go? Many of them have been displaced multiple times already, and they're tired. We've spoken to some people on the ground there who say they simply would just rather die in Rafah than have to move again. They're tired and they're living in squalid conditions with little belongings left, and they've seen many of their families.
Yeah, but Hamas should have thought of that. As if the women and children that are sitting in the fucking mud, are like, oh, like that's an appropriate response to a bunch of suffering people who are getting kicked out of their fucking country. Oh, but Hamas, what if the world saw MAGA? Right, saw how the MAGA Republicans act and said, that's all of America, right? The worst of us. And so I feel so bad for these Palestinians because there's a lot of level-headed Palestinians that probably hate Hamas, and for one reason or another, intimidation, right? They're not going to come out and say it, but I find it hard to believe. I just find it so difficult to process a person that could be so disgustingly cynical is to look at suffering men, women, and children and then just hand wave it away. Guilt by association, hand wave it all away, and sleep like babies.
Family members die already, so there's a lot of frustration and fear from the civilians who are still sheltering there, but a concrete plan to evacuate them hasn't emerged yet.
Okay, Rebecca, thanks for that. Rebecca Ritters in Jerusalem.
All right, so once again, we don't have time for this interview. I'm sure it's extremely insightful, and make sure you check it out. DW does great interviews with really smart folks. That's why they've never sent me a request. Imagine interviewing me. That would be such an embarrassment. Yeah, I don't know. I usually just go to your news channel and repeat what you guys say. No. So Israel has created such a massive humanitarian disaster that the people of the Gaza Strip are collecting weeds to eat. The hunger situation has gotten so bad that people have become this desperate.
يعني احنا بشر يعني مش عارف ايش اقول لك يعني ما فيش ضل الا ناكل الرمل يعني هيا انا بنقي خبيزه دي عيش في بريه تطلع بس في الشتاء.
بدنا ناكل اكلنا حماد رحنا ناكل من الشجر.
And I would like to stress that it, contrary to what the bad actors would say, it was actually possible to be successful in destroying Hamas, and without doing this, without creating this humanitarian disaster. This is not the only way to do anti-terrorism. But the realist would point out that this has very little to do with actually eliminating Hamas. That would be a nice little secondary. This is, of course, about displacing the mass displacement of this region, with the aim of conquering it, of course. I mean, how long is it gonna take for them to make it official? maybe Bibi Netanyahu's re-election is when they'll be finalizing it and making it official. But Bibi Netanyahu is going to want to take credit for all this new territory, this new land. So they're not going to just wait years and years and years and then quietly do it. It's going to be at an accelerated pace when they claim it's theirs. So is this woman Hamas, by the way? And should we judge this woman when she sees October 7th and she sees, Palestinians fighting back against the incredibly oppressive government that has literally destroyed her house and her home and her entire life? When she sees that and she goes in the streets and she cheers for it, does she really deserve to be completely destitute? Is the solution to October 7th, October 7th, just October 7th every single day? I know I say that quite a bit, but I don't know, man. It's just like I can't blame the people that are in a prison when they see their prison guard getting the shit kicked out of them. Am I really going to judge that prisoner who's happy to see that, to see their jailer getting a little bit of comeuppance? You know? These kids, man. Do they really deserve this? The people outside getting the shit kicked out of them, sure. When they weren't being blown up by the IDF to kill the Hamas members that were in the kibbutzes, but yeah, it's true. They were getting the civilians, not just the prison guards. I mean, I'm still seeing this. I'm still seeing this on the left. I'm still seeing this by serious people on the left, defending Hamas. You know, when they're so cynical, about how they treat the Palestinian people. Yeah, no, I think I saw a similar video, Davey. Merciless. It's indefensible. There's nothing to defend there. And I'm skeptical that they're even, you know, and I think that's why we see the international community talk about they're not talking about negotiating with Hamas. They're not talking, you know, they're talking about getting the PLO in there. You know, getting some other Arab authority in there. But the whole idea that Hamas even represents the Palestinians, I think is you know, and they seemingly, you know, when they're doing these negotiations, they are seemingly fighting for their own relevance, their own existence. You know, they're kind of fighting for their own right to exist. They shouldn't exist, though. You know, but it's like I can't. Like I said, there's other ways to eliminate Hamas. I'd be perfectly okay with Israel doing surgical strikes and, you know, SEAL Team 6 kind of shit, and, you know, getting real hard with it, some real wet work. Civilians would absolutely get caught in that shit. But they could be just as effective eliminating Hamas doing that without tens of thousands of civilian deaths. They could have kept those deaths down to hundreds or even thousands doing surgical wet work. But once again, this isn't about eliminating Hamas. It's not. That's, like I said, the cherry on top. It's about ethnic cleansing. It's about this is one country conquering another.
عايشين في جوع كامل، ما فيش عندنا جنس الخضرة ولا جنس الخبز، والله معناش مصاري نشتري طحين وذرة والشعير اللي بياكلون الحمير، معناش مصاري نشتري.
People. Their horror response genocide here is sending a message of strength. They're wrong. Well, I mean, you know, the United States has made it clear that might makes right in the current geopolitical order. That's one of the biggest criticisms you can make against the United States and the military-industrial complex. Might makes right. No matter what they say, that's the reality. Who's the strongest? Who's got the strongest currency? Who's got the strongest military? You know, we don't see China drone bombing random countries, you know, on a whim like the United States does. And the United States gets away with it because it's real power. It's not a treaty. It's not, and it's what the fuck you gonna do about it, bitch? You know, that's what it boils down to, right? Just thought I would list off yet another horror the IDF has created. Listen to this one. Mohammed Kudur was shot directly in the head by Israeli forces while sitting in a car with a relative in a wooded area where local residents often pick mushrooms and sage. Hanging out with his folks, hanging out with some friends, they're picking mushrooms, you know, sitting in a car, maybe vibing to some music. IDF couldn't help himself. Psychopath behind that sniper rifle. Just couldn't help himself. Shot him directly in the face. R.I.P. Mohammed Ahmed Mohammed Kudur. Rest in peace. Next story. Trigger warning. If you have a child, if you have a young son like I do, this is going to be very difficult to watch. This is what a Palestinian child has to go through. The IDF will accuse anybody of throwing stones, and whether they're guilty or not doesn't matter. They're children, and these are stones being thrown against tanks. So who knows how guilty he is? But you tell me if the punishment matches the crime. This is a 2-minute and 30-second video. Tell me if you were capable of watching all of it. Palestinian children, there's pictures of them being kept in dog cages. There's pictures of them getting swatted and beaten around, kicked, and of course shot. Candid video like this comes out every once in a while when the Israelis don't think they're being watched anymore. Thank God. They're not done with them. They're not done. Oh no, we can't have this insubordination. Well, that's interesting context. Davey's saying that there was evidence. I'm going to need a link for that one there, Davey. But Davey's saying that maybe the shots, weren't IDF. They came from a different source. Hamas being so shitty, Hamas being so terrible, evidence of Hamas shooting at their own civilians makes it really easy for Israel to gaslight us and say, oh, no, that atrocity wasn't the IDF, even though that fits our profile with our past. No, that wasn't us. But I'll accept it. I mean, I've seen the evidence of Hamas shooting at their own civilians. I couldn't imagine why they would shoot at, I understand the reason why you would shoot at fleeing people, where you can, use them technically as human shields, I guess. Keeping them in a place, making these civilian atrocities higher, right? Making the, military costs higher. Don't know if you accept this source. I don't know, Davey. You're getting banned. You're banned. How dare you question me? No, I just want to be accurate here. U.S. investigators visit homes of 2 Palestinian American teens killed in West Bank. Families of 2 Palestinian American teenagers killed in separate but eerily similar incidents in the West Bank say investigators from the U.S. Embassy has visited their homes to look into the killings, into the shootings. Let's bring this up here a little bit so you can read it as well if you want. The launch of U.S. probes into killing of Mohammed Kudur and Taufik Abdel Jabbar reflects what appears to be a lack of confidence in the Israeli justice system to properly investigate the cases. Rights groups have long said that Israeli investigations into killing of Palestinians rarely lead to prosecutions. Yeah, no shit. And the State Department has previously called for a, quote, expeditious and thorough Israeli investigation into Abdel Jabbar's killing. So it sounds like the United States definitely thinks something fishy is going on. Yeah, yeah. That's a good question. Guessing Gonzo. There's a lot of other resistance groups in Palestine as well, in Gaza. And you know, I don't know anything about them right now. You know, how much do they disagree with Hamas on, you know? Voice of America right-wing news. Is that what I'm watching? Is that what I'm reading right now? Voice of America? Is that what VOA means? Ugh, okay. Well, that's interesting because they don't seem to be taking a pro-IDF stance on this. Yeah, they're quoting the AP here. Both shootings occurred as the Biden administration signals a desire to crack down on settler violence in the volatile territory. Kudur was born in Hollywood, Florida. Wow, he's an American citizen. I didn't know that. Was shot Saturday while driving with a cousin on a hillside in Bidu. I see, so he was driving. The town just outside of... This is why you shouldn't just reference random Twitter like I do, like a jackass. Get a lot of stuff intentionally left out or misinterpreted. The town just outside of Jerusalem where Kudur had lived since the age of 2, relatives said. He was born in Hollywood, Florida. Seeking some fresh air after studying, Kudur joined his cousin on a drive to the forested hillside where villagers often barbecue, his brother Hamad Kudur said. The videos and photos taken before the shooting and seen by the Associated Press, the boys joked around taking photos of each other for social media and eating chocolate-covered waffles. So it sounds absolutely wonderful. I'm glad to hear that happiness exists in Palestine, that, you know, young people can have a chocolate-covered waffle in Palestine. That sounds wonderful. The boys were returning to the village, Hamad said, when they heard gunfire. At least one shot came through the car window, hitting Mohammed squarely in the head. Hamad said his cousin told the family that the shots came from a white Mitsubishi with an Israeli license plate parked on a road below the hill. So, I mean, Davey, I'm not sure if you're just trying to give us more information, but this really does look like it was maybe an Israeli serial killer. Is that maybe it was a settler? Maybe not the IDF. A vehicle that villagers said that they had seen before. Hamad said the car was across the security fence separating Bidu from the Israeli territory. The cousin then managed to escape and run back to the village. So it sounds like an Israeli car parked on the other side of the border, using a high-powered sniper rifle to take fucking psychopathic pot shots at Palestinian people. Thank you, Blue Magician, for that follow. It was an Israeli civilian. No indication it was an IDF killing. Okay. All right. Well, all right. So it was an Israeli hardline nationalist psychopath instead of IDF. Okay. All right. Correction. All right. I'll take it. Yep. All right. Correction. Please accept this correction from the News Underground. It's looking more like it was an Israeli citizen who was a total psychopath and taking pot shots. By the way, where's the IDF? So you could just hang a sniper rifle out your goddamn Kia, take a couple fucking pot shots and drive home for morning, for afternoon tea. Having some latkes with your tea. What's a Jewish food? I don't know. IDF. I saw nutsing. I see nutsing. Another Nazi reference. To probably stay away from those. All right. Well, thank you, Davey, for that source and that correction. I'll take it. Even though it's Voice of America, yikes. But it's quoting AP. What can you do? And props to Voice of America, right-wing media, for putting this on their website. Israel has the same gun problems that the U.S. has. No.
Inside.
No way. So talking about sources here, this is the Euro-Mediterranean Human Rights Monitor. I don't know how dependable this source is. The headline is insane. I had to bring it up. But, quote, they brought Israeli civilians to watch our nude torture, unquote. IDF torture of Palestinian prisoners is turned into entertainment for Israeli viewers, according to this article from the 12th of February, 2024, written by... Who is this written by? Oh, this is Arabic. That's not an author. I have no idea who this was written by, so let's just get a few paragraphs in here and see if there's any truth here. I mean, this is hard for me to believe. This is hard for even me to believe that this is real. This can't be real. Written in Chat GPT, you think so? Hugh Media. Geneva, the Israeli army introduced groups of Israeli civilians into detention centers and prisons, holding Palestinian prisoners and detainees from the Gaza Strip, permitting the civilians to witness torture crimes against the detainees, with many allowed to film them on their own phones. I mean, some of this shit would leak on social media. You civilians, okay, random civvies allowed to just willy-nilly take social media. Yeah, no, that shit is going on social media within hours. I don't care how many NDAs you get them to sign. So I have my doubts. Literally the first paragraph, I have my doubts that this is real. Because we'd have the receipts. We'd see this. Euro-Mediterranean Human Rights Monitor received shocking testimonies from recently released Palestinian prisoners and detainees, in which they reported that the Israeli army invited a number of Israeli civilians during their interrogation sessions to witness torture and inhumane treatment to which they were deliberately subjected to presence of civilians. This might be Palestinians misinterpreting Israeli military in civilian clothing. Released detainees falsely claiming their... This is so detailed. According to testimony received by Euromed Monitor, groups of 10 to 20 Israeli civilians at a time were permitted to watch and laughingly film Palestinian prisoners. Once again, receipts. None of this made it to social media. Everyone's just keeping it their little secret, because that's how humans work, right? Oh, hey, look at this incredibly spicy footage of a Palestinian guy getting tortured by the Israeli military. I'm going to keep this one to myself. It's my personal keepsake. That's how that works, right? All right, I'm done with this. I don't believe this at all. So sorry for that. It's some kind of joke or something. But I'm done reading that. We're not going to see this whole video, but I wanted to show you a little bit of what's happening in the West Bank. Of course, the West Bank is being overshadowed by what's happening in the Gaza Strip, but Israel is, of course, and settlers are, of course, using this opportunity to crank up the violence, to crank up the pressure, to increase the settlements, to expand the settlements. We are now hearing Israel talk about expanding the borders of their territory as a buffer zone. So they're just going to take a little bit more right along the edge, just right at the rim all these Palestinian islands in the West Bank, take a couple more kilometers for our safety, because you guys are animals. Didn't you know that? No, you didn't, because you're a bunch of animals, aren't you? And if you think I'm being hyperbolic with my teasing and things like that when I do stuff like that, look at the comments of Ben Gvir. You know, the disdain, the legitimate disdain that he has for the Palestinian people as human beings is palpable. He can't hide it. He hates Palestinian people. Hates them.
Because the Israeli soldiers came back. They confiscated our camera. They confiscated our phones.
This is what Israel doesn't want us to show you in the occupied West Bank. These are Israeli settlers attacking Palestinian homes. Under the cover of Israel's war on Gaza, Israeli settlers have carried out hundreds of attacks at record high levels.
So that footage cuts off right before you see the tragic reality of that right there. So that this man drops this person, shoots him right in the stomach, and he got a little slap on the wrist. Maybe he got some jail time. He certainly did not get the. I'm certain he did not get treated like the murderer that he is. He just guns this guy down in stone cold, broad daylight. Man, it's nuts.
Have carried out hundreds of attacks at record high levels.
Right there, they cut it off right there.
Residents here say Israel has a master plan to erase all Palestinians.
يعني الإصابات اللي بتصير في جنين، في المواجهات في طول كرم، في نابلس، مش بعاد نهائي عن اللي بتصير في غزة.
Settler violence is a part of daily life under occupation, and so is the brutality of
what we just saw there is a roving gang of settlers, or maybe just Israelis, like literally, chasing down Palestinians right there. With the intent to do violence.
Life under occupation. And so is the brutality of the Israeli army who enforces it.
We were just stopped for the second time today. They told us we weren't allowed to film in this area.
I'm Zaina Al-Tahan, and this is the story of Israeli settlers terrorizing Palestinians, and the struggles we faced as Palestinian journalists trying to report on what's happening.
We're about to head back to Ramallah, and the Israeli army suddenly decided to close the road. We're at the Al-Manara Square right now in the centermost point of Ramallah city. So we're about to head out on our journey.
Remember, this is the West Bank, okay?
Let's go. We're going to the villages south of Nablus, which have been living through the deadliest settler attacks for the past few years.
Israel's military occupied the West Bank during the 1967 war. And ever since, settlers have tried to claim the land as theirs and forcibly displace Palestinian residents. The government's helped by building hundreds of illegal settlements and giving Israelis incentives to move there.
So it's hundreds of settlements, but I think it's hundreds of thousands of individual homes inside these settlements. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
So this is the way that we would normally go. Since October 7th, the Israeli army has closed off one of the main entrances and exits out of Ramallah.
Before our trip to Qusra even began, we were stopped by the Israeli army.
They just took our phones, they deleted all our footage and said that they will get back to us about whether or not they'll be able to let us go.
Palestinians are stopped and harassed by soldiers at hundreds of checkpoints and roadblocks on a daily basis. But since October 7th, Israel shut down virtually all movement for Palestinians between different cities.
We've been here at the DCO checkpoint north of Ramallah in the central occupied West Bank for about half an hour. Still, they have us waiting on the side, and we don't know what's going to happen. They detained us for about an hour and a half, and we were told that we could leave. They gave us everything back, so now we have to take a long detour to get to where we're going, which is Qusra. What is usually a 10 or 15-minute drive today takes an hour and a half to 2 hours. Many people have been saying this is a form of collective punishment. The closures not only cut...
It's apartheid. There's literally roads that you're not allowed to drive on because you had the audacity of being born in Palestine. It's only Israeli may touch these precious roads. It's insanity.
Of cities from villages,
but
villages from one another. Families are unable to see each other. People who need to get to hospitals are forced to obey based on the whims of the Israeli army soldiers.
But remember, this is what life was like before October 7th. A 700-kilometer separation wall cuts through the occupied West Bank and is a stark representation of the system.
This is what a better represent. This actually doesn't even really represent it even that well. Like it is, they've taken massive chunks of this whole region.
Systematic oppression that Palestinians face.
Israel started building the wall in 2002. The wall helps Israel take more Palestinian land. So many people actually call it the annexation wall. And here you can see an Israeli settler. And behind him, in front of the settlement, we see this sign everywhere which says, "The people of Israel are alive and will succeed."
The very existence of these settlements is illegal under international law, and yet Israel continues to build them.
So we're still on the way to Qusra, but we just made a short stop. We're standing right in front of the village of Sinjil. The Israeli army closed off the village with this sand. Sinjil is one of the most badly affected villages by settler attacks.
Just across from Sinjil is the village of Turmus Aya, where in June 2023, a mob of settlers torched dozens of homes, killed a Palestinian man, and injured many others. Again, we were interrupted by another unexpected visit from the army.
And if they fight back, if they fight back in any way to those Israeli settlers, those Israeli civilians that are attacking them, burning their houses, destroying their property, you know, they are treated to the full brunt of Israeli law, and sometimes IDF will just shoot your ass up. So isn't that cute? Isn't that cute? You got to literally sit there and take it. You got to get spit in the face. They can just break your shit, come in, break your windows, burn your house down, and you just got to take it. If you defend yourself in any way, oh, you're zipped up, dude. You're locked down. You monster.
This time, the army wanted us to leave the area immediately.
We're about to leave the area because the Israeli soldiers came back and they told us we can't film here. They took photos of our IDs and we're just about to leave the area because they're getting pissed.
Palestinians and settlers live sometimes just a few meters away from one another, and yet their lives are completely different. Palestinians live under military rule. Some of their most basic rights are systematically violated, and they can be held indefinitely without trial or charge. Their complaints of settler violence are rarely taken seriously or even investigated. And that's why we're taking you to the village of Qusra.
I mean, look at that, just total psychopathic behavior. They're shooting at human beings. This person is shooting at human beings. Just laughing and having a great old time, man.
Or even investigated. And that's why we're taking you to the village of Qusra, where Palestinians are surrounded by some of the most violent settlers. Just days into Israel's war on Gaza, settlers here killed 6 Palestinians in 24 hours. 63-year-old Ibrahim Wadi and his 25-year-old son Ahmad were gunned down during a funeral service for the other victims.
They got stopped here on the main road by settlers who intercepted the funeral procession, and both Ibrahim and Ahmad were shot dead here.
يعني أخوي إبراهيم الله يرحمه كان في نشاطه الوطني المميز، حبه للبلد، حبه للناس، حبه انتمائه للعائلة.
You know, until Davey has a solution for the 5-minute rule when it comes to police responding to someone kicking down my door and victimizing me and my family, he can shove his, ideas of, total gun bans right up his abortion hole. Because, goddammit, it's just not fair to old people and people that aren't kung fu masters, who need to be able to defend themselves from real psychopaths that totally exist in every country. Okay, because cops know, I get on the phone, I dial 911. I'm lucky if the cop shows up 5 minutes later. That's plenty of time to kill me and my entire family. And yes, home invasions do happen. And yes, sometimes they do lead to deaths. I've shown many stories of old people in their 60s, 70s, 80s, being able to defend themselves in their own home with pistols and shotguns. And until we live in a perfect utopia, I refuse to take that right away from another human being, allowing them to then be victimized by any schmuck who knows how to use a 3D printer. So, yeah, it's strange, Davey, this take that you have. Yeah, they wouldn't be killing me if I had a 45. That blows your argument completely out of the ocean, dude. A 9mm with an 18 bullet magazine is everything a 70-year-old man needs to defend himself in his home. Works 90% of the time. I mean, if you got a guy, if you're doing like, if you got a guy engaging in a gunfight, boy, he really wanted to get into your house. There's something valuable in there, man. Okay, Davey. I still would appreciate the chance. You know what I mean? I still want the chance. I don't want to be completely, you know what I mean? I'd rather die on my feet, you know? You're over here. Oh, it's no big deal. It's no big deal. You speak like a person who has never been victimized at all in your life, dude. You've never been stolen from. You've never been beaten up. You really do sound like a person that hasn't really run into a lot of personal adversary. I can't even say it correctly, so don't take it seriously. But you know what I mean, man? Have you ever been victimized in any way? I know I can't say it correctly because I'm a pothead. Adversity. There we go. We said it. But have you ever really been victimized? You know, has someone more powerful than you like really taken advantage of you? And, you know, and if you had childhood trauma, I apologize. Because I could be wrong about this, but I don't know. You just speak like someone that has never experienced that before. That, you know, has anyone ever taken your lollipop? You know? But no, your opinion is not rational. That's what I'm trying to get at, dude. And it's not rational because I don't think you've ever, you know, no one's ever taken your lollipop. No one's ever slapped you in the face and taken your fucking lollipop. And what you gonna do about it, bitch? You know? Because it's not rational. It takes 5+ minutes for the cops to get to my front door if I have a problem. I deserve to defend myself in those 5 minutes. Yeah. Technically. Been proven. Technically true. Yeah. I think, you know, we've had this argument before, and you have agreed to gradations. So one thing that Davey has agreed to is that as society gets safer and safer, more gun laws, more gun restrictions should be implemented. Unless you disagree with this now. But in the past, you had agreed to this, where if society gets more dangerous, people deserve the right to defend themselves. But once society reaches a certain level of safety, I'll take what I'll get. Okay. I'm okay with that. But in the current configuration of society, I think it's a crime to take away a person who, like I said, is not a fighter or an old person, to take away their right to defend themselves in their own home with a 9mm pistol. You know, I think, you know, with the current situation of crime and inequality and mental health issues, I don't think it's right to remove that ability for people to defend themselves in that way.
مقاومته ضد الاحتلال، عدم خوفنا من الاحتلال، علمنا إن نكون أقوياء لأنه هذا محتل. هو كان المنارة بالنسبة لنا، كنا نشوف فيه القوة.
Ibrahim was a father to 11 children, but he shared a special relationship with his son, Ahmad, who is now buried alongside him.
كانوا دائما مع بعض وتوفوا استشهدوا مع بعض. بس ولا مرة تخيلنا إنه نكبر.
God damn it, that's tragic, dude.
Settlers use violence and harassment to forcibly remove Palestinians from their land.
You are stealing my house. And if I don't steal it, someone else is going to steal it.
Like Jacob, the settler from Brooklyn.
That's a classic viral clip. This guy was literally from fucking New York. If I don't steal it, someone else is going to steal it. Wow, dog.
Any Jewish person from anywhere in the world can move here, become a citizen, and live in one of these Jewish-only settlements.
I agree with that, Davey. 100%.
Palestinians like Neda, who've lived here for generations, are being pushed out of their homes.
قديش خلت احنا بدي اعيش؟ انا بدي اعيش 2 وسنه، هي من يوم خلقت ونعاني، من يوم خلقت واحنا واحد من اليهود محتلين ونعاني.
Neda was born in 1949, just 1 year after the Nakba.
Wow.
That's when 750,000 Palestinians were violently forced from their homes to create the state of Israel.
Wow, man, wow.
قبل ما اموت نستقر مثلا سنه واحده.
All she has ever known is occupation, war, and, you know, violence. You know, from, you know, One-sided violence. Oh yeah. Well, they do all kinds of bad stuff. I mean, there is no comparison to what the hell is going on here. You know, then you get the complicated fact that Hamas doesn't represent, that these terrorist organizations don't really represent the whole population. I understand there was some election in Gaza, but no, I find it hard to believe that any sensible human being, even one, you know, any human being that just wants to live in peace would agree to what Hamas does. Would be like, yeah, that's the way to do it. I have more faith in humanity than that.
ثاني واحدة نستقر ونشوف أولادتنا ونشوف أولادتنا وإحنا في استقرار وهاديين وما فيش خوف.
In 2013, settlers attacked Nada's home and held her at gunpoint. Ever since, she's been terrified to go anywhere.
بخاف أطلع منهم.
Stick a gun in her face.
مصوتين بيقولوا هاي مش أرضكم. إحنا بدنا الأمان. بدنا الأمان نعرضنا بس ما يجوش أباب الدار.
Nada's husband showed us how their windows are boarded up with metal shutters.
Wow.
هذول حراسات شايف يعني على أساس إنه ما يقدرش يرمي علينا قنبلة حارقة زي ما سووا في دومي. أنا فلاح يعني أنا مواليد 52 شايف. قضيت حياتي وأنا فلاح. وأسرح مع الغنم وأزرع وأبحش. تعال.
So is this guy Hamas?
والله دائما بهالدنيا.
You think this guy supports October 7th?
والله ما في أمل. يعني الولد الصغير اللي عمره 10 سنين زام مسدس.
It seems like every person in this village has been touched by some kind of violence.
كان ابني واقف هنا هو واقف في الشارع الجندي ضربوا صاوبوا وضربتها.
My God.
Nada's son survived, but many don't. Abdul Azim, still mourning the loss of his family, took us on a tour of the village. It felt more like a memorial service for the dead than a tribute to the living.
يعني على شمالنا في بيت شهيد اللي في 12 وفي 11 أكتوبر. على يميننا في أولاد سامر أبو عزمي كانوا جرحى في 2014. اللي طلعنا عنهم قبل فترة في أسيرين موجودين تم أسرهم قبل تقريبا شهرين. فكل بيت هنا في قصة مع الاحتلال ومع مستوطني في هذه المنطقة.
These days, armed Israelis have been raiding villages daily, assaulting residents and their property. And the military was either accompanying or actively supporting the attackers in almost half of these incidents.
Jesus Christ.
تعتبر إنه اللي قاعد بيصير في الضفة منفصل عن اللي بيصير في غزة.
في مجازر بتصير في الضفة الغربية برضو العالم ما في أنظاره متجهة للضفة الغربية. كل الأنظار حاليا متجهة للمجازر اللي بتصير حق إخواننا وأهلنا في غزة. ولكن إحنا مكملين لبعض. لن تنفصل يوما من الأيام غزة عن الضفة. إحنا في النهاية بين قوسين إحنا فلسطين.
As we wrapped up filming, we experienced one last reminder that Palestinians in the occupied West Bank face constant restrictions on movement.
We're about to leave Qusra to head back to Ramallah, and the Israeli army suddenly decided to close the road, and it's been closed with these rocks and soil. The Israeli army standing over there, not letting anyone go in or out.
بينما هاي السيارات اليهود بتسلك طريقها بحيوية وبكل سهولة. يعني هو يعيش وإحنا نموت. هو يتعالج أولاده وإحنا ما يتعالج أولادنا.
It's just harassment. It's just total harassment. It's just like what are they trying to troll us? It's just total harassment.
زي ما بده. هذا زي ما بده. هو يعني كيف ما بده بيعمل. على المزاج بالضبط. يلا مساء خذي هاي كمان لإلك.
Life under the world's longest-running military occupation is full of violence and loss. But what keeps Palestinians going is the lasting memories of their ancestors and loved ones.
شوف صورته سواء في المقبرة أو في البيت أو في الشارع أو في أي مكان عام وبتيجي عيني في عينه بشعر إنه لازم أستقيم لأنه هو كان زي صمام أمان ضابط إلنا في حياتنا في مسيرتنا الوطنية والتعليمية المقدسة.
Wow.
Hey everyone, we just made it back to Ramallah. We had to take a detour through a few other villages to get out of Qusra. We were harassed a number of times by the Israeli army today, just trying to tell this story, by the same army that is killing our people and our colleagues in Gaza. In the occupied West Bank, the rate of deadly settler attacks is unprecedented, and it's important to know that the coming period is going to be even more dangerous.
Yeah, I would have preferred a little bit more statistics and numbers in this report. There was a lot of great interviews, but I would have preferred a little bit more data.
Residents here are pleading with the public to keep talking about the horrific atrocities being committed in Gaza, but do not miss the larger picture of decades of ethnic cleansing and military occupation.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. Great report right there. Well, we got time for one more video.
I'm here right.
And it's the video that I wanted to show here. It was going to be the final video of the day, but it was, giving a little credit to CNN here to show this video. And I guess I'll have to show this at another day. This funny video called CNN is Actually Evil, but it goes through a lot of accusations being made internally that CNN is running all of its stories through the Israeli government. And that, there's people, low-level people that were working at CNN are making these accusations. But then I was going to point out that, well, we got this CNN story right here. I don't think this would have been approved by the Israeli government in any shape or form, censored or otherwise. So I think what we're seeing is some disgruntled employees and activists that are being hyperbolic when they're saying everything is going through the Israeli government. With that said, I do think some stories are going through the Israeli government. Tapper Jake is a clear example of an Israeli apologist. Israeli can do no wrong no matter the massacre. So we will take some time to watch this video and pick it apart a little bit, because I do think that there are some generalizations, assumptions, and possibly some misinformation in the video. But at the same time, I do think that there's some interesting information in general. So we will watch that. But the last video we're going to watch today is a very tragic video. I've shown this a few times on the News Underground, but wanted to show it again. Especially I wanted to show CNN showing this, which is kind of fascinating in its own right. But this is more evidence of IDF soldiers, desecrating Palestinian homes, brutalizing Palestinian territory, showing zero respect, basically acting like occupiers, like conquerors, instead of like professional soldiers. And there really is no excuse for this, With that said, like I've said in the past, and I do mean it, the only people I've ever given a pass to for dehumanizing anybody are soldiers, because that is their job, is to kill human beings. And to do that properly, you do need to engage in dehumanization. With that said, I only believe in giving soldiers that break if I believe in the cause that they're fighting for. And I do not believe in the cause that the IDF is fighting for. Therefore, I find their celebrations, their dehumanization of the Palestinian people to be extremely distasteful and disgusting. There really isn't any excuse for this. The IDF and the Israeli government is pretending that this is some kind of legitimate, professional, humane, moral, surgical, anti-terrorist operation. And what we are seeing from the IDF's own soldiers is that it's a killing field. It's a killing ground. It's a place where morality has died, seemingly. Welcome, Domino and Old Truckertum. Welcome back. So here's Christine Amanpour here, Amanpour, laying it out, showing some really shocking videos.
In Israel, people are seeing a very different picture of the war from the rest of the world, and from what you've just heard, with IDF soldiers documenting their military offensive in real time. Correspondent Jeremy Diamond reports on this trend unfolding on social media.
This is a how-to video on how to blow up a mosque in Gaza. format is internet fluent. The content is very real. Filmed, edited, and posted on Instagram by an Israeli soldier. It's one of dozens reviewed by CNN. For many in 2024, social media is everyday life. Israeli soldiers are no different, except they're fighting Israel's largest and most brutal war in decades. In video after video after video,
really
soldiers
cool,
document the destruction of Gaza and rejoice. They film detonations to use as wedding invitations.
A wedding invitation.
Among them are would-be comedians.
It's so funny. Look, he's fixing the wiring in a house he destroyed.
Devastation in Gaza.
Wow. That's clever. This was a university. The IDF helped them. It became the Open University. Hey-o!
Soldiers have always documented themselves. It could be in journals. It could be with, taking pictures.
Avner Gvaryahu served in the IDF during the Second Intifada. He leads the group Breaking the Silence, which encourages soldiers to speak out about the realities of occupation.
Even if we do find, the why we went to this war important, significant, and necessity, we have to ask ourselves how we're conducting ourselves in wartime.
The videos often end up on the social media channels of right-wing political commentators. They boast to the Israeli public of the tactics used to defend them. The IDF told CNN that it has acted and continues to act to identify unusual cases that deviate from what is expected of IDF soldiers. Those cases will be arbitrated and significant command measures will be taken against the soldiers involved. Images from Gaza of Israel's war-injured are rare on Israeli television, but they're there on TikTok.
The overarching theme is that, we're here, we're going to win, we're powerful enough. And I think that what these soldiers are doing, or these clips that we see on social media, is part of an attempt to regain sense of agency, regain sense of power, regain, the sense of positive self-image, the way we thought about ourselves before October 7th.
At times, they openly defy their military's message about protecting civilians. And film themselves destroying civilian shops.
I saw this earlier. I saw this report earlier, and I got to say, this footage specifically of this IDF soldier, like a mafia boss, or like not even like a mafia underling, like who's coming there to collect protection. There's just something so gaudy. Trucker, go just fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. All right. No haven here, no safe space here, buddy. Just go fuck yourself. But there's something so gaudy about this action, something so tawdry. Well, because I think the LGBTQ agenda to turn your kids gay is, the most important thing in my life. And, I'm going to do everything in my power to come after your kids and turn them gay and make sure that they're pissing in kitty litter boxes. That's why. That's why, Tom.
Film themselves destroying.
There's just something so tawdry about this, right? Something so, more than blowing up the buildings.
Civilian shops.
Maybe not more.
Israel is under increasing scrutiny over the war in Gaza. These videos may well be adding fuel to that criticism.
Whoa, whoops, we just demolished your whole neighborhood. Tunnels, huh? Yeah, we got him. It's all justified, don't you worry. Did you used to live here? Oh, that's a knee slapper. Knee slapper. Got him. Yeah, shouldn't have been a mother or child supporting Hamas, then we wouldn't have done this. otherwise.
Just into CNN, the IDF says it's detained more than 20 people suspected of taking part in the October 7th attacks as its raid of the largest functioning hospital in Gaza continues. The Israeli military also...
They got more Hamas members, supposedly. You know. All right. There you go, folks. Just wanted to show that footage, you know, more evidence of, you know, the really, really disgusting dehumanization of the entire Palestinian population. And this is, it's not a new thing. It's not a new thing. And we are seeing the dividends. We are seeing the fruit of this multi-generational dehumanization campaign coming to full fruition here. Thank you, Davey. I'll put that in the Discord for next time. We'll get that next time. Thank you for that, Davey. Want to give a props to Davey. Thank you for all your contributions in the chat. Also give big props to Chem Goblin and Woke Patriot and Strategy Member for all of your contributions in the Discord chat. Thank you so much for helping me make the News Underground diverse and interesting. I appreciate that. Big props to everybody in the chat, all you lurkers. 7 hours and 45 minutes of hardcore news. I still got your merch. Hey, thank you, boys. I appreciate that. Is this Lobby Lou? Is that you? How can we together help one another and rise outside and above all this? And abandoned idealism is doing that. Thanks. I don't know. Like I said, this is my activism. I'm kind of in a weird limbo spot right now for marching and protesting. So I really need to, you know, do something that is pushing back against these narratives, against these falsehoods, this misinformation. She the OG. That person ever respond with his editing portfolio? Yes, they did, actually, Davey. And the video was really good. Video was excellent. You know, actually, as a little treat, I'll show it to you. It was really good. You guys tell me what you think. But we did have a meeting. This editor person, we did have a meeting, and it went really well. We figured out a price that would work for what I want. But I need to talk to the wife to make sure that I have the money. But I was like, okay, let's, you know, prove it. Let's see it. He's like, okay, I'll make you a video. I was like, okay, do it. Just, you know, do it. And he did. And look how stoned I look. I'm so fucking high. It's ridiculous. But this is a pretty good video. Watch this. It's pretty entertaining. Shut the fuck, old trucker. Look, man, let me just go ahead and cut to the chase here. Okay, bye-bye. Get the fuck out of my sight, dude. You find this is not a conservative safe space. Get the fuck out of my sight. No, this wasn't me editing, but this is a person who wants to edit for me. We might make something happen. Check this video out. This asshole that we're looking at is the president of a company called Loblaws, who owns 5 or 6 massive grocery chains. You can't trip and not run into one of his grocery stores, and they're not all named Loblaws. They're named a bunch of different things because he's just gobbled them all up. He's even bought an Asian grocery store, T&T Market. It looks like a regular old Asian grocery store, but he's like, oh, I want a piece of that action. He recently was dragged into Parliament or whatever, some meeting, and he was like, oh, it's all, you know, fair prices, and the pricing is competitive, and all that shit. Loblaws is completely out of control because the shrinkflation is incredible. The price increases are insane. And it just keeps getting worse and worse. And apparently they were in some kind of 3-month price freeze. And everyone was like, what are you talking about? And some of these essential items have increased by 1/3 or more. Jagmeet Singh over here, finally, one of Pierre Poilievre's MPs have been ruled unfit to vote on my bill to lower grocery prices. The Conflict of Interest Commissioner ruling has exposed his deep ties to corporate grocery, where he has made millions. Yeah. Pretty snappy stuff, right? Pretty Zoomer editing, right? Not bad though. You know, if we were to continue and have a working relationship, he would actually be. The videos that I want him to do is to take my 8-hour marathon, and you know, cut out all the chaff, cut out all the stupid shit, but keep all the substance of every one of those segments. Right. So that's what we talked about, because I was like, yeah, this video is great. I like it. It's really funny. It's cool. It makes me look funny and clever in a way, but it also makes me look like an idiot in another way. But I like it, right? This is the kind of style that gets you viral. But I was like, this kind of stuff is less important to me. What's more important to me is taking all of the information that I packed into my entire stream and making that more digestible. All right, with a couple of these thrown in. Oh yeah, Clutch Cargo. It's totally ridiculous. Thank you for coming back, by the way. So I was like, I want longer form. I want you to make my longer form stream into something useful and viable and watchable. That isn't like watching a stream, it's like watching like an edited show. I want you to do that more than these Zoomer viral clips. But do a couple of these, right? So the plan is right now to do 4 long form, for every weekend, my Saturday show, cut that up properly, and then do two of these kind of viral Zoomer shorts, right, to make the algorithm happy. So it's going to cost me about 500 Canadian a month, which is totally fair because it's a lot of work, what I'm asking. So we'll see. We'll see if I can afford it. It's a fair price. Yeah. Really like the guy. Real professional. Stepbrother. Real professional. Definitely recommended. Lenny should, if this works out, I'll send his information over to Lenny. Yeah, 400 US, 500 Canadian, right, roughly. Store prices are locked. They'll say the same. No, they're liars. They're total liars. Rob laws. Someone made up some shirts that says Rob laws instead of Lob laws because they're robbers. All right, everybody, literally everybody. Domino, you just came in and said one thing, but thank you for being here. Big props to you. But literally everybody in the chat, all you lurkers, all you watchers, all you, folks that are watching the VOD. I see a lot of people viewing the VOD. Thank you for doing that. If you're watching to the end, if you're getting this far, thank you for, watching that VOD. Ice Kings of Space, welcome. New viewer. Thank you, Ice King. Quick double tap. Thank you again, quick double tap. Kissing Gonzo, Jack2889, thank you. Lobby Lou, old school Lobby Lou, thank you for coming in. Coming back. OG over here. Ribbons, lovely name, lovely icon. Thank you, Ribbons. Avery Fain, I think you've come in before. Big props to you. Thank you, Avery Fain. And everybody that stopped in, everybody that stopped in and said something, thank you so much. Yeah, I'll be doing a smaller stream tomorrow. Yeah, we'll be doing a smaller one tomorrow, for sure. Got to finish up this Ukraine news. Just didn't have time for it. 8 hours, but we'll get to it. I got a whole Ukraine thing. Look at this. Look at this Ukraine. Look at this. That's the Ukraine news right there. We got a lot of we got to talk about Avdiivka. We got to talk about it. So don't you worry. We'll do that tomorrow. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to that Ukrainian democracy, that beautiful Ukrainian democracy that, that will see peace one day. Don't forget to follow my 3-step program to create political change. Step 1, inform yourself. Step 2, join a progressive political organization or real conservative organization, but they don't exist. Real conservatism doesn't exist. So go ahead and make one. Call it the William Buckley Association and like be a real conservative. Right? The first time I see a so-called conservative call out the Republicans for their wild fiscal irresponsibility is when I'll say, okay, that's a real conservative. Ron Paul doesn't count. Okay? I'm talking a real conservative, right? That looks at the Republican Party and says, oh, that's not conservative at all. That person doesn't exist. That party doesn't exist. But step 2, if you want to join it, make it. I'll support you. I'd like to see a real conservative party. That would be really cool, actually. Step 3 is, of course, put in the work. Don't be a bitch. No, exactly. Let's hear Let's hear someone talk about family values that isn't a raging fucking hypocrite that like divorces his wife and like, you know, diddles gay prostitutes and smokes crack. Denny Haggart earlier in the stream. Perfect example of that hypocrisy. All right, folks, thank you again to 3DMG for this wonderful underground album that we're listening to, 3DMG Volume 1. Like and subscribe, folks. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Thank you for being here. News Underground, Abandoned Nihilism, a.k.a. The Harbinger. We'll see you again really soon, probably tomorrow. Probably, unless I end up taking a nap at the wrong time, then the whole day is screwed up. 3DMG, yo. The sound of the underground. The sound of the news underground. Keeping it so real it hurts, man. It hurts. I lost friends to this shit. This far, you got the stamina, you got the mettle to create real change. Power to you. Take care of yourself, yo.